And now here on the Super Podcast, we are going to look at some classic wrestling news stories from the past. And joining me, the only person capable of bringing these stories to light here on the program, the David Brinkley, the Keith Olbermann, the Hugh Downs of wrestling news, Mr. Jim Cornette.
I'll take Keith Olbermann. He's my favorite.
Okay, I figured one of them.
But I could do it like Walter Cronkite. We are here, folks, on the 605 Super Podcast. All right, let's go.
Our first story, Jim, is from St. Louis, Missouri on February 27th, 1953.
Union fuss busts up wrestling match. St. Louis, Missouri, United Press. A crowd of 9,000 wrestling fans was turned away from Kiel Auditorium Friday night when the lights were turned off shortly before the matches were to begin. Members of the Electricians Union pulled the master switch, cutting off the power when the Stagehands Union said the lights were under its jurisdiction.
Everyone always thinks the NWA is meeting and planning on screwing other people. The union got together and said, here's what we're going to do. When the show starts, we turn off the lights.
Well, and actually, that is the night is a famous story that all the wrestlers, because of the respect that they had for Sam Muchnick, they were all there. They were ready to go. They'd traveled from wherever. And Sam was in the office and going to pay him out of his own pocket. And I believe it was Hans Schmidt that was designated on behalf of all the boys to go to Sam and say, we don't want paid. This was not your fault. You had nothing to do with it. And we have too much respect for you. Imagine that happening these days.
Imagine that happening at any time in wrestling history. I mean, other than Paul Bosch, I can't think of another promoter that anyone would have treated that way.
No, but that was, because they knew it was beyond Sam's fault and he had been so good to everybody. And as Bruiser used to say, if your payoff was, $175.47, you'd have 47 cents in change in the envelope. So, that was one of the famous Sam Muchnick stories. And by cracky, those damn stagehands probably got the shit kicked out of them when they left the building that night by some of the wrestlers. Who knows?
It is interesting. In the Midnight Express scrapbook, you point out what Jim Crockett, under oath, stated is his method for figuring out the payouts. But whenever you see any of those breakdowns, and they're out there, of the paydays in St. Louis for Sam Muchnick, like you said, there are real calculations. It's down to the penny for everyone.
Yes, they are actually real calculations. We did in the Midnight Book, we did Crockett's formula with the house we got sued on in Beckley and found nothing matched. With Muchnick, it was $173.45 or whatever the case may be for, and in some cases it was $6,000. If you were in the main event for the NWA title in St. Louis back in late 70s, early 80s, you were making $4,000, $6,000 for that match. So what would that be these days?
Extraordinary. That's what it would be. But let's stay in St. Louis, Jim, for our next story. This is from May 8th, 1948.
Spectator dies at St. Louis Wrestling Show. St. Louis, May 8th. Associated Press. Willis R. McCracken, 71-year-old former mayor of Charleston, Missouri, had been advised by his physician to avoid excitement, which might put a strain on his heart. Last night, McCracken, a longtime wrestling enthusiast, took a seat at the wrestling matches at Kiel Auditorium. A 240-pound wrestler crashed over the ropes and landed at McCracken's feet. McCracken slumped in his seat, and the ring physician a few minutes later pronounced him dead.
Wow, there's a lot to think about here. First of all, that's how impactful a high spot to the floor was. In 1948, you dropped dead if you saw something like that.
You literally dropped dead if a guy took a bump to the floor in 1948. There have been heart attack deaths in wrestling. Of course, the famous story that, when Fred Blassie debuted on TV in Japan and was biting the Japanese wrestlers in the early 60s, that, 6 people died of heart attacks watching the show. But I've seen it happen before at matches, people having heart attacks. I saw one woman at the Louisville Gardens was pregnant and went into labor. And they had her on the EMT's gurney trying to take her out the back door to the hospital, and she refused to leave the Gardens until she found out who won the main event between Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee. And Christine Jarrett finally talked her into leaving, saying, "We will call you and tell you what happens. Please go to the hospital."
That's crazy. Wow. I love the Blassie story. Just the idea that maybe he's at the hotel bar, or maybe he's back in his room and someone knocks on the door and says, "We just got word there's another one. There was another person. It's now 6.
And and Freddie was a great guy, and I'm sure he wasn't, happy about it, but he didn't mind playing it up for publicity after the fact, because what are you going to do? They ain't coming back, and you can't grieve forever. as people say.
Well, I will now also, maybe I'll see if I can get this on this week's show. I'll try to research and find out what the results for this actual card were and figure out what wrestler landed at Willis McCracken's feet.
It could have been Wild Bill Longson, taking that big dive over the top rope that he used to do when he was running from his opponents. He'd run and he would dive and he'd be perpendicular above the top rope off the ground and he would land on his feet and run away. He was noted for that.
Well, we'll see what we can find out. But our next story, Jim, is from Chicago on October 21st, 1956.
Elvis Presley offered big money to referee, Chicago, Associated Press. A promoter Saturday offered Elvis Presley $10,000 to referee a wrestling match in Chicago. Impressed by the singer's fistic ability during an altercation with two service station attendants in Memphis, Tennessee, on Thursday, promoter Fred Kohler said he made his offer to Presley via telegram. Kohler said the match he has in mind is a return bout between Hans Schmidt, United States heavyweight champion, and Wilbur Snyder of Woodland Hills, California. Schmidt defeated Snyder in a match in the International Amphitheater in Chicago on October 19th. A Memphis judge Friday found Presley blameless for his part in the fight, but fined the service station employees for assault and battery. Presley, an amateur boxer as well as a singer, bested his opponents during the fight, which resulted when crowds seeking the singer's autograph blocked business at the station's gasoline pumps.
This is a month and a half or so after Elvis Presley's debut on the Ed Sullivan Show. So obviously this is just as his star is beginning to rise. And we've always heard that Elvis was a fan of wrestling and that maybe he had snuck into the Mid-South Coliseum a few times to watch wrestling. What do you know about it?
That is incorrect.
Oh,
he did not sneak in the Mid-South Coliseum because the Mid-South Coliseum hadn't been built yet. But he used to have Guy Coffey, who was the manager of the Ellis Auditorium where the matches took place in Memphis from the dawn of time until 1972. Guy Coffey would arrange to, once the matches started and the lights were down, he would sneak Elvis there. The Ellis Auditorium had an arena side and then had a stage in the middle, and on the other side, so theoretically you could have like a symphony concert going on one side. And there was this huge curtain, weighed tons, that stretched across, and it was like a sound baffler, and you would have wrestling matches on the other side. So Guy Coffey would sneak Elvis onto that stage where he could peek out through the curtain. The lights were down, and he could be, a somewhat normal fan and enjoy watching the matches without anybody harassing him. And he had a special place in his heart for Corey Combs' matches, from what I understand.
Well, was it Penny Banner that they say he dated?
Penny Banner dated him for a while, yeah, I believe. As a matter of fact, that was early on in his musical career, and before she got with Johnny Weaver. Else Johnny Weaver would probably beat Elvis up, but yeah, the stories have been out there from the books written in the 70s by the Memphis Mafia after he died, where Elvis liked to get a couple girls down in the jungle room and watch them wrestle, right? So, yeah, that was it was a big deal for Elvis back then.
That's where Andy Kaufman got it from, obviously.
There you go.
Do we know, did he ever meet, or do we know anything about what he thought of Jerry Lawler, the king of Memphis wrestling?
They were actually, when Elvis, they were actually trying to put something together because, Elvis did the karate thing and everything. And Lawler and Jarrett were actually trying to put something together. I don't know whether it would have ever come off or not, but when he died, because, see, remember Elvis died in what, 77?
Yeah, August of 77, I believe.
Lawler gets over as the king in 74 is when he started calling himself the king, because that's when Bobby Shane gave him the crown. Well, he had the run as a main event star with Jim White in the tag team end of 72 and all through 73, and they set the attendance records. And then Jarrett broke him off as a single and started giving him the push, and he still didn't call himself the king. But then as he got over through that year and had the world title match with Briscoe and sold out a bunch of shows at the Coliseum, he went to Florida, and Bobby Shane gave him his first crown and said, good gosh, you're from Memphis. You should be the king, Elvis Presley, King Jerry Lawler. And so for 75, 76, he was the other king of Memphis, and he was getting big enough. And obviously Elvis knew who the fuck he was, and because he was in the papers all the time. But Elvis, probably Colonel Tom Parker probably thought, oh, this fucking wrestler, he's trying to take some steam away from my boy or whatever. But Lawler was getting big enough in Memphis by that time that there would have been a face-to-face. There would have been something for charity. There would have been some kind of news thing. There would have been a face-to-face, but Elvis died right as Lawler really was getting that notoriety around town outside the wrestling fans.
It certainly would have been bigger than his confrontation with Adam West, and that is saying something.
The evil Super King.
Kenny pointed out something I had never actually thought about when he was on the New Year's show, and that was that before he was the king, Lawler was actually really hickish. You know, he would call people son, and he was very much a Southerner.
He was real Southern.
And then he got that crowd, and all of a sudden, the accent went away.
Well, plus, I mean, he was only, 22, 23 years old when he's doing his first wrestling promos. And so, you know, he had to grow up a little bit. But, yeah, you could always tell it was there. But a little bit of the accent got lost by the mid-'70s.
For our next story, Jim, let's go to Ocean Park, California, March 22nd, 1946.
Temple family shuns brother who is wrestler. Hollywood, March 23rd. United Press. Actress Shirley Temple's big brother George, who won in his first professional wrestling match last night, took on his family today in a battle over wrestling as a civilian career. Temple, who learned to wrestle in the Marines, made his professional debut at Ocean Park. He used his 195 pounds to pin Iron Mike Works 210 in 20 minutes of a one-fall preliminary match. The match was no surprise as Temple was a champion in the Marine Corps, but most of his famous family refused to come and watch him win it. Only his father, George Temple Sr., was present. He sneaked into the audience, sat far back, and angrily brushed off reporters and photographers. He refused to go to his son's dressing room after the match and did not speak to him. Young Temple, 26, said he and his family had been arguing over his career ever since he decided not to go back to his pre-war job with the California Highway Patrol. A technical sergeant, he was medically discharged from the Marine Corps March 20th, 1945. His family does not want him to go on with wrestling, he said, and if he does, they do not want him using the family name. I have no intention of trading on my sister's name, he said. I intend to make my way on my own, but the name Temple is my name too, and I have a right to use it. I'm not going to hide under an assumed name. Wrestling is nothing to be ashamed of.
They have a problem with him going into wrestling, but they had no problem with Shirley Temple Black going into politics.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I don't see that as a fair trade.
And boy, if they thought he was dealing with crooks, I'm sure she found out some things. Anyway,
let's go now to Salem, Oregon, November 28th, 1944.
Bikes denuded. Bicycles belonging to Ed Paul of 2350 Broadway and J.A. Touchy, 50 Roberts Avenue, were stripped of accessories, front wheels, and brakes as they stood parked at the Armory Tuesday night while their owners attended the wrestling matches there.
I'm glad they put their home addresses in case the thief wants to go back and
to bring the shit back.
Or take everything else they owned. One or the other.
They did that until like the 60s. Where, you know, if you were in the local paper, they would say where you lived, you know, and I have to think that was obviously an end was brought to that because people were going and harassing people that were making the news, but they'd print your address.
You ever run into any stories about that, like wrestling thefts, where someone goes to a wrestling show and their car is gone, or any sort of their wallet's gone, or anything you ever run into all your years going to wrestling in Louisville?
Oh, well, there's been, and a lot of times we wouldn't hear about it, you know, wherever we were. But, you know, people, if there's 5,000 cars in an arena parking lot, somebody's going to do a smash and grab or whatever. But I know one time Dennis Condrey told me he was wrestling in Nashville, and this is when he was a heel before the Midnight got together. And Dennis always liked sports cars, right? And he had bought a brand new red Corvette. It was late 70s. And he goes outside the back and the Nashville at the fairgrounds wrestling arena is like out back is some horse barns and it's dark. And then there's some buildings where they have the flea market over to the other side. So it's not like it's a real populated area. And he went out back and he couldn't find his car. And he's looking right and he's looking left. This is where all the boys park. He can't figure out where the fuck. And then all of a sudden he realized there's a black Corvette. But it not only was the color of it black, but the windows were black and the mirrors were black and the fucking wheels were black. Somebody had painted his brand new red Corvette completely black.
That's Heath.
And then when we went to Louisiana and we tarred and feathered Magnum TA on Mid-South TV, the fans found out where Bobby Eaton was staying at the Alexandria Motor Lodge. And he came out one day and they tarred and feathered his Lincoln.
I've never seen a tarred and feathered car before.
Yeah, it took him forever to get that shit off the car.
What do you think? I mean, you walk out the hotel room door, wherever he is, and you look, and there's your car covered in feathers and tar.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy, for our next one, we're not going to read the whole article, but let's at least talk about the headline. This is from October 31st, 1884, the Brooklyn Eagle newspaper.
Well, there seems to be not a descendant, but an ancestor of a famous wrestling personality involved in this. Trouble on the Tonawanda. Captain Jerry Lawler was assaulted by an unwelcome visitor. Jerry Lawler, captain of the canal boat Tonawanda, moored at the foot of Noble Street, Greenpoint, was lying awake in his cabin about 9 o'clock last evening when he was startled by a healthy masculine snore, which seemed to come from the apartment of his cook, who he knew was absent at the time. Rising quickly, he proceeded to the place, but though the snoring was more audible, the room appeared to be tenantless. It was very strange, and Jerry began to think that the sounds were of unearthly origin. The bed was neatly made as the housekeeper had left it. He felt the bedclothes, however, and was convinced that nobody was under them. But the snore, growing louder and louder, culminated in a convulsive sneeze. Out from under the bed, there was suddenly protruded the leg of a boot, which Jerry quickly caught hold of and found that it encased the leg of a man. What? I got to read some more of this. Stop that now. Say, stop that. Let me go. Let me go, exclaimed a deep bass voice from under the bed. And with a jerk, Jerry Lawler brought out a burly form, which by the light of his lamp, he recognized as that of lumberjack Joe LeDuc. No, it was David Barry, formerly one of the crew of the Tonawanda. Daniel was on his feet in an instant, and with all the irritability which a disturbed slumber produces, scowled savagely at Jerry. Take yourself out of this just as quickly as blank. But before the sentence was finished, down came Daniel's flat fist on Jerry's hat, inflicting a very bad fracture of its coronal sutures. Barry then, it is alleged, before Jerry was prepared for him, drew a penknife and, striking Jerry in the right hip, inflicted a slight wound. Jerry Lawler called murder, and Officer Jackson of the 7th Precinct rushed to the boat just in time to catch Daniel in his arms as he was getting away. This morning, Daniel was taken before Justice Neighbor, and on conviction of assault in the 2nd degree was fined $15, which, him not being able to pay, he was committed to jail for 15 days.
Well, we only intended to read the headline, and we ended up reading the whole thing.
Good.
It's extraordinary.
Jerry Lawler, the captain of the boat.
I do like to think there's an alternate universe where we have Captain Jerry Lawler and King Lou Albano both roaming the world at the same time. But that's a pretty cool article there. For our next one, Jim, let's go to Miami, Florida, February 8th, 1930.
Ruth buys 25 seats for wrestling bout, Miami Beach, Florida, February 8th. United Press. Babe Ruth has ordered 25 ringside seats for the Sonnenberg-Stecker wrestling match here February 19th and has indicated he will bring a party to Miami for the Scott-Sharkey battle on February 27th. The order came from St. Petersburg, where yesterday he celebrated his 36th birthday.
Did you ever run into any things like that when you were either promoting Smoky Mountain or just when you were working for someone else where someone famous came along and said, I want an entire block of seats?
Actually, well, not in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. I don't even think the fans wanted an entire block of seats at Smoky Mountain. But, there have been celebrities, going back to the dawn of wrestling, obviously, as indicated by this article, that have liked wrestling or wanted to see wrestling or whatever. And Fez, he used to get his picture taken with everybody because especially when he wrestled in Los Angeles, he had a friend, Fez did, that was one of the studio photographers for the movie studios. And that's why you see all these pictures of Lou Thez with a headlock on, Bob Hope or these big stars. And during the Gorgeous George days when he was on network TV, Gorgeous George was mentioned in a lot of the celebrities' appearances or nightclub acts or TV appearances or whatever. But, there's always been stars that were either fans of wrestling or wanted to be around the boys. It's Andy Kaufman, Rick Rubin. It's fascinating to them in their various fields, which are performing and entertaining or whatever, or other sports. How many times have you seen, football players or even basketball players, and now especially with the Ric Flair woo? So it's never been unusual. It's just now. Used to, it was presented as these entertainers were meeting these athletes. Now it's entertainers meet a bunch of other fucking phony entertainers.
It's also something to think about that there could be a world where it wasn't true, because what better publicity for a wrestling promoter than saying Babe Ruth, who at that time wasn't just the biggest star in sports, but the biggest star in the history of American sports, not only wants to come to your show, but wants to buy tickets for all of his friends.
Yeah. So, I mean, in a lot of cases, I'm sure that the wrestling promoters, whether they either publicized what happened, they expanded on what happened, or they created what happened, one or the other.
Well, let's now go to your old stomping grounds, Cincinnati. And this is from July 28th, 1959.
Wrestler promoter Gardens named in suit. A professional wrestler, a wrestling promoter, and Cincinnati Gardens Incorporated were named in a suit filed yesterday by a polio victim who charged the wrestler had injured her when he leaped from the ring and pushed her wheelchair. Mrs. Catherine Brown, 2903 Observatory Avenue, a post-polio paralytic, asked for $25,140 in damages in common pleas court in a suit against Dick Afflis, wrestler, Jim Cornette, promoter, and the Cincinnati Gardens. Mrs. Brown's suit said she was seated in a wheelchair about 5 rows from the wrestling ring during an exhibition on April 25th. Afflis left the ring, seized her wheelchair, and pushed it, causing her to be thrown forward so that her feet were caught in the wheels, said Mrs. Brown. She said she suffered a bruised leg, fear, and shock. The suit alleges that Afflis was a person of uncontrolled temper and violence, and that both the other defendants knew or should have known of it because he had previously assaulted or threatened other spectators. Mrs. Brown was made sick, sore, and lame, and still suffers pain and discomfort as a result of the incident, the action states. The suit seeks payment of X-ray tests, physician's bills, and damages. And of course, as we all know, Dick Afflis, better known by his wrestling name, Dick the Bruiser.
Obviously, this isn't a huge surprise for Dick the Bruiser. This taking place a couple of years after the riot he was involved in Madison Square Garden. You know a lot about Cincinnati wrestling history. You've done all sorts of stuff about it. What do you know about Dick the Bruiser getting into altercations with fans?
Well, it did not just contain to Cincinnati. Bruiser was the kind of guy, he loved to fight, and he liked to go in bars or go out in public and just insult people for the fuck of it to see if he could get in a fight, which he generally won. and in this case, this is a famous story. You saw what happened there, but the story became, and we even covered this on a Back to the Territories for kayfabe commentaries on the WWA promotion in Indianapolis. So many fables about Bruiser, and so many of them were true. He did have a 10 by 20 foot custom made bed in his bedroom that they had to build the goddamn room around. He did have the only urinal in a private bathroom in the city of Indianapolis. He did beat up Alex Karras, in the match in Detroit at the Cobo, that was preceded by him going to Karras's bar when Karras wasn't there and beating up half the employees of the bar and the cops that came to he was just trying to drum up a little publicity, and there was lawsuits over that. But this story was morphed into that Dick the Bruiser once threw a wheelchair at one of his opponents, and there was an old woman sitting in a wheelchair at the time. And actually, he was probably trying to push the wheelchair he just didn't pick it up off the ground and physically throw it, but he was probably pushing the wheelchair at whoever he was working with at the time. And of course, Jim Cornette was the promoter.
Not Jim Cornette?
Not Jim Cornette. And that was when wrestling in Cincinnati was fucking huge in the late 50s, early 60s, as it was all over the country.
That's one thing I wish I could have seen is, Dick the Bruiser or any wrestler. I wish I was in the upper deck seeing this. Find a fan in a wheelchair, pick up the wheelchair with the old lady in it, and throw it.
Hey, me and Bolin were at the Cincinnati Gardens in 1981 when Crockett started running Mid-Atlantic shows up there when they got the TV on Channel 5, and Roddy Piper was headed to the ring. And Cincinnati was a rowdy crowd. Piper's headed to the ring, and this fucking guy comes out of ringside and tackles Piper, and Piper took him down and started beating the fuck out of him. And by the time the cops were able to pull Piper off the guy, we saw him carrying him out. His legs were shaking. He was in convulsions. I was like, well, probably be a good idea to not fuck with Roddy Piper. And that might have been the same night, because Cincinnati, like I said, they were and the Gardens was one of those old wrestling arenas that it was old even in 1959, that you just could feel the history in the place, and the flat soft drinks and the stale popcorn and the weak beer and et cetera. And so Me and Bolin go to the bathroom to take a piss before we leave, drive back to Louisville. And there's a bunch of people in there, obviously. So Bolin's in the stall. He could still fit at that time. And I'm standing, waiting next in line. His door is closed, and I'm waiting. And all of a sudden, here's these bikers over at the urinals. And one guy has a beer, and he's trying to piss, but he needs both hands. So he tells the other guy, who he obviously doesn't know, next to him, hey, hold my beer. Well, the guy's got his own fucking thing going on, right? He said, fuck you. And the guy threw the beer and turned around and pickled the guy. Now they're in this goddamn fist fight with both their dicks hanging out. Fuck. I fucking hit the door of the stall that Bolin's in. He doesn't know this is going on. I hit the door and busted open and fucking closed it behind. Now we're both standing in the stall. He's like, what the fuck are you doing? I said, it's safer in here than it is out there. And then we waited until there was no more scuffling going on, and then we left.
Well, let's go now to our final story this week, Jim. And this is from Tampa, Florida in 1961.
Man weighing 130 says wrestler 220 clobbered him, sues for $20,000. A 220-pound Tampa wrestler known as an exponent of clean scientific wrestling was sued for $20,000 in circuit court yesterday by a 130-pound man who said the wrestler clobbered him. Don Curtis, 32, who has wrestled here for the past 2 years, was charged by Airman 1C Robert R. Adams of 4108 Mango Avenue with wickedly, willfully, and wantonly assaulting him in a public place to show off his great strength. The alleged attack occurred last Wednesday at Zychek's Restaurant and Lounge at 3801 Gandy Boulevard. I might have been killed by it, Adams said. Eddie Graham, a wrestler friend of Curtis's, said Adams and another man taunted Curtis and called him and all wrestlers phonies. Phonies, hey, Curtis was reported as exclaiming. Maybe you'd like a demonstration of a sleeper hold. Adams said he would, according to Graham's account, and Curtis complied, putting pressure on an artery in Adams' neck until he passed out. Adams said when he revived, he had a busted lip. So here, that's what used to happen to motherfuckers that fucking said wrestling was phony out in public to fucking wrestlers, and it ought to happen more often today.
You think it's fake? Let me put a sleeper on.
Yeah. You think it's fake? I remember that was Schultz's fucking opening line. You think this is fake? Bam! That's just a slap, you fucking pussy. Don Curtis, he was a master of the sleeper. He used it on TV, and a guy at a bar, probably fucking drunk, comes up and says, hey, I think all y'all wrestlers are phonies. Oh, you think so? Well, let me show you this. Fucking moron. And that's, as a matter of fact, he probably got the busted lip because when he went to sleep, Curtis let him go because you remember Hulk Hogan and Richard Belzer.
Oh,
right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, now I don't know this to be a fact because I wasn't in Richard Belzer's locker room, but when I saw it, I said, oh, okay, I know what's going on. Hogan didn't put him to sleep on purpose. He put him in a front face lock, and he just cinched up for a second. And if anybody wants to go back and watch the tape, it's out there. He cinches up for just a second, and then he kind of feels Richard Belzer go limp, and he lets go, and fucking Belzer it was world record going to sleep in seconds from a fucking front face lock or a choke or a sleeper or whatever. Hogan didn't know, he didn't mean to fucking actually put him unconscious, but when he let go, Belzer slipped out like a wet dish rag, and you see the back of his head hit the goddamn ground. And then within seconds, Belzer pops right back up and does a pitch, says, we'll be right back. And turns around, and you see this blood gushing down the back of his fucking head where he'd bust his head open. I found out, and I found this out the hard way. I found out that if your heart is really beating fast and your blood is really pumping, you go to sleep even quicker in a sleeper or a choke than you do if you're just normal. I found this out because one time after a match, where I'd actually had to wrestle. I was managing Jesse Barr in Nashville, and just playing around, I'm blowed up, and I'm fucking breathing hard, and he comes up behind me as I'm sitting in a chair in the locker room, and just for a second, just puts a sleeper on me, just playing, right? And the next thing I know, I'm like, who's wearing my shoes? I'm on the floor. Somebody's feet are in my shoes. Oh, it's my feet. I just woke up. What the fuck? And Jesse's apologizing. He's like, I didn't mean, I'm sorry. I went out. I guarantee you, as sure as I'm sitting here, I don't know if Belzer's still alive. He may want to sue me for slander or whatever. He had to be coked to the fucking gills.
Well, I think he's admitted that he was, and it's well known amongst the comedy community that.
Well, all right. Well, then maybe I'm not breaking any new ground here, but he had to be coked to the gills, and his blood and his heart was probably going a mile a minute. And when Hogan just cinched up for a second, boom, that was all she wrote on that one. And when Hogan let him go because he didn't want to hurt him, he fucking flopped down and busted his fucking head open.
And of course, he would later sue Hulk Hogan and get enough money to buy a house in the south of France, which he named Shea Hogan, famously. But with that, the news is over this week. Jim, thanks for being a part of this.
Well, thank you very much. And once again, if any of the network news programs would like a roving reporter, you can give them my number.
We're back with another edition of In the News, our segment looking at classic wrestling newspaper articles. And I am joined by the Edward R. Murrow of Wrestling News, none other than Mr. Jim Cornette.
This is London, except it's not actually London, and we're not actually on the radio, and I'm not actually Edward R. Murrow. But besides that,
it's just like
we're ready to go.
Well, Jim, this first article right here is from 1961 in Tampa, Florida. Last time we did this on the show, we had an article from 1961 in Tampa about Don Curtis fighting with a patron at a restaurant. This is from the same town and the same time period.
Judge charges wrestlers tussled to win customers. City Judge Walter Burnside Jr. yesterday accused Saul Weingeroff, parentheses, gentleman, and Eddie Graham of staging a street fight outside Tibbetts restaurant in a, quote, planned scheme to get customers to the wrestling matches, unquote. Burnside, who seemed amused by the testimony, didn't even charge the two for the publicity they derived. He fined each $25, then suspended the sentence. Graham, one of the good guys of the wrestling circuit, denied staging a fake fight. He said they have full house crowds for matches now and that he will probably be suspended for the fracas. Weingeroff is manager of two wrestling villains, Carl and Kurt von Bronner. He didn't deny any publicity intent. Sports writers said Weingeroff's wrestlers are good drawing cards because fans dislike Weingeroff. One such fan spoke out at the trial. Mrs. W.L. Harris of 507 West Paris Street said Weingeroff gets on TV and calls Southerners trash. Weingeroff said Southerners wouldn't even have been allowed to eat in dime stores in Germany, and that American women never comb their hair, Mrs. Harris contended. Furthermore, no man in town is more of an idol with children than Graham. She said Graham does anything to help kids. Graham produced a surprise witness to the fight, Doris Epperson of 308 West North Street. She said she was only 5 steps away when Weingeroff crossed the street to taunt Graham. She said Weingeroff told Graham to get off the street, you dirty bum, and that Graham went around the corner to avoid Weingeroff. But Weingeroff followed and repeated the remark, she said. Graham said he lost his temper then. A policeman said he arrived to find Graham on top of Weingeroff, who was bleeding. Graham said he was on his way to Harry Smith's gym to work out when he saw Weingeroff and tried to avoid the manager. Weingeroff insisted he wasn't that brave and said he brought his wrestlers to court to protect me. Graham said he had never been before a judge before and that the fight embarrassed him tremendously because he was to make a speech at his son's school that same night. Burnside's comment was that he thought Weingeroff got what you had coming to you.
Well, it's an interesting story there. I like the witnesses, the one who has a problem with Saul Weingeroff saying that American women don't comb their hair. But I was always surprised there weren't more instances of staged fights in the street to get publicity. I remember being at Smoky Mountain Wrestling thinking, why doesn't, Tom Pritchard beat up Ricky Morton in the West Town Mall? But, what other instances can you think of fights getting into the newspapers that were potentially staged to draw up interest in an upcoming show?
Almost all of them. That actually, and once again, it used to be an old trick down south to do something like that. And then it was done, quite more often than you would suspect. And sometimes it didn't work and it didn't get any publicity. And sometimes like this article has pretty much been lost to time since it's 56 years ago and we're just now talking about it. But we did do something. We made an angle out of a real life incident in Barberville, Kentucky one time when I had a little set tea with a guy and spoke to our sponsor there in Barberville and was brought to court and made the judge sentence me to apologize to him at the wrestling matches at Knox Central High School next Saturday night. But that was Ronnie West used to have an old trick where when he was as a referee in Chattanooga, because he lived in Cleveland, Tennessee, which is right down the road from Chattanooga. if the heel would beat him up, he'd get real good color and get stitches or whatever, and then he'd go around to bars, and I don't even think Ronnie drank at that point especially, but he'd go in a bar and wait for somebody to ask him, what the hell happened to you with a big scar on his head, and he'd say, no good dirty J.C. Dykes hit me over the head with his cane last Saturday night at the Memorial Auditorium, and when I was refereeing the wrestling match, and they do things like that. But there have been many staged episodes down through history. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more of them made the papers and we just haven't found them.
I do love the visual of Eddie Graham in court with this old lady there to talk about what a wonderful man he is. And in comes Saul Weingroff with the Von Brauners. They came with him.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, of course, in case there was a picture to go along with it. But the thing is, now, obviously, and over the last 20 years, you can't do that because they'd know what you were doing. But at that time, besides the fact that people may have known or suspected, as obvious by the tone of the article, that wrestling was a work, nobody could prove it. It wasn't written down anywhere. You really couldn't say for sure. There was no internet and people weren't talking. And, so now if you did it, they would, they wouldn't give you the publicity. They'd just cost, a ton of money for, creating a public disturbance. Either if you didn't get tased or shot or whatever, or a shot at the mall, either by the cops or by some of the patrons.
I love the way it's laid out, too. Saul Weingroff crossed the street to taunt Eddie Graham, followed him into an alley, and the next thing people know, Eddie Graham's on top of Weingroff, who's bleeding.
Yeah, and it was a hell of a fight, I'm sure, that, that around the corner from where people could see it. But we did one thing with the Gangsters and the Rock and Roll in a bar in Knoxville, but it was closed. It was closed to the public at the time.
Ah. One other thing about this is he's come up recently on the show from when he was a booker for Phil Golden's All South Wrestling, but in many ways, Saul Weingroff's a forgotten guy because he was on the outs with the recognized NWA promotion, Gulas Welch, for so many years. But just how big was Saul Weingroff and the Von Brauners in Alabama, in Tennessee, in the 60s and early 70s?
Well, not only that, but Florida, as this, they were together for probably the better part of 15 years, the Von Brauners and Saul. And you had a Jewish manager and a, Nazi team. So 15 years after the end of World War II. So that got some heat, but they were a main event tag team and manager combination wherever they went. They lasted twice as long as me and the Midnight Express, and they main evented everywhere, and they drew money. Whether it be Florida or Georgia or Alabama, the entire Tennessee territory. I think they went out west. They had a run in Texas at one time, I think, and they drew huge money. They were hot. As a matter of fact, Bobby Eaton said when he was a kid, the heels that really scared him were the Von Brauners.
Do you know what the falling out was? Why Saul Weingroff got on the outs with Gulas and Welch?
Well, as the way Jerry Jarrett tells it in my book, Tuesday Night at the Gardens, History of Pro Wrestling in Louisville, when Jarrett took the book, Saul had been in with Nick for years, even before he got together with the Von Brauners, and Saul was from Nashville, and he worked in the sheriff's department there for years. But anyway, Saul was involved in the office and booking at various points for Nick, but when Jarrett made the Memphis end, and built that up, he was only in his 20s. And Jerry told me that Saul, when one time Jerry booked him in Lexington, Kentucky on a Thursday night, and he was not booked in Bowling Green, which was Nick's town, which was only 60 miles from Nashville as opposed to 210 miles. And at the time, Lexington was just opened up, wasn't drawing that well. And so Saul went into Nick's office and said, "Hey, don't let that boy be booking me in his town up there. I want to go to Bowling Green where I can make some money." And Jared heard about it. So later on, when Lexington started doing real big business and it was a bigger building so it could hold more people and was doing better than Bowling Green, Saul went up to him to find out why he wasn't booked in Lexington. And Jared informed him that he heard that he didn't want to be booked in Lexington, and he never, ever intended to violate Saul's wishes. And he said that I'm sure there were other underlying reasons, but Jared said that was the cause of it, and that's why it ended up within a few months. Saul had gotten involved financially with Phil Golden's group and brought the Von Brauners with him on a guarantee, and they were running opposite of Jarrett to very little success.
And of course, later, Saul's son George Weingroff would be working for the Paphos ICW promotion in opposition to Jarrett. And we'll talk about that in the coming weeks here on the program. But Jim, it is now time to go to a place I know very well, Honolulu, Hawaii, June 4th, 1968.
Honolulu, Hawaii, Associated Press. A 17-year-old Honolulu youth ran away from home recently and went to a local TV station to watch some wrestling in a studio ring. His mother, who was watching the program in her home, spotted her son in the front row. She called the police, who rushed to the station, got the runaway lad, and took him home.
Well, there's one of the problems with live wrestling. Something like that could happen.
Well, we've said before, if you're going to run away from home, don't go on live television. That's things like that, once again, used to happen, especially when, there were 3 TV stations maybe in a market and everybody was watching wrestling. You would pop up rather quickly. I mean, one time at the Louisville Gardens, this was not televised, but somebody escaped from jail, which is like 2 blocks from the Gardens. The Gardens is almost right next to Liberty Street, where the old jail was, which is kind of funny. But they got a tip that the guy who broke out of the jail, and I mean, it's not like this was a daring prison break from, Attica or Alcatraz or something. It's a city jail. But they got a tip that the guy was a wrestling fan or going to go to the wrestling matches, and they paged him at the Gardens. Come to the front, please. There's a phone call or whatever. And he came and they arrested him and took him back.
Well, that's funny. Are there any instances that you know of anything like this happening on Memphis TV, which of course was live every Saturday morning? We know Billy Joe Travis was arrested for child support payments, which he hadn't been making because the police knew he was going to be there, and it happened on TV. But are there any cases that you could think of? Did anything ever happen with anyone in the audience?
In the audience, that may be a new one. We've talked about, the cops getting called when Eddie Gilbert ran Jerry Lawler over with the car in the parking lot, and the cops came and made Lawler go out and show everybody he was alive so they could go on with their day. But I don't know that there's ever been an incident with somebody in the audience like that.
So this may be the only case of a mother finding her runaway son at a live wrestling studio taping.
There probably has been many cases of mothers being impregnated with future runaway sons at a wrestling taping, but
well,
probably not finding them.
For our next story, let's go to a place you know very well, Greensboro, North Carolina, May 7th, 1942.
Chairman Holt's wrestling show, promoter Jim Crockett's weekly wrestling show at Nice Hall, was abruptly called off last night when Abe Urist failed to show up for his opening bout with Morris Shapiro. Dr. C.T. Whittington, chairman of the Greensboro Boxing and Wrestling Commission, refused to let the exhibition go on since the full card could not be presented as advertised. A large crowd had their admission prices refunded. The Black Panther was to have met Sailor Bartow Hill in the main event, and Cowboy Luttrell was to have faced Stanley Pinto in the semifinal.
Obviously, this is very early on in Jim Crockett's Sr.'s promoting career, 1942, but here we have just a athletic commission shutting a show down because the opening match isn't going to take place. Have you ever heard of anything like this?
Not specifically this incident, but athletic commissions all across the country, the chairmanship and people involved in them have always usually been political appointments. Whoever the governor is or, whatever the case, oh, my friend so-and-so, he watches that boxing and wrestling on TV all the time. Let's let him do that. I mean, even as late as the 70s and early 80s, we had a commissioner here in Louisville. It was chairman of the athletic commission. It was a political appointment. He had never he didn't know anything about the inner workings of wrestling, or I don't even know if he'd ever been to a match live. But he decreed that there could be no battle royals because since the rules were stated that if a man was thrown over the top rope, it was a disqualification and the match was over. That meant if you had a 20-man battle royal, you'd have 19 winners. He actually suspended legitimately Jonathan Boyd for hitting the referee, Thomas Marlin, in an angle one night. And Jerry Jarrett had to pay like a $250 fine to get Boyd reinstated so they could come back for the rematch the following week and Boyd could lose the loser leave town match. Lawler and Terry Funk were having a double juice pull apart to one of the most violent things I've ever seen in person, with 15 guys trying to pull them apart. And his name was Fred Lamson. Commissioner Lamson gets on the microphone and says, "Okay, boys, the match is over. Break it up." And Lawler looked at him and said, "If you think it's over, you get your ass in here and try to break it up." There have always been mark commission people that took the rules of boxing and applied them to wrestling, or took the rules of wrestling seriously and suspended or fined people or did things like that. Well, this was false advertising. You can't present the complete show, so you can't have it. It's, they almost stopped the Great American Bash, 86 in Philly at Veterans Stadium, because Wahoo McDaniel, they had so much blood, and the commission kind of would try to turn their eyes to the blood, because even then I think they had a no blood rule, but Wahoo McDaniel the blade broke off and stuck in his fucking head. They said, we're going to stop this if there's any more blood or whatever. So it just, this was a severe case, but at the same time, especially in 1940, they weren't smart. They didn't know what the fuck was going on.
The match you're talking about, the Wahoo match at Great American Bash, was July 1st, 86, and I believe the commissioner was J.J. Binns.
J.J. Binns, that's right. He looked like a human skull. He had the silver hair and this piercing eyes, and he looked like a human skull.
It's important to note that Wahoo had the blade stuck in his head, because there were rumors that the WWF had him threaten to shut down the show, because he had appeared on WWF TV at the Philadelphia Spectrum a couple days before that, ordering the Junkyard Dog to face Don Morocco in a dog collar match on the next show. So there were a lot of people who had a little conspiracy theory there.
No, Wahoo. He went in the bathroom and was looking in the mirror and squeezed his head, and bing, the fucking blade popped out and hit the mirror like a goddamn pinball.
That must have been a hell of a sight. So let's now go from Greensboro, North Carolina to Amarillo, Texas, January 17th, 1957.
Funk had to pay. Dory Funk has been fined a total of $70.50 for his part in the brawl, which broke up Thursday night's sports arena wrestling feature, including a penalty of $50 assessed by Sammy George, district supervisor of wrestling for the state commission, and a fine of $1 plus costs paid in justice court yesterday on a charge of creating a disturbance. His opponent, Ray Gunkel, pleaded not guilty to the same charge in justice court, however, and was released under $200 bond for a hearing on February 6. Gunkel was not fined by the state supervisor. He said he intends to fight the county case on the ground that Funk precipitated the fight, which ended their match.
How about that? How about getting fined for an after-match fight?
Well, there you, and once again, now this is good publicity, because people would read that and say, well, wow, that shit got out of hand. I got to see what happens next week.
Yeah.
And once again, it was a violent scene. It convinced the district supervisor of wrestling for the state commission, and everybody, I'm sure, prospered. I'm sure Dory Funk Sr. probably made more than that $70 back at the gate next week after that article appeared.
Let's now go to Albany, Missouri. This is June 13th, 1959.
Lady wrestler gets court fine for fishing. Albany. Lorraine Ann Johnson, 29-year-old blonde lady wrestler from St. Joseph, was fined $5 and $11 costs in Judge Milton J. Hull's magistrate court in the Gentry County seat Monday afternoon. She pleaded guilty to fishing without a permit at Limp Lake near King City on Monday. And I've said it a million times, don't go fishing without a permit at Limp Lake.
Well, this is certainly a first here. Lorraine Johnson is the mother of Baby Doll, correct?
Correct. And she was married after this, apparently, Nick Roberts, who wrestled and then later on was the promoter out in Lubbock, Texas for years and years. But apparently Baby Doll, that criminal, I've told everybody in the 80s Baby Doll was a criminal and she hung out with criminals like the James Boys. Apparently it's because she's descended from a criminal.
Let's now go to Memphis, Tennessee for a rather famous article. This is from January 14th, 1960.
Wrestler Monroe fined. He was in Negro Cafe. Rock M. Bombrow, or his name was Brombow, but they spelled it wrong, of 1415 Spartan Drive gave the Heels address. Known in the wrestling world as Sputnik Monroe, and another wrestler, Clinton M. Hickman, 27, of 1998 Philsar, were charged with disorderly conduct following their arrest at 12:45 yesterday morning in a Negro Cafe at Beale and Hernando, where they were drinking beer. Monroe was represented in court by Russell B. Sugarman Jr., Negro attorney who ran for the city commission last August. After court, City Judge Boucher said it was the first time he can recall that a white man was represented in city court by a Negro attorney. Hickman, who referees part-time in addition to wrestling, forfeited $26. Monroe did not speak in his behalf, but Sugarman argued at length that Monroe had a right to be where he was, that he is a professional wrestler and has a lot of Negro fans, and he was simply creating goodwill by visiting Negro cafes and having a glass of beer where he could be seen and talk with the people. Arresting officers said Monroe and Hickman were not seated at a table, but were standing at the counter with Negroes around them drinking beer. Officers said the wrestlers gave them no difficulty. Sugarman asked what the disorderly conduct charge was based on. The officer said it was simply on the fact that he was drinking in a Negro cafe with Negroes. Sugarman argued that under the Supreme Court's rulings, a white man has the right to enter a Negro cafe anytime he wishes. Judge Boucher fined Monroe $26 and made no comment. The fine was paid and no appeal was taken.
This, of course, is a legendary story in the middle of what would be a legendary series of events around Sputnik Monroe in Memphis. Let's talk about this, but as we do that, Jim, as a wrestling fan, when did you first hear about Sputnik Monroe?
This obviously was the late 50s, 1959 and 60, when Sputnik got over and was huge and set the all-time record in Memphis with Billy Wixon, etc. I started hearing, when I started watching wrestling around 72, I believe it was the time that Sputnik and Norvell Austin Sputnik had come back to Tennessee. They teamed him up with Norvell Austin, whereas Sputnik had a white streak bleached in the front of his hair. And as a matter of fact, the story is that if you go back in a lot of the late 50s, early 60s high school yearbooks, a lot of the guys, the teenage kids at that time would have white streaks bleached in their hair too, including some of Sam Phillips's kids, who were big fans of Sputnik's. But when he came back in 72, they teamed him up with Norvell, who was a black guy from Memphis, and Norvell bleached the white streak in his top of his hair too. And Sputnik was basically telling people that Norvell was his son, which just created horrible heat, and which he loved. And I saw them a few times then on TV, and also, Lance Russell, to the last television wrestling show he ever did, would think back on and drop Sputnik's name if something reminded him of the great Sputnik Monroe. So he was always mentioned on Memphis TV, even if it had been years since he'd been there. And then later on, when he came back in, and I think it was 79 or 80 as a manager, I got to meet him. He was managing the Manchurians, who were in a previous incarnation were the other Samoans, not Afa and Sika. And, he still had the gravelly voice, and he still did the promo of the Diamond Ring and Cadillac Man. And you'd walk up to him, "Hello, Sputnik," and put your hand out, and "How you doing?" He'd shake your hand. "Sputnik Monroe, world's greatest wrestler. Your pleasure to make my acquaintance." Shit like that. And he was Sputnik. They obviously did this on purpose because he knew, especially being recognized as a celebrity around town and being on TV, that if he went into a bar on Beale Street, that he was going to get arrested, because that's what happened. As a matter of fact, I don't know I think it was a different charge. There was an old Southern charge which equates to vagrancy, but it was called mopery. Moping around. Well, mopery was a charge when they would find somebody just walking around on the street that looked like they were up to no good, weren't supposed to be there, probably going to get in trouble. They'd pick them up and take them to jail and charge them with mopery. And he got arrested a number of times because he would get all dolled up in his suit and a hat with a feather in it and have the handkerchief and, his walking cane or whatever. And he would walk down Beale Street. And in those days, Beale Street was not a tourist attraction. Beale Street was the heart of the ghetto, the black neighborhood. And he knew just by walking down there, he was going to attract attention, and he'd have all kinds of little black kids following him around and making over him and everything, because they loved him. And it drove the white people in town crazy, especially the authorities. And so they'd pick him up on mopery, or they'd arrest him on disorderly conduct, because it was a crime at that point in Memphis for white people to go into black business and associate with black people. And he had a great quote that was reprinted, and where I saw it was, "It came from Memphis," this book on all the culture, whether it be rock and roll or the soul or whatever, all the culture, it came from Memphis. He said to the people at the time, he said, "The white people may not like me, and I may be a heel to them, or I may be a bad guy to them, but who's raising their kids? The black maids and the people that come in the back door of all these rich houses around town, the ones that are raising your kids, they love me, and the kids will too."
That's actually a great book by Robert Gordon I read years ago.
Yes, right. But God, you came up with the author's name right off the top of your head. That's insane.
Well, it's a good book, but This is a famous story because not only does he get arrested, but he also hires an African-American attorney, which is just scandalous at that time. But let's talk a little bit about the Billy Wicks feud and, of course, what happens at the Ellis Auditorium and what actually happened and what are some of the rumors about what was really going on behind the scenes with the decision to allow African-Americans to not just sit in the crow's nest.
Well, the story goes, as they tell it, as they say back in those days, Memphis wrestling was down. It was a really bad period. There hadn't probably been 4,000 people at a wrestling match in Memphis since the early 50s when they'd get a few stars off of network TV to come in. And the promoter at the time was Les Wolf or Ed Wolf, which, not the job guy from the AWA in the 70s. That was Buddy Wolf. But anyway, until 1957, Memphis was a separate city, a separate circuit, separate talent from Nick Gulas and Roy Welch's Nashville booking office. They ran Nashville and Chattanooga and Birmingham. But in 1957, Nick and Roy bought the town from Wolf. And I'm sure there was probably a little strong-arm coercion, or maybe they just, he was anxious to get out of it or whatever. But that's when they brought in Mickey Barnes from Kingsport to be the local promoter. And then I think they brought in Roy's son, Buddy Fuller, to be the original booker. And about that time, they were able to get television on WHBQ Channel 13. And there hadn't been TV wrestling in Memphis since I think like 1951 or 52. They'd go down to the auditorium and air a match or two on Monday nights on WMC, and that most people have forgotten that. So they got TV. Nick and Roy take over the town, but wrestling is on its ass in Memphis. And they were trying to figure out anything they could do. And, of course, that's when they found that kid who'd been broadcasting a few matches up at a local station in Jackson, Tennessee, named Lance Russell. And he came into the picture and eventually ended up being the program director at Channel 13, WHBQ. So they had all these pieces in place, but they needed the talent in the ring. And when Sputnik came in and started cutting the promos and started doing his thing and the big bumps and the wild promos and braggadocious, well, along with a new thing like television wrestling and this great announcer, Lance Russell, and this, transplanted hometown boy, even though he wasn't born in Memphis, he lived there at the time, Billy Wicks, the all-American, shooter, amateur wrestler. They had all the pieces in place, and they started noticing that Sputnik was getting over with the black folks, but the white folks were still kind of dribbling and drabbing. And in those days, blacks were only allowed to sit in the balcony, the crow's nest at the Ellis Auditorium. So they were turning away black people because the crow's nest was full, but there was all kinds of empty seats, down at ringside and in the first risers. And Ellis Auditorium probably seated 7,000-8,000 people. So conventional wisdom has it that this was all on Sputnik. But I think that Roy Welch, who was from right up the road in Dyersburg, and that's why he wanted Memphis. And that's another thing. Nick Gulas was from Birmingham. He went to Birmingham every Monday, and he was the boss down there. And he was telling the fans, yeah, go take your seats. We're about to get started. And he was running the show there very publicly. But Roy Welch, he was from Dyersburg up the road. He went to Memphis on Monday nights, and he was in the back, in the locker room, booking and manipulating and booking the cards. He never even wrestled on his own shows, even though he'd been a main event wrestler for 25 years at that point. I think that with some prodding and certainly at least Roy allowing him to, Sputnik went public in the newspapers and on TV and et cetera and said, I'm not going to wrestle here unless they let my black friends come and sit down where they can see me up close. And, naturally it got a lot of publicity and a lot of play, but they integrated, and you can even see the newspaper ads at the time in 1959, special seating sections for the colored fans. And they slowly integrated wrestling in Memphis that way and found out that they weren't going to have any riots and nobody got shot or killed or, whatever. And that gave way later on to all sporting events and then all public events sooner or later in Memphis being integrated. But at the, then Sputnik really caught on, and the whole program with Billy Wicks caught on. And I did an article on this, and also part of it's in my book. But at the time, I think the first Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks match drew something like 4,000 or 5,000 people, and the newspaper said the largest wrestling crowd in Memphis in 4 or 5 years. And that lasted a couple weeks until they beat it. And then Sputnik wrestled the Bear, and he fought boxer Joey Maxim, and the houses kept going up. And finally, whereas early in the year, 5,000 people was like the biggest wrestling crowd in over 5 years in Memphis. They were doing outdoor ballpark shows with Sputnik and Billy Wicks on top. One of them drew 10,000 people, and then the big one drew 13,749. And another, depending on what newspaper you believe and what police estimate you believe, 3,000 or 4,000 people broke down the outfield fence and got in free when they wouldn't let them in. So they took the town from obscurity pretty much for the most of the 50s into drawing more people to see a wrestling match in Memphis than has actually paid to see one to this day, even with Lawler's huge run, because the Mid-South Coliseum only seated, a little less than 12,000.
And it's so interesting how many of these historical things happen in this territory, because of course this integrated the fans where they were allowed to sit wherever they wanted and sit amongst each other. And then later on, several years later, Len Rossi and Bearcat Brown would team up, and I believe they were the first integrated tag team in the South. And obviously Len Rossi being, if not the most popular, one of the very most popular wrestlers of that era, it got over and it worked really well.
Well, and Len was also the booker for Nick on the Birmingham end. And he was hugely over in Birmingham and Chattanooga and Nashville, not so much in Memphis. People didn't really know him. He didn't spend a lot of time there. And he was in his car wreck pretty much right after Louisville and the rest of the Memphis end got opened up. But Lynn was the most popular babyface, and Bearcat Brown, Matt Jewell, was not only one of the more popular black wrestlers as a babyface, but also he was, then I don't want people to take this wrong, he was inoffensive. He was a good old Southern boy that talked humble on his interviews. It's not like it was, if it was Bearcat Wright and Len Rossi, it would not have worked. Bearcat Wright coming out in a dashiki and, quoting, Malcolm X or whatever, that would have not worked. But because it was Len Rossi and Bearcat Brown in the late 60s in Birmingham and Huntsville and Chattanooga and those places, there was no blowback. There was no protest. And then later on, as I mentioned, in the early 70s, when it was Sputnik and Norvell, they went for the heat because they were really the first integrated black and white heel team. And it worked because it wasn't really that new of a thing anymore, but they had to kind of slide it in gradually to get it by people. And Bearcat Brown was more over in that territory than, he worked Georgia and he worked Florida and he'd been other places in his career, but he'd never been past, really middle of the card that I'm aware of. But suddenly he's one of the top babyfaces in the territory. And when, obviously, when they did the angle where, the interns and Ken Ramey painted him white on Birmingham TV, they sold out like 6 weeks in a row to try to see Bearcat Brown get even. So they were able to, whereas if it had been 10 years before, I'm sure the fans would have been lining up to hand him a brush. But because of the way that it was presented, the white people got mad, as silly as this sounds now in this day and age, the white people got mad that the heels had painted the black guy white and wanted to see the black guy get even and beat the white guys up. That's how they were able to do that.
And it was extraordinary. And again, when you think of the civil rights movement, so much of it's based around Alabama. So the fact that this is happening in Alabama is extraordinary. And going back to Sputnik now, Jim, of course, he has this legendary run in 59 and 60, the feud with Billy Wicks. He would come back with Norvell Austin in the early 70s, come back as a manager in the late 70s, early 80s. But it seems that he's a little different than many of the other legends of Memphis wrestling. Fargo was always around. Lawler was always around. It seemed like Sputnik was maybe a notch below in his relationship with the office, in that he wasn't always around. He was there and then he was gone.
He was, I think, Sputnik liked to take a drink in his time, from what I've been told. And also, to be honest, Sputnik worked a lot of other territories. You can go in the early 60s and the mid 60s and you can see Sputnik Monroe on top in Texas or in Florida or down in the old Mobile, Alabama territory or out in the Midwest. He went a lot of places. He, drank a lot. He drew a lot of money. He took a lot of bumps. He probably burned some bridges, but he was a pretty big star in wrestling and certainly well known within the industry for a long period of time. But it was quite a while before they brought him back to Memphis. But then again, even though he was a household name, there's no way you were ever going to top that first run. I mean, it still hasn't been topped, even by Jerry Lawler.
They're both passed away now, but when you watch the film Memphis Heat, there's considerable heat between Jackie Fargo and Sputnik Monroe.
Well, and that probably had quite a bit to do with, because Jackie was always going to be there, and Sputnik was the odd guy out in that.
One last thing, Jim. This year, Sputnik Monroe has been added to the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame ballot. Will he be getting your vote?
Are you... that Sputnik Monroe is not in any... Wrestling Hall of Fame of any description is a massive oversight already. So yeah, he'll get 3 or 4 of mine. Trump's people will be investigating me for voter fraud because I'll vote for him 5 times. He's got to be, just for the impact that he had just in that one place, but much less the fact he was one of the most colorful characters in the history of the business.
It is time for another of our popular In the News segments. And I am joined once again by Mr. Jim Cornette. Jim, welcome back to the Super Podcast.
Well, thank you very much, and it's a great honor to be presenting these pressing news stories to the assembled minions of Brian Last.
Well, you are the anchor of this news program, so let's get started right away with the headlines. Our first story comes from Kansas City, Kansas, and the date is April 19th, 1935.
Kansas City, Kansas, UP, 5,000 wrestling fans angered a decision that gave a wrestler called the Big Bad Wolf a decision over Farmer Tobin of Humboldt, Iowa, rioted at Memorial Hall tonight. They broke windows, shattered chairs, set fire to the box office, and divided part of the gate receipts amongst themselves. Obviously, Bob Geigel was not present. Riot squads and the fire department were called. The Big Bad Wolf, a 225-pound mauler who also likes to be called the Great Unknown, precipitated the furor when on the final bout of a 2 out of 3 falls match, he sneaked up on Tobin and waylaid him before the bell starting the bout had been sounded. Tobin, caught unprepared, was knocked out, and the referee held up the Big Bad Wolf's paw as the winner. The crowd of about 5,000 howled. A few of the bolder ones began breaking up their chairs, and the remainder soon joined in the fun. The fans pushed the box office through a door out into the street. They set fire to it, and 2 ticket sellers frantically sought to escape from the box office. They finally did. Meantime, the night's gate receipts were scattered along the way, and there was a free-for-all for the coins. Promoters estimated about $700 in losses.
We've heard of riots. You've talked a lot about riots you've experienced in Mid-South, but usually those were fans wanting to get a hold of the heels, in your case, the Midnight Express and Jim Cornette. Rarely was it they turn around and break their seats, storm the box office, set fire to it, and start dividing the money amongst themselves. Have you ever heard of anything like this?
No, and not with, I've heard of setting the seats on fire. But I have not actually heard of not only setting the seats on fire, but throwing the box office out in the street and taking the gate money. This could possibly be unprecedented in the history of wrestling.
Have there ever been occurrences you know of fans storming the box office?
Yeah, usually in the old days, it was either if some main event star like Jimmy Valiant missed Memphis and was not going to appear, or they were storming the box office to get the advance tickets, but never just, we're going to knock this motherfucker over because we're pissed.
What does the promoter say to the venue the next morning?
Probably, I'm sorry. I'll never run a wrestling show here again. I don't really know how you would make up for that. The box office out into the street.
And the wrestler, the Big Bad Wolf, also known as the Great Unknown.
Yes. And I hope that they have the FBI tracking him down under both those names.
This is 1936, the Big Bad Wolf. I mean, that was a big hit at the time, actually, in popular culture with Disney's cartoon, The 3 Little Pigs.
Well, yeah, and also because it was the Depression, so the wolf was at every door.
And Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf was actually a hit song, which probably surprises a lot of people to hear. So,
well, no, who's gonna be surprised at that? Everybody's heard that fucking song. It was a huge hit.
Everyone's heard that song, but I think there are certain songs.
Big Bad Wolf, the Big Bad Wolf, the Big Bad Wolf. Who's afraid of the Big Bad Wolf?
Well, now I'm going to have to pay Disney for you singing that song here on the air. But no, I think a lot of songs like that, people are surprised were actually big pop hits. Like First time I heard Who's That Doggy in the Window, I never thought like, wow, people are actually running out and buying this record.
Oh my God, no. Those things sold like fucking hotcakes, even better than hotcakes.
They certainly did. And let's now go all the way to Mexico City, Mexico, May 1st, 1952.
In Mexico City, a spectator at an 8-in-the-ring wrestling match who climbed into the ring on a bet was carried out unconscious.
Very simple, to the point story. How many times do you think that's happened throughout the years, especially in Mexico City?
I wonder if he won the bet or lost the bet. It would depend on how the bet was worded. I dare you to get in the ring, then I guess he won it. But get in the ring and do something to somebody, I have a feeling he probably came out on the short end of.
You're drunk. You bet with your friends. Get in the ring during a match is one thing. Get in the ring during an 8-in-the-ring match. Either a tag match or a battle royal, we don't know. That doesn't seem like a very good idea.
Well, maybe he thought he'd get lost in the crowd.
Let's now go to Nashville, Tennessee, a very historical article from June 13th, 1957.
Wrestling promoter Nick Goulas announced last night that he has bought out the mat interest of promoter Les Wolf in Memphis, who had operated in the Bluff City since 1948. We paid better than $32,000 for the franchise, Goulas said. Partners with Goulas in the move are Roy Welch and Mickey Barnes, with the latter as matchmaker at Memphis. The new owners will continue Wolf's Monday night shows in the City Auditorium. The purchase now gives Goulas' organization control of wrestling in the 5 major cities of Tennessee, including Jackson, as well as in Birmingham, Montgomery, and Mobile in Alabama, Jackson, Mississippi, and a number of smaller cities. We have sufficient wrestling talent to furnish high-caliber programs for all these cities and many more, Goulas said. He and Welch are affiliated with the Wrestling Alliance, which draws wrestlers from many countries. Well, I think that was the National Wrestling Alliance, which I'm surprised Nick Goulas did not have the NWA logo tattooed on his dick.
Well,
he had that everywhere. He loved that. Was so why it was so heartbreaking in a way when the NWA just walked off and left him when Jarrett split off and went on his own.
Well, you've said that to me in the past, that there was no promoter who said the words NWA or had the NWA logo on their TV as much as Nick Goulas.
Oh, no, but at the same time, the NWA champion usually didn't want to work there because he'd get stiffed on the payoff, or Nick was just such a miserable old fart there toward the end. But he had been promoting Nashville since 1938. And all of a sudden in 1977, 40 years later, all the ill will that he had drummed up came back to fucking haunt him finally.
Now, it says here that in 1957, he bought out Les Wolf for $32,000, which in 2017 money is close to $280,000. What do you think of that figure?
Well, I believe it. I would believe it, except who knows whether Roy Welch just said, sitting up here in Dyersburg, said, fucking, Wolf's got this fucking town on its ass and I'm going to take it over. And they forced him out, but that could have happened. It did in those days. But legitimately, wrestling took in, when you think about 52 shows a year, and even at the time, even though business was down, they saw what it could do. And I'm sure they saw that they could replicate the success they had in Nashville and in Birmingham and Chattanooga and et cetera. And Memphis ended up being a town that even before the Mid-South Coliseum, from the late 50s on, when Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks popped it, if they did 5,000, people in the Ellis Auditorium, that was probably considered an average crowd through the 60s. So that's 250,000 tickets a year at a couple of bucks even on average back in those days. So it was a $500,000 a year town. So I can believe that kind of money.
And of course, this is June of 57. It's not that long until they really popped the territory with Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks.
Yeah, which was several things happened at the same time. They got TV on in Memphis with Lance Russell, and Sputnik Monroe came in and Billy Wicks got over his hometown babyface. And when you think about it, by 1959, the summer, they were running outdoor shows at the ballpark because they couldn't get the people in the Ellis Auditorium. 10,000 people, 13,000 people in Memphis 50 years, more than 50 years ago. So they were definitely making some fucking money.
For someone who was so responsible for that hot period of time, because he was in the mix, it really is interesting the career that Billy Wicks had, or I should say maybe didn't have. because he chose to really just walk away from full-time wrestling not that long after that.
Yeah, well, he saw that working for the city, he had a pension and benefits and things. And he was tired of getting screwed over because unless you wanted to be a Jackie Fargo or a Jerry Lawler or somebody who was going to stay in Memphis and be the straw that stirred the drink, as Ric Flair would say, and had that aspiration, you weren't going to be able to put up with Nick and Roy and all the promotional shenanigans and things and such that you would have had to put up with. So I don't think Billy Wicks wanted to be that.
Looking at just a period of time you were around wrestling as a fan and later in the business, so you can't pick Ed Strangler Lewis or anyone. Is there anyone more than Nick Lewis that you wish you would have at least met once?
Eddie Graham, just to say that I did and that, I would have loved to have worked for him. But yeah, that's the one thing I'm jealous of Bolin. He worked for Nick Goulas and I didn't.
He also got ripped off by Nick Goulas and you didn't.
Well, but and also he just happened to be standing in line next to him at the fucking Circuit City Electronics store in Nashville in 1987.
Well, let's now go to September 1st, 1962, Bakersfield, California.
And in this one, ladies and gentlemen, from San Francisco, the Shire Brothers, a professional wrestling team, were accused in a $50,000 damage suit filed yesterday of having leaped from the ring in North Vernon, Indiana, to assault a paid spectator with a chair and their feet. The spectator, Clint Williams, gave no explanation for their alleged conduct in the complaint filed in U.S. District Court. He said he suffered numerous injuries, including head injuries, which cause him severe and continual headaches. The suit was filed here because the defendants, Roy Shire and Ray Stevens, live in the San Francisco area. And this was right after Barnett got Shire fixed up with the TV in San Francisco, and he brought Ray Stevens out to be his top guy. And I'm sure that probably them having a lawsuit from North Vernon, Indiana, the home of Jerome Croney, by the way, them having a lawsuit probably made it easier, at least for Roy Shire to convince Ray Stevens to leave town. North Vernon is about 50, 60 miles north of Louisville here, but that's when they were all working out of Barnett's Indianapolis office. And $50,000 would be what? It'd probably be about $400,000 these days.
It would be a lot. You know a little bit about this, don't you, where a fan causes something, gets hit, and then says he has no idea what caused.
These two guys just at this spot show, working with two good friends of theirs in a tag team match, just suddenly, and for no obvious reason, both leaped out of the ring at the same time and began pummeling this motherfucker in the front row. There's never any reason for it. It just happens suddenly, and I don't know what to say.
For no reason at all, they assaulted him with a chair and their feet.
Yes, that's what every time. That's exactly what they say. I don't know. I was standing there taking pictures, and suddenly,
it's happened to you several times, hasn't it?
Yes, several times, where I would just go and assault someone for absolutely no reason.
Let's now go to Los Angeles, California, April 12th, 1962.
Mrs. Sherry Gorge.
Gorge?
Sherry Gorge. All right, take two. Mrs. Sherry George, 37. That's easy for me to say. Filed suit Tuesday for a divorce from wrestler Gorgeous George, 47, charging him with behavior somewhat less than gorgeous. He threatened her life, she said. The trial is pending.
You know, I don't know if there's anything as sad as the last couple of years of Gorgeous George's life. And this is from April 62. By December of 63, it's December 26, 63, that Gorgeous George dies, penniless, living in Los Angeles. And for someone who was so responsible for the popularity of wrestling when television first hit the market, he was one of the people said they wanted to buy TVs to see Milton Berle and Gorgeous George. For him to die and for him to have those last few years of just being an alcoholic and having issues with the law, it's really sad, isn't it?
And 49 years old, too, I think, when he died. And, of course, they've written a great book, and one of these days they'll do a movie. Hopefully it won't be WWE Studios that does it, so it'll be good. But anyway, but you know what? After reading the book, I kind of understand, why it happened that way. He didn't ever feel comfortable with it. And it seemed like that, you know, at the same time as he was the biggest star in wrestling. But then again, there were places he didn't get over. He got over in Hollywood like crazy. The time they tried him in Madison Square Garden was a big flop. He headlined the first show back at the Garden after an 11-year absence in 1949, right when the TV had started, and he flopped. It drew like 4,000 people or whatever. But for the most part, people watching, not only people watching wrestling, but people knowing that a lot of people were watching wrestling. If you mentioned the word wrestling or professional wrestling in that period of time, everybody thought of Gorgeous George, just like Hulk Hogan. He wasn't necessarily it was the gimmick and the marketing, maybe more than the in-ring. But I think, you know, overall, he was only on top as a really main event star for like 6 years until the network TV was 6-7 years and network TV went away. And then he never really, to me, it didn't look like he worked much of the territories after that. He just tried to take shots based on his name. And, you know, pretty much that was it.
Yeah, one of the saddest pictures I think I've ever seen was the one of Gorgeous George losing his hair in the ring in Los Angeles. It's depressing seeing him. You know, he looks so aged and just losing his hair. It's very sad. And when it comes to the Garden, you know, it's after Gorgeous George and that failure where they really hit on the recipe for the future success for next couple generations, which was an ethnic babyface.
The ethnic babyface. First Rocca and then Bruno and Pedro, and it worked for 30 years.
Yeah. Well, let's now move ahead to Somerville, Massachusetts, November 25th, 1956.
Blonde 15 protests enforced wrestling. An attractive 15-year-old blonde, daughter of professional woman wrestler slave girl Moolah, told police today her mother forced her to wrestle professionally but didn't pay her. A neglect warrant was issued for the mother, Mrs. Lillian Pine, after Mary Carroll told police she was forced to wrestle despite a recent appendectomy. She showed police letters from 2 physicians advising her against future bouts. Lieutenant Thomas J. O'Brien quoted Mary, known in the ring as something, and Pat Sherry, I can't read that name, but she actually was most known as Pat Sherry, as saying her mother hasn't supported her for 3 months. O'Brien said the girl had appeared on bills with her mother and stepfather in Newton, Attleboro, Springfield, and Boston. He said Mary has been licensed to wrestle in Maryland and North Carolina. And that's the story that Moolah, and what was the date on this? 1956.
Yeah.
Moolah had trained her daughter so that they could go around and wrestle as the whole match, the package. And Moolah was taking the money, which showed flashes of her business MO in future days. If she'd take her daughter's money and force her to wrestle after an appendectomy, she'd probably take the other girl's money too. But that was, yes, I don't think Pat Sherry had a long career after that.
How about the fact she was licensed to wrestle at 15?
Well, yeah, because in North Carolina, that's South Carolina at that time, I don't think had a commission, but North Carolina, they live right down there. And Maryland, I'm sure Moolah knew somebody because that's where she won the women's tournament, which was actually that year, and became the champion. She was starting to get her hold on women's wrestling booking and getting herself over at that point.
You know, that's one of the really interesting things you learn about when you look into Louisville wrestling history, because it all kind of collides there. Was Mildred
Burl?
Mildred Burke was the biggest female wrestling star, and of course her husband Billy Wolf was the promoter of all the women, and that kind of is how Moolah gets in the door, and then Moolah basically steals their entire business model and uses it for the rest of her life.
Yeah, it just when they split up, Billy Wolf and Mildred Burke, that left a big hole, and Mildred Burke had complained to the NWA that she was supposed to be the one that was continuing on the business, and they had said they were going to honor that, but they all wanted to do business with Billy Wolf because he was a guy. And so I think the rest of the NWA promoters said, it's going to be nothing but trouble. We need to get away from all these people. And Moolah was right there at that time to pick up a lot of slack.
What do you think about the whole stranglehold that Moolah had for so many years? I know like people like Debbie Combs and Cora Combs were on the outside, so they never really got in with that. But for the most part, Moolah controlled women's wrestling forever, especially with Vince McMahon Sr. and then Vince McMahon Jr. You hear a lot of different things. You hear things that she was a nice lady, but then to some of the women that worked for her, she wasn't so nice, that it was almost like slave labor at times.
Well, it's all true. She was nothing but the delight of a Southern gentlewoman and blossom to me. Anytime I talked to her, she was nice and courteous and everything, and just loved everybody and just had the impeccable manners. And she also screwed a bunch of those girls out of a bunch of money. So, I mean, you can't not say it. And, and just but I mean, like you mentioned, Cora Combs, especially in Tennessee, Mildred Burke had been a huge star. Nick and Roy loved to use her. And Cora Combs, because she was from Eastern Kentucky, she was local and she was gorgeous in her day. Of course, that was in the late 40s, early 50s. But they were big stars, the women wrestlers. And so Cora Combs managed to put a foothold in the Tennessee territory that Moolah couldn't do anything about, but Moolah could pretty much control whether you got over or didn't get over, or you got used or you didn't get used for most of the territories for probably 25 years.
Well, let's now move ahead to Columbus, Ohio, your old stomping grounds. April 24th, 1936.
Shikout's counsel says Grappler was told to lay down. Charges that a wrestling trust exists in the eastern half of America and that grapplers are forced to win, lose, or draw according to orders or lose huge forfeits whirled through federal court today. The charges were hurled by defense counsel as Joe Alvarez, Boston matchmaker for promoter Paul Bowser, sought an accounting of the earnings of Dick Shikat, claimant of the world's heavyweight title. Alvarez said he had a contract as Shikat's manager, but that the latter repudiated it after taking the crown from Dano O'Mahony in New York March 2nd. Shikat's attorney, John Connor, asserted Shikat was forced to put up a forfeit to prove he would obey orders and that in the match with O'Mahony was ordered to lay down. A temporary restraining order banning Shikat from the ring until the case is settled was dissolved by federal judge Mel G. Underwood. Alvarez's plea includes a request for a temporary injunction.
Well, there it is.
Well, there you have it.
1936. I mean, everyone always blames Jack Pfeffer for exposing the business, but, it's starting right here. You see the wrestling trusting quotes, and of course there really was a wrestling trust.
Yes.
Nothing to be quoted. And Dick Shikat's a major wrestling star. The fact that he's going to court over this is pretty interesting.
Well, and basically, Shikat's attorney is saying that Shikat was told to lose the New York match that he took the crown in. So it appears that basically the defense counsel, Joe Alvarez, who was the matchmaker for Paul Bowser, is obviously on Paul Bowser's side in getting an accounting of the earnings of Shikat. And he said he had a contract to deal with him as the manager. Apparently, did Shikat double cross O'Mahony, and fucking Paul Bowser looks bad, and so his matchmaker or booker is trying to get in Shikat's business. It's that's bad business all the way around, as they used to say. Bad business.
And we talked a little bit on the drive-thru recently, Jim, about the origins of some of the expressions people use in wrestling, like doing the job. And here you see in quotes, and obviously it came from the actual courtroom, was that Shikat was ordered to, quote, lay down, which is something you still hear today. So here it is, 1936. He was told to lay down, and he had to prove that he would obey orders.
Yeah, well, or if it was boxing, take a dive. Everybody's got their terminology. So, yeah, and once again, in those days, this was few and far between that people that far up the food chain in wrestling would be airing their dirty laundry in newspapers and in lawsuits and et cetera. That's why it was usually settled with a tire iron over the head rather than getting in court, because you got newspaper articles like this. But, once again, it was confined to specific instances or specific territories or whatever, and it would hurt, but business elsewhere, maybe they hadn't heard about it. It wouldn't hurt business too much. It's never been a situation where it is now of stuff happens and instantly the news is everywhere. Everywhere.
And it makes me also think about some of the other lawsuits that would happen in wrestling where people would go out of their way to not expose the business. Like when Ron Fuller sued Ronnie Garvin for the boat.
Yeah.
And, how did he win the boat? He won the match. Well, if the match was on the up and up, he keeps the boat. And Ron Fuller wouldn't say it was a work and he lost his boat.
Yeah. Yeah, they quit having so many Cadillac and boat tournaments then, because every time one of the Fullers would buy a Cadillac or a boat or a Lincoln or whatever, they'd have a tournament for it. Going back to, I think, their father, Buddy Fuller, and Roy Welch even loved to do stuff like that. And after that, they quit putting the boats and the cars up in the tournaments so much.
Let's stay in the courtroom, but let's go to Des Moines, Iowa, January 26, 1962.
Wrestler Myers awarded verdict. Harold C. Sonny Myers, a wrestler from St. Joseph, Missouri, won $150,000 yesterday in the retrial of his federal suit against P.L. Pinky George, former Des Moines promoter and the National Wrestling Alliance. A jury in U.S. District Court deliberated 4 hours before returning the verdict for Myers, who charged that George and the Alliance conspired to keep him from top-flight matches. The suit, under the antitrust laws, was tried before federal judge Roy L. Stevenson. Holy shit, how much is $150,000 in 1962 worth today?
$150,000 in 1962 is $1.2 million in 2017.
Well, I've heard from people who saw him that said Sonny Myers was a great wrestler and a wonderful worker, but I don't think he would have earned $1.2 million in his wrestling career as a wrestler or promoter if they'd have spotted him the one and he just had to work on the two. So that, but this was at a time where the antitrust laws suits had sunk in, and the Alliance was nervous, and everybody was nervous about that, and things were happening.
It wasn't the end of Sonny Myers in the NWA either, which is interesting.
Well, but it was, I guess, and Pinky George was one of the old timers. Sonny Myers was the next generation. He ended up getting in with Bulldog Bob Brown and Bob Geigel and those guys. And, he never went anywhere besides the Central States.
I believe they would end up running Iowa.
Yeah, well, that was really the pretty much the Central States territory was Iowa and the state of Kansas, and Missouri if they, crossed the river into spot shows around there or whatever. But that was pretty much the Central States territory.
And for our last story this week, we have a letter to the newspaper. I will read the letter. Jim, I'll let you give the editor's response. It's from the Detroit Free Press, April 27th, 1979. Jim Rolfelson from Detroit says, "Have you ever attended big-time wrestling bouts? Are these fights on the up and up? If these fights aren't fake, Howard Cosell doesn't wear a rug."
Well, Jim, show me a guy who doesn't believe wrestling, and I'll show you a skeptic who says there are no flying saucers or Martians either. Anyway, it's not the match, but the sideshow that counts. Best fight I ever saw was at a Dick the Bruiser blowout. Hundreds swarmed down the aisles after that animal. One old doll swung a purse, then a chair at a cop, and he knocked her 10 rows. Somehow she wound up with his nightstick and came back beating on his head. I loved it.
And that is professional wrestling, folks. So wait, an old woman swung her purse and then a chair at a cop, not at Dick the Bruiser, at the cop.
Well, I guarantee the cop was keeping her from doing it to Dick the Bruiser, because then they'd get mad at the cops. Oh, I've seen them attack the cops on numerous instances, and old women think they can get away with anything. In Lubbock, Texas, one Sunday afternoon for World Class Wrestling, I look over at the front row. And we're working with the Fantastics, and we're getting the heat on them, and people are mad. And this old woman is shaking her fist at me, and she gets up, and she picks up, and in the building they were using at the time, they were those plastic chairs, not folding chairs, but plastic chairs that don't fold up. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
So she gets that by the back of it, and she picks it up over her head. And it's light plastic, but still, it's a struggle for her. And she starts walking toward me, and I said, this woman is coming over here at like 1 mile an hour, and she's going to hit me with that chair. What the fuck do I do? And she's literally doddering and holding that chair over her head, and she's still walking, but it's like literally 5 steps for 5 seconds for every step. And finally, I said, I can't hit her. I'm just going to block it. So as she goes to hit me over the head with this chair, I just reached up and grabbed a hold of it so that it wouldn't hit me. And that much effort threw this old woman's balance off, and down she goes.
Oh, my God.
And now it looks like that basically to people in the far end of the building that I've blocked this chair and whacked this old woman in the chair with it, or in the head with it, and she's gone down. And now people start getting up and picking up chairs. And I roll in the ring, and the cops are trying to get this woman up, and she's still shaking her fist at me as they're trying to pull her back to her seat. Almost started a riot.
It's not just old women, though. I've seen old men wrestling shows, they're the ones who are usually ready to yell and scream and throw something and maybe even take a punch at someone.
Oh, and they were the ones that was most likely to pull out a fucking pocket knife, too. The older, the worse. The older they got, the worse off you were. If they start reaching their pocket, kick them in the nuts or poke them in the eyes as fast as you can.
I just imagine sitting in the upper deck, like I assume this editor here was, and you see the old woman get hit 10 rows back by the cop, and then somehow she got his nightstick and came back and started beating him over the head with it. I mean, that's amazing.
We had a dust-up in the Midnight Express match in Tulsa at the Downtown Assembly Center that they ran most of the time, and so the city police force decided that they were going to enforce an old statute on the books that they weren't allowed to work security at the wrestling matches because there was too many lawsuits, too much trouble. Because they had internal affairs come down and investigate when the cops had nightsticked these people that were trying to kill me, et cetera, et cetera. So the very first show where the county sheriff's department works security in Tulsa is a show at the Fairgrounds Coliseum in Tulsa, which is even, the security was even worse and it was harder to keep them under control and it was a different layout. And Tulsa was always bad anyway. So we're the main event. In the match before ours, Nikolai Volkov, the 285-pound giant Russian, is going to go out and work with Terry Taylor, right? And they sent the old sheriff's deputies. They looked like they were all on like retirement duty, 65 years old or older or whatever. And I'm like, these guys are our new security. They go out with Nikolai, and seconds later, two of these deputies come dragging the oldest, the third deputy. One of the fans had tried to hit Nikolai over the head with a chair on his way to the ring, and he had missed because the cop got in the way to try to block it, and he had horse-collared and knocked out the fucking sheriff's deputy, who they were dragging back unconscious now. I said, oh, great, we're next. They're killing the fucking cops. What are they going to do to me? And it was fucking brutal. And from then on, they sent the youngest deputies that they had and the biggest ones and twice as many of them.
Well, with that, Jim, it's another episode of In the News, In the Books. Do you have a sign-off for this news program?
Good night, and have a pleasant tomorrow.
It's time for another edition of In the News, the popular segment where we look at classic wrestling newspaper stories that will be read by the Bill Butel of the Superpodcast, none other than Mr. Jim Cornette.
I'd prefer to be the John Cameron Swayze, but nevertheless.
Well, nevertheless, our first story, Jim, comes from Chillicothe, Missouri, the Constitution Tribune from August 3rd, 1961.
I was not aware there was another Chillicothe besides Ohio. Wrestlers win match with deer on road. 3 professional wrestlers escaped injury early today when the car in which they were riding struck a deer. Ronald Lewis Etchison, 41, Santa Cruz, California, was the driver of the 1961 Dodge Coach that hit the deer on US 36, 10 miles west of Chillicothe at 1:30 a.m. The animal ran onto the road and Etchison was unable to avoid it. With Etchison were Bobby Graham and Buddy Austin. They had been wrestling in Iowa. The car was towed to St. Joseph. The deer, which was killed by the collision, was disposed of by Koval Gann, conservation agent.
I'm glad he got a plug there at the end. I'm curious. I don't hear too much about wrestlers hitting deers. I know it even happened to me one time years ago on the way back from a show. I was in a minivan. Georgia Macropolis had like a brand new minivan. A deer just destroyed it in 2 seconds in the middle of the night in Pennsylvania. So I've been a part of it, and this story obviously is about it, but are there a lot of stories you know of wrestlers hitting deers?
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, it used to be just occupational hazard. One night in Evansville, Christine Jarrett was going crazy because Lawler hadn't got there yet, and she got a phone call that he had hit a deer on the way from Nashville to Evansville, which is almost a 3-hour drive, and tore up his car, and somewhere or another he got a ride or got taken back to Nashville and chartered a plane. This was back when you didn't do that type of thing in territory wrestling, just charter a plane willy-nilly. Yeah. But he got one, and because, I mean, it was a decent house in Evansville that night, which would, have been probably $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 people, which would have been probably $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 at the gate. So they didn't want to give that back. So he chartered the plane and was able to make the main event. I made the big announcement, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry Lawler has struck a deer on the way, and everybody, whoa. I said, but he's chartered a plane and going to be here, and a big pop, right? We got there for a week. Everybody called him the Deer Slayer.
Was there a place where there were more deer than other places? I mean, were there specific roads in Tennessee that you knew there would be deers on?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, do you have deer crossing signs up there?
We have some, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have, but I mean, there's no really way to tell. It's just that every once in a while, especially in the middle of the night and you're out in the country, one of those little darling deers can run out of the woods before you know it, and boom. And if it's a little baby, that's terrible. But if it's a full-grown deer, both of you are going to feel the effects.
Jim, for the stories we read on in the news, we usually focus on some remarkable or some crazy story from the newspapers. For this next one, it's a little unique. We're actually just going to read a straight-up result from a newspaper, but in and of itself, it's pretty remarkable. Let's go to Amarillo, Texas, July 29th, 1965.
Funk Sr. and DiBiase wrestle 3 hours. Wrestling history was recorded Thursday night at the Amarillo Sports Arena. Dory Funk Sr. and Iron Mike DiBiase battled 3 hours and 10 minutes in a Texas death match. It was stopped at 1 a.m. by orders of Kirby Suggs of the Texas Athletic Commission because of curfew and on the advice of a physician. Both Funk and DiBiase were badly cut around the face. According to the National Wrestling Alliance headquarters in St. Louis, it's the longest match in the past 25 years. There wasn't a decision, so Funk retains his North American Championship. In a Texas death match, falls don't count. The men go until one of them can't continue. As a special bonus, each fall was worth $50 to the winner, and each man had 5. Most of the near-capacity crowd was still on hand when the match was stopped. Tim Woods, Ricky Romero, and Jose Lothario came out with a triumph over Killer Carl Cox in the semifinal. Cox stopped Woods with a press after 9:29 in the first fall. Romero used a press to conquer Yankee number 2 in the second at 6:50. Woods finished Cox with a brainbuster in the third at 3:58. The brainbuster is Killer Carl's favorite weapon. He was trying to use it on Woods, but failed and was a victim of it himself. Klondike Bill disposed of Jerry Starr in 6:52 with a squasher in the opener. Dory Funk Jr. used a spinning toe hold to stop Tarzan Tyler in 4:48. And in the special attraction, Ann Casey pinned Jessica Rogers with an airplane spin and press in 6:06.
A 3-hour and 10-minute Texas death match stopped by the Athletic Commission.
And that's why all the rest of those matches were so short.
Yeah, really.
But that was the thing. Funk Sr. had between, obviously this match with DiBiase was the one that put it on the map, but then there was a famous match with Cyclone Negro in I believe 71 or 72 that made the cover of one of the Apter magazines and went 4 falls in an hour, or 44 falls rather, in an hour and 44 minutes. He basically educated the fans that the Texas death match was the ultimate confrontation physically between two men. There was no way that any fight could be any rougher or tougher. And doing stuff like this got it over to the point where they would advertise Dory Funk Sr. or somebody else, maybe usually Funk Sr. in a Texas death match in Amarillo at Sports Arena next week, and no other matches. If it ends early, we'll have standby matches. But that was the only thing that was advertised. And it would go on, and sometimes it would be the match, or it would be the card. And other times they'd have other matches.
What do you do if you're a fan and the match has been going on for about an hour and you have to go to the bathroom or something and you're thinking it can
You
end
run.
Yeah.
You run. You don't want to miss anything. It's like when you're at a concert and your favorite song comes on, but God damn it, you shouldn't have had that big fucking large drink. They actually, I believe it was Jerry Lawler, Bill Dundee, and Jimmy Valiant. I was just in Jackson, Tennessee not long ago for Burr Prentice. Lawler, Dundee, and Valiant against Joe LeDuc, Jean-Louis, who was Neil Guay, the hangman, and Sonny King in Jackson, Tennessee at the Coliseum in a Texas death match one night. Went like 2 hours and something. They were still wrestling at 11 o'clock, and they had the Athletic Commission cut it off with a curfew.
I mean, the famous match from 86, Lawler and Mantell versus Landell and Dundee, same thing. It was, I want to say it was a little over an hour, that match. I've never seen the whole thing, unfortunately, because the clips that have been around, it looks incredible, but
yeah,
it was something over an hour, I believe.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely over an hour. And then also they did one and Mark James can probably help us out on this, but I remember, I think they did a hospital elimination match in Memphis one time that went a couple of hours back in the Eddie Marlin and Tommy Gilbert days. So, occasionally you would do that and people would talk about it and that would get the gimmick over.
Did you ever think about doing something like that in Smoky Mountain?
The only thing we did was a marathon match one time with the Bodies in the Rock and Roll, most falls in an hour, and that was where we did the oxygen finish. 59 minutes and 30 seconds. Fucking, I think Robert Gibson and Jimmy Del Rey were on their knees with the referee on one side of the ring, and Ricky Morton and Tom Pritchard were passed out next to each other. And the falls were even, and I come out from underneath the goddamn ring with a fucking oxygen tank and slap it on Tom's face, and he takes a big hit of the oxygen and gets a second wind and rolls Ricky up 1, 2, 3 and wins in the last 10 seconds. But the thing, it matches that long in the modern era with, the attention span of people and et cetera. And if it's not just the right two guys and the really, or the right situation, it gets hard. But we did do in Ring of Honor the 8-man tag in Greensboro that went an hour, I think, and 25 minutes or something. It was an 8-man elimination tag match, and we advertised it, like the old days with like the 6-man tags that they used to have back in the WWF, where since it was 6 top stars, they'd advertise 3 out of 5 falls with a 2-hour time limit. Of course, it would maybe go 30 or 40 minutes or whatever. But we advertised the 2-hour time limit because it had been done in the Carolinas in the past with the Infernos and the Kentuckians and the Assassins, 90-minute tag matches, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, we did that, and it was, the people were up for it. It was a great match. But that was probably the longest thing that I've been involved, the longest match I've been involved in pretty much ever.
Well, let's now move to Miami, Florida, from Saturday, July 14th, 1951.
Smoke. Miami Beach Councilman Burnett Roth may break out any time in opposition to the hot dogs at baseball games. He sent a letter to Miami Beach City Manager Claude Renshaw recently, protesting against cigarette and cigar smoke at wrestling matches in the city auditorium. He wants something done in the way of fans to draw off the smoke. He says he finds smoke to be rather intolerable and most annoying to those attending the matches.
Now, I grew up in an era where I really didn't have to worry about this. But what was it like to be in a real smoke-filled... And when you say smoke, you're talking cigarette and cigar smoke, a smoke-filled arena. What was it like, Jim?
Oh, my God. And that's, I do get a kick when Meltzer always says, Vince didn't take wrestling out of smoke-filled auditoriums, the smoking laws did. But that's actually true. Sometimes, if the Louisville Gardens was sold out, by the main event, you could hardly see across the arena. That's why I've got some crowd shots that I shot of big crowds in the Gardens, but it's so hazy. There's almost no definition, or what's the word I'm searching for, contrast anything, because the smoke was so thick by the time the main event started, especially in the wintertime when it was cold outside and they had the heat on. They were keeping all the doors closed as much as possible. But it was the same as, you watch the movies and the TV shows from the 50s and 60s, and you'll see the doctor come into his office and sit down to give you your, diagnosis of the test he's just given you. And the first thing the doctor does is light a cigarette. Nobody thought any different about it. And boy, when you got thrown out of the ring and landed on those fucking things, that was, that'll get your attention also. But yeah, it was part of the atmosphere. And, the old boxing movies, it looked the same way.
Did you ever get any fans coming after the heels with a lit cigar or with their cigarette?
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, that was especially the old women. That was the thing to do. And whether they would throw them or whether they'd come up and try to get you with it. Yeah, that was a regular matchly occurrence. It wasn't even unusual. It was expected.
For our next article, Jim, we're going to go to the Detroit Free Press, Thursday, July 15th, 1971. I will read the letter to the editor, and I'll let you do the response as the editor. I printed my own wrestling magazine. The city told me I could sell copies at Cobo Hall before the matches, but when I got there last Saturday, the police made me move, and another concessionaire told me he had the exclusive rights to sell there. What am I supposed to do now? Signed, B.B., St. Clair Shores.
Hawk your magazines this Saturday when Bobo Brazil will take on Wild Bull Curry. Exclusive rights claimed by the guy who hassled you are hogwash. He just didn't appreciate the competition. You don't need permission to sell printed matter on public streets. Guys who push merchandise and food must pay from $3 to $20, depending on their wares, for vendors' permits. Cops won't get interested unless you're blocking pedestrians or creating a disturbance.
So there we have the editor encouraging a bootleg program to go up and go on sale.
No, I'm just wondering, BB, I'm wondering if this is Brian Buchanan.
It is.
I figured that because there was a big hoop-de-doo when the wrestling war between Bruiser and Sheik was occurring in 1972. When Bruiser was running the Olympia Stadium and Sheik was running the Cobo Arena, I think Brian was doing Bruiser's programs at the Olympia. And, of course, the body press was the various Garys, Kamensak, Mancuso, et cetera, were shooting and printing and et cetera, the body press. And so there was opposition. There was program wars also. Brian was trying to sell a program at the Cobo when he was coming from the Olympia and vice versa. So these things do happen sometimes, but they did happen back when there was big money to be made. When you think about it, when back in the days, the early 70s, when Detroit was a town that could draw 7, 8, 10,000 people for wrestling every 2 weeks. So you multiply, let's say they drew even 20, let's say 15,000 people a month. That's close to 200,000 people a year. And how many of those people were buying programs? Literally, there were tens of thousands of those programs being sold over the course of the year. So it was big money as well as the wrestling.
I know in New York and in Florida, there were people who would go to the shows, stand outside and sell their own programs. And usually they're pretty good. Usually it's good photography and a cool punk rock look. You know, it's kind of just slapped together. But was there ever anything like that in any of the shows or towns you attended as a fan?
God, no, because there were some of the fans, and the same thing as I had a Kodak Instamatic camera with a flash cube, right? The fan equipment. There were some of those fans, generally the middle-aged women that liked Jackie Fargo or Eddie Marlin or even that cute little young Bill Dundee, that would sell pictures to each other, the regular fans at ringside, for basically the cost of getting them printed. And that's actually kind of how I got started, because my pictures started getting to be better than most of the middle-aged old ladies, and they all started wanting to buy copies of mine for 25 cents or whatever. But it would probably not have been tolerated, nor was it attempted, at least around Louisville or this territory, for anybody to do unsanctioned programs in or any type of that. There was barely any, but then again, there was barely any stuff on the merchandise tables in those days besides the black and white 8x10s, and they didn't even have a program in Louisville until Jarrett took over from Goulas.
For our next story, Jim, we're going to actually have a two-parter. We're going to hear how it first got into the newspaper and then the coverage as it transpired. Let's go to Amarillo, Texas, January 3rd, 1936.
Probe of tobacco juice bout. Amarillo, Texas, January 3rd, Associated Press. The Potter County Grand Jury Friday began an investigation of a wrestling match which Danny McShane was reported to have won by spitting tobacco juice in the eyes of Bob Castle, his opponent.
And it got before the grand jury. Amazing. But let's now go to part two with some more details of this case. Once again, January 3rd, 1936.
Tobacco juice mystery thickens as bailiff hunts for wrestler. A grand jury bailiff last night was inquiring as to the whereabouts of Bob Castle, Kansas City grappler who lost a wrestling match to Danny McShane in Dutch Mantell's weekly bout Thursday night, and found himself playing the hero's role as 1,500 irate fans took up the fight where he left off. A near riot followed, an alleged tobacco-spitting episode which supposedly blinded Castle and gave the spectators added incentive to razz the villainous McShane, who changed his name from Danny to Dano when he succeeded in growing a pair of handsome silken mustaches. The disturbance at the Armory was climaxed yesterday morning when the Potter County Grand Jury, two of whose members witnessed the match in which McShane is accused of using tobacco juice to win the tussle, called McShane, Mantell, and referee Jack Van Beber to its citadel on the 5th floor of the courthouse. As leaks developed in the hearing held behind guarded doors, it was learned that the real issue involves a lighted cigar allegedly poked unceremoniously into Castle's glimmers. Grand jurors held the probe under attempts to maim statutes, it was learned. McShane, it was said, grabbed the fiery torch from a spectator's mouth. A subpoena for Castle last night was the only inkling of what went on. McShane, Mantell, and Van Beber all testified before the probers, but they refused last night to talk. Assistant District Attorney Bob Underwood was conducting the investigation. Castle, however, had disappeared. McShane said he couldn't face the music. Dutch Mantell, openly proclaiming that Castle had feigned injury to provide an alibi for his defeat, said the wrestler left early yesterday morning, announcing that he was going to a friend's farm where he would remain until Sunday. In that case, Castle, who was the people's choice, probably won't give his version of the affair, inasmuch as the grand jury is scheduled to adjourn today when 47th District Court winds up its December term and moves to Canyon. It was known that ill feeling existed between McShane and Castle. The latter grunter, it seems, played havoc with a chair last week when he made kindling wood out of it by pressing it none too gently against McShane's cranium while refereeing a match between McShane and Sailor Moe. McShane, it was said, resented the intrusion. While spectators disagreed on whether McShane spit tobacco juice in Castle's eyes, threw pepper in them, or merely gouged the peepers, McShane denied the allegations in wholesale fashion. "I'm not only a good wrestler," he declared, "I'm a fine gentleman."
This is amazing. It's 1936, and just, this heat, this Texas-style wrestling where the week before there was a chair. Now there was something that happened. Somehow people are confusing a lit cigar with tobacco juice, or potentially, what did they say? Potentially pepper.
It could have been peppers. And of course, promoter Dutch Mantell, not to be confused with the current Dutch Mantell, but that is the Dutch Mantell that Dutch Mantell got his name from, was obviously probably loving this publicity.
He had to have been, and 1,500 fans were ready to riot and kill Danny McShane because of this.
And Danny McShane, of course, obviously, gets a lot of credit for not inventing but popularizing the Blade, and was an incredible heel wrestler back in the 30s and 40s and a Texas icon. But can you imagine how hard? What would be the equivalent of 80 years later, 1936 to 2017? Of getting 1,500 people in a building in a town that size, of the size it was then.
Oh, geez.
Because Amarillo ain't the biggest town in the world right now.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
And there were no interstates. And everybody still didn't have a car at that point. They'd only been around for about 30, 35 years or so. So when you think about 1,500 people and a riot at the finish of a wrestling match going to the grand jury, it's classic pro wrestling.
And Bob Castle skipped town.
And Bob Castle, because he knew what was good for him.
Yeah, Dutch Mantell said, "Get out of town. Go to your friend's farm."
Yeah, but before shit starts happening, get the fuck out of here.
Come back after the grand jury is done. You can come back then. But we're going to have another two-parter because they're both kind of related, Jim, in our next two stories. The first one is from Corinth, Mississippi, Friday, May 14th, 1937.
Wrestler dies on the mat. By the Associated Press. Corinth, Mississippi, May 15th, Eddie Baker, 36, a light heavyweight wrestler, failed to budge from the canvas after he had been pinned by his opponent, Roy Welch of Jackson, Tennessee here. 800 fans shouted for the match to continue. A physician was called to the ring. He found that Baker was dead. Doctors expressed the opinion Baker died from heart failure brought on by strain. The body was held here today while officers sought to locate relatives in Indianapolis, Indiana.
And a similar story from 35 years later in Charlotte, North Carolina, February 21st, 1972.
Wrestler dies after victory. Charlotte, Associated Press. Luther Jacob Goodall of Gibsonville, North Carolina, former Norfolk State football player, died Monday night shortly after winning a professional wrestling match at Charlotte's Park Center. Goodall, 46, wrestled under the name of Luther Lindsay. Goodall had pinned Bobby Paul after only 10 minutes of their one-fall match, scoring with a diving belly flop. When Goodall failed to get up after the count, the referee and police came to his assistance.
I must admit, I never knew either story. I never knew that the guy died against Roy Welch, and I didn't know about Luther Lindsay dying in the ring.
Well, I got to be honest with you, that's the first one that I've heard about the Roy Welch story, to be perfectly honest, but having been 1936, that's probably easy to understand. But no, I think Les Thatcher was there that night. I believe him mentioning that he was there. But Luther Lindsay, that story is pretty well known. He was not only the guy that Stu Hart said was the toughest shooter of all time, and was his, one of his favorite people in the world. I think the story was that Stu Hart carried a picture of Luther Lindsay in his wallet until he died.
Yeah.
That's what he thought of him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was just one of those things. He was that night in just a preliminary match against an underneath guy, boom, but had a heart attack. He was black and I believe had high blood pressure. I'm not being racist there, but black folks have apparently bigger problems with high blood pressure in a lot of cases. And that's what brought that on. But he had been an athlete and a top shooter and a great wrestler all of his life. He was a big babyface at the time. He had done a lot of groundbreaking work as a babyface in the South before, the Civil Rights Act and during segregation and everything, but he still was able to get over and work at a pretty high level a lot of places.
This story is February 21st, 1972. It is interesting how many wrestlers died either in the ring or directly after the match within just a couple of years of this. Dory Funk Sr., Ray Gunkel. I mean, it happened several times beyond even that.
Yeah, and, it was, now that you bring it up, but between Gunkel, Luther Lindsay, and of course, Dory Funk Sr., he died after a match, but it was a friendly shooting match at the ranch instead of an actual match. But that all happened within like a 1.5, 2 year period.
Yeah, and, Roy Welch, it's just another amazing story for Roy Welch to be involved in.
He was involved in everything. Can you imagine the shit that went on that he probably saw in his lifetime? That's just insane, especially in those days.
We're going to talk a little bit now, Jimmy, about taxes, about the IRS and wrestling. And let's go to this first story. It is from July 27th, 1940.
Audit of Darrow Books started, Los Angeles, Associated Press. An audit was begun today on the books of wrestling promoter Jack Darrow and the Mont Booking Agency, while the newly organized American Professional Wrestlers Association mapped a campaign against the long-established Darrow-Mont-Matt regime. The California Athletic Commission ordered the audit after the wrestlers charged at a hearing yesterday that they were not getting fair treatment from the Mont office, owned by Joe Toots Mont, and had been handed non-negotiable checks by Darrow. Darrow and Mont worked together promoting match shows at the Olympic Auditorium here. In a surprise move, wrestler Nick Lutz took out a booker's license of his own and, claiming to have the backing of 40 or more wrestlers, said he would book mat men around the state. Darrow previously had told the commission there was no monopoly and promised to engage talent from agencies other than the Mont office. The wrestlers' chief complaint against Mont was that they were compelled to sign blank agreements and were never told exactly what they would get for wrestling. They charged that Mont's cut of gate receipts was excessive.
Well, a lot has been said throughout the years about Toots Mont. Let me ask you first, do you know anything about this organization, the American Professional Wrestlers Association?
No.
Yeah, exactly. Me neither.
I think probably a bunch of the boys got together and decided, well, we're going to put it into this. And, well, when was this, 1940?
Yeah.
About 77 years later, you see how far that got. The guys have never been able to band together, and they weren't going to do it then. And imagine that, signed blank agreements, and we never know what we're going to get. He is the guy who invented wrestling, Toots Mont.
Yeah, were there many agreements signed between wrestler and promoter back then?
Actually, I've read a lot about in those days, that far back. Some guys signing, I guess they were more or less appearance contracts or booking contracts where I give you the right to tell me where to go, Toots, that type of thing. But there weren't any formal contracts as we know them today until the 80s when the thing between Vince and Crockett got. I think Crockett signed contracts before Vince did, because I know we got our first one handed to us in, I'm going to say, May of 1986, right about the time that Tully's friend had seen us getting on that U.S. Air flight to go to New York on our day off. We got on that kayfabe meeting with Vince Sr. or Vince Jr. When we came back about a week later, Crockett was handing us a contract saying, hey, guys, want to guarantee you this amount of money here.
Tully Blanchard, the agent for Jim Cornette and the Midnight Express. Who knew?
Yeah, Tully had a best friend that worked at U.S. Air, and we thought we were getting by with something. And on our one day off that we had that month, we arranged to be flown up to New York in the morning and flown back in the afternoon. And we snuck over there. We told no one. And he's the fucking gate agent when we're getting on the plane.
Toots Mondt in Los Angeles. You know, that's not usually the place you think of Toots Mondt.
Oh, well, no, at that point in time, he had some element of control over wrestling almost all over the country, because that was, when you think about it, before the territories formulated after national TV, you had promoters in all those areas, but they still had to use talent from a certain amount of booking offices. That's why Nick Goulas and Roy Welch were just starting up in Nashville, but they'd be supplying talent all over the South. And Toots Mondt is well known for being a part of the New York booking office, but he ran out of Pittsburgh for a while. And there's many times he was involved with the California promotions. And, they would go back and forth because he had a stable of traveling talent that had names and was publicized in the newspapers. Whereas you might find local guys for your preliminary matches, but for the main event guys, you had to go to him or a few other people that would control not only a good stable, but a version of the world title at that point in time. That's why they were always trying to double cross the other promoters out of the world title. Because if you had the world title in your stable, more people would go to you to book talent than they would the other fucking guys.
Wrestling's always been a cash business, especially in 1940, more so then than now, obviously. So what would auditing his books actually do? How much of what they actually made it into the books? If you had to guess.
There's no way to, especially back in those days, whatever they wanted to make it to paper, made it to paper. So that if they had to show anybody anything, they would, if they were smart. I mean, I don't know, of Carnation Lou Darrow, he didn't get to run wrestling in California in those days by being an idiot, I wouldn't think. So, if they were smart, they had something to show the outside world.
Well, on this topic of taxes and wrestling and revenues, let's go to this next story. It's from August 10th, 1983.
Bruiser owes tax. Indianapolis Associated Press. Championship Wrestling Incorporated and Dick the Bruiser Afflis owe the state $28,676 in taxes on revenues from wrestling events, a judge has ruled. Attorney General Lindley F. Pearson went to court on behalf of the State Boxing Commission and the State Treasurer's Office to collect the 10% tax on wrestling match proceeds. Championship Wrestling refused to pay the tax, arguing it violated the due process and equal protection clauses of the U.S. and Indiana Constitutions. Marion Superior Judge Kenneth R. Johnson rejected the challenge to the tax Tuesday.
Yeah, who wants to pay the Athletic Commission?
Well, exactly. And 1983, Bruiser was done as a promotion in Indianapolis by that point, pretty much. Jarrett had tried to send some talent up there at Thanksgiving time of 82, but Bruiser wouldn't give Jarrett full control, and Jarrett didn't see it as a battle he was going to win. So this had to have been an outstanding matter for several years, but when you think about it, Bruiser's territory had not been a big money territory since the mid-70s. Even though he had some good houses in Indianapolis, he didn't, when Miniker was the booker and they had all that talent and they were in the war with the Sheik for Detroit from 72 to 74, and for about a year or two after that, still Indianapolis was a territory. It was, you could draw 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people in Indianapolis a couple times a month. But after that, it was not a full-time schedule, the state of Indiana. It was, the territory got older. So the point being, if the Athletic Commission was supposed to get 10% and Bruiser ran up a $28,000 tab, that means that was $280-something thousand of wrestling events that he owed those taxes on. And if it was 1983, it had to be for the previous few years. So you see how much money was involved in the promotion of a shitty wrestling territory is what I'm trying to say. Just a shitty territory could get you that far behind in taxes.
In general, did the IRS get on a lot of wrestling promoters? Because again, it was a cash business, and it was something where, if someone wanted to stand at the door and count how many people were coming in, they actually could. Do you know any stories of that, of the IRS? I mean, I know Vince was audited every year until he created Erwin R. Shyster as his little pseudo revenge. But are there lots of stories of the IRS coming after wrestling promoters?
Actually, most of it's the IRS coming after wrestlers, because the promoters, here's the thing. If cash fell off the truck on the way back from Corinth, Mississippi to Nashville or whatever, there's really no way to tell. But when that promoter can prove that he paid John Brown $900 a week for that year to be his top heel, and John Brown didn't pay tax on any of it, that's where they go. The promoters, if they had companies and they had businesses and they generally had people that halfway knew what they were doing, and I'm sure somebody's going to bring up an episode of some promoter getting in horrible tax trouble, and that I'm just not calling to mind right now, but they were running businesses and they had people that did that shit for a living and take care of their books one way or the other, and they knew how that shit worked. And then here's a bunch of wild ass wrestlers. Can you imagine Don Fargo sitting down in front of a tax attorney? What's the best way to plan for my retirement? Those things did not happen. So the guys, as usual, got to shit into the stick.
There are lots of things I can't imagine Don Fargo doing, but then again, there are lots of things I can easily imagine him doing. And with that, let's go to our final story this week, Jim. It is from Sunday, July 24th, 1955.
Florida youths find looks deceive after sad episode. Miami Beach, Florida, Associated Press. It was a case of mistaken identity. 4 youths reported yesterday after 3 of them were treated at a hospital. Patrolman Dave Schumann relates the story. The 4 high school boys were riding about Friday night when they spotted a car occupied by 2 men wearing long curly hair. The boys called out remarks which the long hairs resented. There was a general scuffle. 3 of the youths wound up with cuts and bruises. 1 had a broken arm. The 4th stayed out of it all and was unhurt. One of the long-haired gents was cut, the other uninjured. All concerned were charged with disorderly conduct and booked at city jail. There, the sad truth was learned by the youths. Jim Shea, Dean Eichelberger, Fred Caltle, and John Wright, all 17. The men with long hair were Ray Stevens and Don Colt, professional wrestlers who wore their hair that way for stage effect. They knew all about the manly art of self-defense. Everybody involved posted $25 bond for a later hearing.
Okay, forget about Ray Stevens even for a second here.
I can't believe I just mentioned Don Fargo. He's in the next, because I did not proofread this.
No, you didn't.
So, but there's a variety of things that you can and can't imagine Don Fargo doing. Sitting down with a tax attorney, no. Beating up 4 teenagers that whistled about his hair, yes.
Of course, Don Colt is Don Fargo's real name. And again, what's the luck? They think they're seeing a couple of men with long bleached hair. They're going to criticize him. And it turns out it's Don Fargo, a notorious tough guy, and Ray Stevens, who can handle himself pretty good as well. And
both Ray and Don were not 30 at that point. They were probably in their late 20s. And they got bleached blonde hair. Elvis was not even a thing at this point, really. And they're in Miami Beach. And yeah, I can see. And of course, Ray and Don Stevens, or Don Fargo was Don Stevens then, because Ray and Don Stevens were a brother tag team right before Don Stevens met Jackie Fargo. And that's confusing, I know, but Don Fargo was a member of 2 legendary brother bleach blonde, actually. And then Ray Stevens was also Roy Shire's brother, Ray Shire. The whole bleach blonde heel tag team thing in the late 50s, Don Fargo was right in the middle of it, and so was Stevens.
They both left this tag team to form other brother tag teams.
Yes, and brother, were they good too? But yeah, well, I mean, there's stories all the time of goofs just happening to pick on one of the boys at random. There was a story in the paper in Charlotte, that was just on Twitter here recently. Some carload of kids smarted off to Wahoo McDaniel at a shopping mall. And then the statement was, well, then he grabbed me and just stuck my head into a bicycle rack. And then one of Wahoo's comments was about the other guy, so I slapped him and threw him into the back seat. There's shit like that. And they used to, when Vern Gagne had his training facility and was breaking guys in, they used to have a variety of the pros there that guys could work out with. And, when guys would look at those big guys like, oh my God, whether it be a Mad Dog Vachon or Larry the Axe Hitting is huge or whatever, they'd see the guy on the end. I'll take him, and it'd be Danny Hodge.
I read a story similar to that in the book about Hawaii wrestling, 50th State Big Time Wrestling, where Ed Francis and maybe another guy, maybe it was Curtis Iokea, they go out with Gene LaBelle, who's in the territory. And they're out, and some guy starts picking on the rather slight-looking red-headed Gene LaBelle, not realizing he's a judo master who just destroys him, and they have to get off that island as quick as possible.
You can't judge a book by looking at the cover.
No, unless it's the Don Fargo book. That book you may be able to judge.
Yeah, that book, you can look at the cover, you can pretty much judge what Don Fargo was all about by that.
Well, Jim, another episode of In the News, in the Books. Any closing comments you want to make to the 605ers?
Good night and good news.
It's time for another installment of our popular In the News segment. And of course, that means we are joined by the Keith Olbermann of the Superpodcast, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Thank you very much for comparing me to a fine, upstanding American gentleman.
We should say at the top of this that these clippings come from the fine research that Scott Teal has done with the Crowbar Press archives. You can access these clips and so much more by going to the Crowbar Press archives on Facebook or going to crowbarpress.com and supporting Scott's fine work. Much of it contains the finest in wrestling research. But Jim, are you ready for our first story?
I am ready, and this story comes from Miami, Florida, on Tuesday, October 29th, 1968. The headline: Wahoo retires to open tavern. The only linebacking former Miami Dolphin Wahoo McDaniel will do from now on will be behind a front four of taps. McDaniel, placed on unconditional waivers after being charged with being drunk in Denver Saturday, said he is retiring from professional football and wrestling to open a tavern here. He said that Bob Bruggers, another Dolphin linebacker waived after the incident at Denver, would help with his new enterprise. An off-duty policeman arrested McDaniel outside a tavern in Denver Saturday night before Miami played the Broncos Sunday and claimed the former professional heavyweight wrestler had backed his car into the policeman's vehicle. McDaniel was charged with resisting arrest, damage to private property, and public intoxication. Wilson said he cut Bruggers for missing curfew, even though he was not charged, and claimed to have gone to the police station only to post bond for McDaniel.
Well, a typical Wahoo story, if I may say so myself, but the involvement of Bob Bruggers is interesting considering his brief career in professional wrestling.
Well, that's right, and obviously I think it's pretty obvious that Bruggers saw the success that Wahoo was having, and Ernie Ladd and other guys like that, and also this little matter was put behind him because that was 1968. Wahoo retired from football, all right, but he was wrestle another 20 years. Bruggers, I think, probably broke in, in 70, 71 in the AWA and then was in the plane crash?
Well, Bruggers was part of Vern's training class, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
With Flair and Ken Patera?
And then ended up going to the Carolinas, and so that was probably all due to Wahoo, because Wahoo's the guy that put the word in for Flair to go to the Carolinas with George Scott. So, Wahoo's word was respected by a lot of guys in the business. But he couldn't stay sober before a football game, though.
Bob Bruggers' career would, of course, end in that plane crash, which ended the career of Johnny Valentine and injured Ric Flair and David Crockett. Wahoo would have a storied career, but there are so many crazy Wahoo stories. Where does this rank on the Wahoo scale, Jim? Backing into a policeman's car and then being charged with resisting arrest, damage to public property, and public intoxication the day before a big game.
Well, I said it was Tuesday.
It was Tuesday.
That's pretty much what what it was like for Wahoo. That was not even – I like the one where he got mad at the punks that mouthed off to him in Charlotte, and he grabbed one of them, pulled him out of the car, and stuck his head into a bike rack so his neck was stuck.
Ooh.
That was in the Charlotte Observer.
Our next story, Jim, comes from Los Angeles, California, Thursday, November 3rd, 1955.
Wrestling referees banned after telling of rigged bouts. Los Angeles, the State Athletic Commission has placed on the unavailable list 2 wrestling referees who recently testified before an assembly investigating committee that they were advised before matches who was to be the winner. The Assembly Committee had promised there would be no penalty or discrimination against anyone for testimony given at its probe.
This is why whistleblowers are afraid.
Well, and they should be, these 2 fucking stooges. Goddamn rats. You know what happens to rats, don't you? They either get cheese or they get drowned, and these guys got drowned.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they get put on the unavailable list.
Well, they got put on the unavailable list, too. That's terrible. But, 1935, I'm saying it's probably a couple of boxing referees went and stooged. Hey, they told us who was going to win.
Why would they have been in trouble, though? How much influence did the office at the Olympic Auditorium have that the referees testified and then they got in trouble?
Well, probably more than those 2 stooge referees did, I'll tell you that.
Have there ever been problems where you have a referee who runs his mouth too much to impress someone or try to meet girls or anything?
Well, they're always, I mean, not limited to referees. You've always had something like that, whether anybody that gets, that's why that it was always so hard to get close to the business, and that they picked and chose who was allowed to, depending on who they thought they could trust. And, but it would always happen. I remember one time it was actually Danny Davis's original partner in the Nightmares, Ted Allen. He basically, at Memphis at the hotel somewhere or another, he was a heel, but there were baby faces there. So long story short, he apparently put his mask on and was trying to hide behind the door in the baby faces room to watch them with the rats or whatever. And he got in trouble for that. I can't remember the exact details of the story, but there's always somebody that's going to do something. But most of the time, then that spelled the end of their access to the boys or the locker room or whatever.
Our next story, Jim, will stay in California, comes from Bakersfield, Friday, October 2nd, 1936.
Wrestler uses rattlesnake to beat opponent. Bakersfield, October 2nd. Brother Jonathan, a wrestler, pulled a new stunt for Matt fans here last night when he plucked a rattlesnake out of a suitcase at ringside and moved in on Howard Cantonwine, his opponent. Referee Ted Hopkins and Cantonwine hurriedly left the ring, but the officials from the back of the house awarded Cantonwine the match. Police made Brother Jonathan put the snake back in the suitcase, and order in the arena was restored.
There's so much great stuff here. First of all, I guess importantly, Brother Jonathan, for those of you who aren't aware, is the father of one of the all-time greats, Don Leo Jonathan.
That's correct. And of course, Don Leo Jonathan was the guy that was held up and still sometimes is to this day in terms of a big guy who could move like a small guy and was incredibly agile and et cetera. And Don Leo Jonathan for those days, I think was like 6'6", 6'7", 270, which was probably bigger than anybody in the National Football League at the time. But Brother Jonathan, who was a Mormon, I don't know, are Mormon snake handlers now?
I don't know.
Were they in 1936?
Is this the first time a wrestler brought a snake to the ring before the Sheik by at least 25 years, I would think?
Well, yeah, I would have to say so. This may have been the first snake sighting in pro wrestling in Bakersfield, California. Buck Owens his mother could have been there in the audience and scared by that snake, and the whole future of country music could have been changed.
When you think of wrestling in 1936, do you think of Brother Jonathan coming to the ring, whipping a snake out, chasing the referee and the wrestler away, and then the cops come and make him put the snake away?
Well, yeah, the cops were, if you go back and look at these old clippings, the cops were involved a lot in the old days, in the 20s, 30s, and 40s with restoring order, because you can imagine when people had never seen anything like this shit and had no idea what they were going to probably see when they went to the matches, if they'd never been before, because there was no television. And a guy takes a snake out of a suitcase and goes after his opponent, they were going to start some riots in those days.
An interesting move for 1936, but let's stay in that era, but head a little bit north, Jim. Our next story is from Montreal, Canada, Tuesday, October 19th, 1937.
Matt fans hand strangler lacing. Montreal, October 19th, United Press. Wrestling fans rioted in the ring here last night and administered a mass beating to Strangler Bob Wagner of Portland, Oregon, for his rough ring tactics. When the referee attempted to disqualify Wagner in his preliminary bout with Legs Langevin, Wagner began kicking his prostrate opponent in rage. Fans promptly swarmed into the ring, beat Wagner severely before police intervened. Wagner was fined $100 for starting the riot. Well, there you go.
Not only was he beat severely, but then he was fined for it.
A mass beating, and then it cost him $100 in 1937. That'd be, about $1,500 today. Yeah, Strangler Bob Wagner had a bad night in Montreal.
That is just awful.
Just terrible.
You get your ass kicked, then you get fined for it. I don't know too much about Strangler Bob Wagner. Have you heard that name before?
I have never heard that name before in my life.
All right. Well, that's all we have to say about that story. Let's move next to New York, New York, Wednesday, October 12th, 1938.
Wrestlers go to court over studded belt. Who owns $2,000 title emblem? Judge to make decision. New York, October 11th. A $2,000 gold belt studded with stones and virtually the only tangible thing about the so-called wrestling championship of the world has been thrown into the ring in Queens County Surrogate Court. While perhaps a score of wrestlers claim the championship, only 2 persons are contesting ownership of the belt, which is supposed to be handed around among a certain cliche, it should be clique, of grunt and groan artists as they file their claim to the title. Promoter Joe Toots Montt and Bronco Nagurski, wrestler and former football player, have been ordered to appear before surrogate John Hetherington next Tuesday. Nagurski has the belt, which Mrs. Matilda Malulich, widow of Mike Malulich, known in the ring as Mike Romano, claims is part of his estate. According to Ms. Malulich, her husband won the belt and lent it to Montt when he retired. Montt, she said, used it for publicity purposes. In a letter to Mrs. Malulich, however, Montt said Romano lost the belt to Dave Levin, who lost it to Dean Johnson, who lost it to Nagurski. Surrogate Hetherington will decide. Bar and Chancery holds barred.
A lot of interesting things in this story. And, nowadays, if someone stole the WWE title belt, everyone would know that it's the property of WWE. It wasn't always that way. And we've heard stories throughout history, Ron Fuller and Ron Garvin going to court over ownership of the Southeastern title. There have been guys, I think the Snowman stole the title from the USWA when he had that brief run.
He walked off with the belt.
This is an interesting one. I must admit, I don't know too much about Mike Romano, who apparently held the title and then lent it to Toots Montt, who came up with a story. And you got to think Toots is behind every one of those title changes that he claimed happened there. And then you have Nagurski, who we talked about Wahoo earlier. Nagurski's probably the biggest football star ever to go into wrestling. And then he became a major wrestling star.
Well, yeah. And to the point with the belt, I guarantee you that's what happened. Toots Montt suddenly, he's booking a stable of guys. One of the boys has this pretty belt. Hey, Mike, you don't need that anymore. Let me hold on to it for you. And then they just started using it. And now the widow decides, well, hey, this is a piece of jewelry. It's worth some money. $2,000 in the 30s would be, a significant sum of money today. So she's trying to get it back, but there was no way for any outsider to determine in those days, well, who should be the owner of the belt, because there was no way to determine that the belt was being passed around, and as opposed to won and lost in an athletic contest.
And also, Mike Romano probably never smartened up his wife. So she's thinking,
and especially back in those days, that it could very well be the case, because in those days, the guys didn't even smarten up family members. It was especially at that period of time when the business was just being formed, and the idea of bookers and talent rosters and finishes and traveling programs and etc. No, they didn't tell their wives or whatever, because in a lot of cases they were looking at it like, well, this is kind of shady. We don't want anybody to know. And it would not only have hurt the business, but it would have hurt their standing in the eyes of some of their family members who thought they were really doing this shit for real.
What concerns did you have as a promoter when you have the Smoky Mountain title and the tag team titles? In terms of, do you ever worry about the security of the belts? I mean, I'm pretty sure you didn't put it on guys that you thought would just run away with the belt, although Jake did have the belt, but he didn't have possession of the belt.
He never did. No, that's the only time, and I'll tell 2 stories here, but the only once did it bite me in the ass, but the only time that I didn't let a guy who won the belt carry the belt around was Jake, because he wasn't working for me full time anyway. And I think he's even the one who said, hey, you keep the belt. And I'm like, sure, absolutely, no problem. So it wasn't that big of an issue. But after we closed down, they were still using it. Randy Hales was still using it in Memphis for the Smoky Mountain USWA ongoing rivalry. And Tommy Rich ended up with it, and some way or another ended up selling it to a used car dealer that had been one of our sponsors in Knoxville. And Dennis Corluzzo ended up surprising me about a year later for my birthday by getting the belt back from him. So that's why I've still got my Smoky Mountain belt. So I made that one mistake, because I guess Tommy was like, but Tommy had a belt, but he had teeth back then. Well, he's got teeth now. He just hadn't had teeth for a lot of times in the interim. So I got my belt and Tommy got his teeth.
I don't know how one thing has anything to do with the other, but what was the other? Was it Judge Otto Dealer who purchased the title?
No, it was Wayne. It was Wayne from Classy Motors. Judge Otto Dealer was merely the advertising figurehead, whereas Wayne was the boss. His name was Terry Kenner. It was the head of Classy Motors. Now, we went down there and me and Buddy Landell did a commercial at his lot, and they started this fucking car up to pull it into the shot, and just gobs of oil blew out of the tailpipe and everything. But his name, the boss was Terry Kenner, but that's only, I knew that. But if you called up, if just an average person called up, they were told to ask for Wayne, and Terry would be Wayne. So if you asked for Terry Kenner, he wouldn't get on the phone. But if you asked for Wayne, he'd get on the phone. And that way he could deny that Terry was there. I don't know what the fuck. It was a used car lot. They were sponsoring the wrestling show. So you see where we're going with that.
Paul Heyman used to do the same thing. You would call his house, you'd get his roommate who sounded suspiciously like Paul. So it's been done. It's gone from used car dealerships to guys who possibly could be successful used car dealers. But, Jim, let's go to our next story. This is from a newspaper in St. Petersburg, Florida, October 23rd, 1967.
Wrestlers give city a headache. Fort Lauderdale has a unique problem. Professional wrestling matches at War Memorial Auditorium become so wild and woolly that demonstrative fans throw, break, and stomp on auditorium chairs and, of course, break and damage quite a few. The city spent $4,500 for steel chairs to replace the old wooden ones as a move to end the problem, but it didn't. More than 200 of the new steel ones have been wrecked. City fathers last week decided they'd have to raise the rent, bolt down the chairs, or just tell the wrestlers to scram.
What's the deal with people destroying chairs? Not necessarily throwing them or hitting people with them, but just destroying them.
Well, but here's the thing. A lot of times they'd get thrown, whether in the ring or at the wrestler. But also, if you go back and you look, and this was common everywhere, and I can't remember the last time that I saw it. And even especially in buildings now where they run wrestling, you should. But everybody in those days past the third row of ringside was standing on their chairs by the end of the night. Go back and watch the old films and the hot finishes, run-ins. They're standing up because the people in front are standing up. And once the people in front stand up, then the people farther back, they got to get some height on them. So and then, of course, you stand on those chairs so long or stomp on them or jump up and down on them or the kids or whatever. And yes, at OVW, we said they'd been bowlinized whenever a chair was just bent flat and out of shape. But I remember one night, the finish was so hot in Louisville that a bunch of the kids that were in the general admission section ran down to ringside and started climbing up on the merchandise table so that they could see what was going on in the ring when Jackie Fargo was making a save or whatever. And it was Petey Welch, Roy's wife, Miss Christine's driver at the time. She's trying to pull and yank all the pictures off the table before the people stand on them. And then the table collapses because there's so many people on it. And that was just people trying to see what the fuck was going on in the ring. So, yeah, it was hectic. Now, who gives a shit now? They stand up, and I guess at Ring of Honor shows, they'll stand on the chairs because they're all in flat fucking buildings. They're not in real arenas and coliseums anymore for wrestling, no matter what the promotion, except for Vince. So they'll stand up on the chair just because they can't see anything, but it's not like they've been driven to run as close as they can get to this and stand up on whatever so they can get an advantage point to see this goddamn chaos. It's just like, we fucking can't see because there's 500 of us in this rec center, so we'll stand on a chair.
It was very different because of the context, but in 1994 in ECW, there were several instances where fans, encouraged by Terry Funk, threw chairs into the ring, and eventually the promotion, sensing the lawsuit that would be impending, caused that to stop, and there were still people standing up and on chairs and watching things. But one of the things I think you've seen a few times, you've seen it in ECW, you saw it, they did it with Bob Backlund in the WWF, is when fans charge the ring. Not necessarily to attack a heel, but just to join in a celebration, to be a part of something. We've seen it happen with small, groups, not just large amounts of people, but when Harley Race wins the title in Toronto, a fan jumps in the ring. When is the first time you saw a happy fan or a group of fans jump in the ring?
Oh, God. It happened in Louisville a few times. Just you could tell the difference because when a fan was going to jump in the ring to attack the heel, generally the heel was doing something at the time, on the baby face, and the fan would jump him, where he had his attention distracted or whatever. But if the heel is down or he's already out of the ring and the baby face has the belt or he's standing up with his hands in the air and people start jumping in, then they're coming for celebration. So that was I remember this great picture. And I don't know who took it. It may have been Gary Kamensak or Gary Mancuso, one of the guys up in Detroit, but it was at the Cobo when Dusty somehow won the U.S. championship. I don't think he beat the Sheik, but he won the title, and he's got the belt. He's holding it around his waist, and all the fans jumped up on the ring and on the apron, and he kind of laid back into him, and they're all hugging him, and there's black kids, and there's white kids, and there's all kinds of people just putting their hands on Dusty, and he's bleeding from the arm, and he's holding that belt, and such a great picture. That the people in those days were so happy when their hero finally won something big or got even that you couldn't keep them back. And the cops really in that situation wouldn't try that hard because they're just coming to hug this guy. Why fight him? If they're coming in to kill the heel, then you got to do something. But if they're just coming in to hug the baby face, kind of lay back a little bit and let nature take its course, and you'll be all right.
That was certainly something Dusty liked because he replicated that when he won the NWA title at least 2 times, where he either had fans coming to the ring to celebrate with him, or he certainly seemed like he was encouraging them, please come in the ring, celebrate with me. Because he liked it, and it's a great visual, and Dusty's actually like the perfect guy for that. The whole people's champion, he's there for his people, and they want to celebrate with him when he has a good moment.
Yeah.
Our next story, Jim, is the beginning of a few stories dealing with women in various forms, one way or another. Involved in these stories, the first one is from Alfred, Maine, Tuesday, October 7th, 1924.
Wladek Zabisco granted divorce from his wife. Alfred, Maine, October 6th. Wladek Zabisco, heavyweight wrestler, today was granted a divorce from his wife on the grounds of cruel and abusive treatment. The suit was uncontested. Madam Zabisco, formerly Senorita Diaz, is 22 years old, under 5 feet in height, and weighs 100 pounds. She was married to the wrestling man in Havana in an old orchard.
And he's the one saying that he wants the divorce for cruel and abusive treatment.
Well, I think that was one of the only ways you could get a divorce back in those days, was for one person to accuse cruel and abusive treatment. But then how old would Zabisco have been, though? Like maybe in his 30s, close to 40 at that point. His brother Stanislaus, I believe, was the older of the two and the bigger star. But then the same Zabisco brothers that would retire to the farm out in Missouri and have a hand in training Harley Race. And 35 years earlier or whatever, he's a ladies' man. But I bet you he and Senorita Diaz had some fun in that fucking orchard in Havana. I'll tell you that.
I'd be willing to bet money they had fun. And also, she really probably was cruel and abusive and just yelling at him and letting him have it, even though she was very, very tiny and weighed very little.
I'm picturing like the fucking Maurice Tillet, the French Angel, and Sofia Vergara somehow with these two.
If Sofia Vergara was shorter, yes, the same personality and attitude. Jim, our next story comes from Washington State, Wednesday, March 9th, 1955.
Woman fan keeps terrible Mr. Moto in dressing room. Washington, March 10th. Hell hath no fury like a woman spectator at a wrestling match. It happened last night at Turner's Arena, where Mr. Moto and brother Frank Jers met Freddie Blassie and Jack Witzig in a team match. As the four grappled during the deciding third fall, Eleanor Clements, 20, lunged from her ringside seat and scratched Mr. Moto on the leg with a piece of broken mirror, police said. Mr. Moto was treated in the dressing room for a minor cut. He refused to continue the match, and his outmanned partner was defeated. Police booked Miss Clements on a charge of assault with a deadly weapon.
When I think of women cutting wrestlers, usually it's the old woman I think of. You know, the woman there with the purse, just so mad she has to get involved. I usually don't think of 20-year-old women bringing broken mirror glass to stab wrestlers.
Well, no, she probably had the mirror and she just broke it, on purpose to stab. And also that's why they quit selling beer in bottles and things at wrestling matches back in those days. But yeah, Bill Dundee's got a scar down his chest that he has from Louisville from about 40 years ago, where this old woman with one of those old-fashioned metal nail files came at him right down the chest.
Were you there that night? You saw that?
I did not. I was there. I did not see it because it was toward the back. They had left the ring, but back in those days, it was an adventure in the gardens to leave the ring when you were a heel, to leave the ring and go a certain amount of the way back before you could get clear. So you never knew what was going to, and you could always see, it looked like bodies flying around. There's stuff just flying up in the air whenever there was a little set to.
You certainly saw a lot of fans riot and come after you. You've seen fans whip out knives, especially in Mid-South. Have you ever actually witnessed on a show you worked a wrestler get cut during their match by a fan?
No, fortunately. I have not been there or seen it in person, and I'm thankful because it probably would have been me. But Dennis Condrey, one time in Alabama, he had a scar on his arm because as he rolls out of the ring after a hot finish, this old man pulls a knife on him. And as they're standing there, Dennis grabs a chair to try to defend himself, but somebody hit him from behind and pushed him forward into the guy's knife, and it got him in the arm. So as a result, Dennis retaliated by against the guy with the knife by walking the dog on him with that chair. Just hit him in the head, and the head would bounce on the floor. Hit him in the head would bounce on the floor. He said he had to leave the territory because of the lawsuit, because of the extensive fucked upness that but the guy had a knife. So there you go.
And of course, this story has Mr. Moto in it. And Mr. Moto, besides being a booker later on in Los Angeles and a big star, especially in Los Angeles, was a heat machine. This is 1955. So Pearl Harbor was closer to there than 9/11 is to now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the Japanese wrestlers and the German wrestlers that were Nazis had more guts probably than anybody in the business at that point.
Jim, our next story comes from Chicago, Wednesday, October 10th, 1951.
Final twist. Mrs. Victoria Lorenzo Ratcliffe, 34, a former circus aerialist, told a divorce judge yesterday her husband Fred, 52, went to a wrestling match on their wedding night. She was granted a divorce.
How many cases of this you think there are out there?
Oh, a bunch.
Yeah.
A bunch. And I mean, I know guys that wrestled on their wedding nights. I know people that have actually said they went to see wrestling on their honeymoons, etc. As I've said before, there was a woman in the Gardens one night in Louisville that would not leave. She was giving birth. She was in labor and was on a stretcher at the EMT station and wouldn't leave until she found out who won the main event. And Christine Jarrett had to promise to call her in the hospital and tell her. So there's devotion. And
the judge was obviously sympathetic.
I think maybe he wanted some of Victoria Lorenzo Ratcliffe on the side.
Oh, well, that's a hell of an accusation out of nowhere. But let's move on now, Jim, to our final story.
Fuck that judge. What was it? Fuck your uncle judge.
One of the great Dennis Carluso moments in history. Amy Lee actually told that story on the show. But let's now, Jim, move on to our final story. This is from Salt Lake City, Utah, November 1st, 1967.
Lady wrestlers grab ring a Jim dandy. A Salt Lake City man Tuesday told police 3 lady wrestlers old enough to be grandmothers walked off with a portable boxing ring estimated to weigh about 700 pounds. The complainant, Manuel Lobato, 776 West 1st North, confusing directions, said the women were led by a woman named May. May told officials at the Guadalupe Center, 346 West 1st South, she wanted to borrow the ring, complete with steel corner posts and heavy canvas mat, to arrange a wrestling card in Salt Lake City. The 3 have not been seen since September 1st.
Well, Jim, 1967, did Mae Young already appear to be a grandmother back then? Because that's what this man is saying all the women involved in this looked like.
Well, May was closing in on 90 when she passed away, about 6-7 years ago, was it? So, hey, let's say that 20, she'd have been close to 50.
I'm guessing it's either her or the only other candidate I could think of would have been Mae Weston.
That would have been interesting. But see, Mae Weston was still in the business at that point. I don't know what Mae Young was doing in the 60s. There was a period she was out of the business, and then she was back in it. But that would be interesting. Grandmother May. Who else is going to steal a 700-pound wrestling ring but Mae Young?
It's a good movie. You know, it's like, remember, what was that movie they did with George Burns and, I forget who else was in it, where the 3 old guys rob a bank?
Oh, yeah, the senior citizen heist movie. Yeah. But who would play May now that May's gone?
She wasn't around for years. Like, you would see Moolah for years. There was no Mae Young. And then all of a sudden, in the late 90s, when they became so involved in everything the WWF was doing, she was there and they treated her like a legend. But until that point, Mae Young was like, every now and then you'd see her name in a magazine, but it wasn't like she was a regular part of Moolah's stable or someone that you ever heard about or saw on TV.
No, I said, well, I don't think May was living with Moolah back then at her compound down there. I think May spent some time in California, and then it was probably one of those deals where, you know, when when she finally got back together, I don't mean back together in a romantic way. I'm not commenting on that either way. I'm just saying when she probably, you know, wanted to move someplace else and needed a place to go. Moolah was there, had the compound where she had, you know, her midget, Katie. She always used to introduce Diamond Lil as, here's my midget. But, you know, she had some of the girls living there, and that's how they probably got together. Two women in the golden years spending their last days with each other. So that's when, because May was probably had a little bit of a hand in in-ring training on Moolah at some point, at least, since May was a veteran by the time Moolah came along. So you never know about these things.
Yeah, and if this isn't Mae Weston, if this is in fact Mae Young, we may have figured out where Moolah got her ring. Right here. May have gone from Salt Lake City right to the Carolinas.
Well, at least she wasn't Sam Miniker stealing airplanes.
Yeah, he stole Stu Hart's airplane, right?
Well, and then also he took somebody else's to fly back to, was it Kozak or was it Blanchard? The thing, he was working in Calgary and borrowed Stu Hart's airplane and without Stu knowing about it, flew to Texas to take a job down there in that territory. And so he didn't really steal the plane because, you know, Stu could have gotten it if he wanted to go to Texas for it. But later on, Stu hired him back and he flew back to Calgary in a plane that he had stolen from, I think it was Joe Blanchard.
Wow.
In Texas.
Wow. The plane thief, Sam Miniker.
But once again, he didn't keep them, so he didn't really steal them. He just used them.
I don't think that matters. If you take something, you stole it. Even if you leave it on the side of the road and say, I don't need this anymore.
What about if you call somebody and say, hey, come back and pick it up?
You still took it. You stole the thief.
Well, it's a mitigating circumstance.
Yes, and we'll talk more about thieves' rights later on here on the show or in a future episode of the Super Podcast. Jim, as we close out this episode of In the News, what are your final words?
My final words, good night and have a pleasant tomorrow.
But, Jim, now it's time for one of the most popular segments in show history, In the News with Jim Cornette. And we'll get going with that right now. Jim, are you ready?
In the news, oh Lord, in the news.
You sang that last time we did.
You did not know that was a real song. Are you kidding?
Who sang that song?
It was in the news that the famous fucking World War II band leader in the news. Oh.
It sounded like some Manhattan Transfer bullshit.
Or actually, maybe it was in the mood. Oh, yeah.
That changes.
It's either in the mood or in the news or one of those things. I don't know.
Hopefully you're in the mood for the news, but I am joined right now. Last time we called him the Keith Olbermann of the Super Podcast, Mr. Jim Cornette. Jim, I believe you have some headlines and stories in front of you presently. And the first one in what is actually going to be a 3-story look at Terrible Ted is from Valdosta, Georgia.
No, it's not. It's Valdosta, Georgia. There's been a misprint. Valdosta, Georgia, in the southern part of the state on October 10th, 1970. This was carried by UPI. A 600-pound black wrestling bear known as Terrible Ted was arrested Thursday night and placed in the security yard at Lowndes County Jail after refusing to meet his opponent, Big Ed Williams. The promoter of a wrestling troupe traveling with Terrible Ted had allegedly advertised that anyone who cared to wrestle and pin the bear would win $1,500. Williams from Lowndes County took the challenge, but Terrible Ted's promoter, Al Livick from Jacksonville, Florida, refused, saying the bear was too dangerous. Williams took legal action, and the bear was impounded by Sheriff J.L. Futch. Futch said it was the first time in his 22 years in office that he has had to arrest a bear. Bond has been posted at $3,000, and Roger E. Douglas, one of Terrible Ted's 2 attorneys, said they are working to have him released and doing what is necessary to protect our client, unquote. He said they hope to have the bear released within a few days. Meanwhile, Terrible Ted awaits his trainer, David McKigney, who comes to the jail once a day to feed him. His case is scheduled for trial during the second week of December. This was October.
Terrible Ted arrested.
Oh, my gosh.
Have you ever heard of one of the wrestling bears being arrested?
You know, here's the thing. Dave McKigney was the bear man from Canada, and he traveled with Terrible Ted. And with this promoter, Al Livick from Jacksonville, Florida, it could have been somebody from the Florida office, or this might have been an independent show. And apparently they put because I don't think they would ever do challenge a fan to meet the bear on a Florida office show. So point being, I'm trying to figure out why they didn't do it. And the only thing that I've come up with is that there's some fucking problem where the bear, because I've been told this before, if the bear was a female and was a certain time of the month, they would get very aggressive. And that is a time where you shouldn't have them work. I've also been told that if a woman in the audience was at a particular time of the month, that the bear could tell and would sometimes make lunges for him. It was always interesting when the bear was around.
It sure sounds like it. Well, we get a little bit of an update a few days later, 4 days later, on October 14th. Again, Valdosta, Georgia. What's Terrible Ted up to, Jim?
Well, Big Ed puts Terrible Ted in Bastille, Valdosta, Georgia. Terrible Ted is still sitting in jail, and Ed Williams is apparently going to keep him there until he agrees to wrestle him. Terrible Ted is a 680-pound wrestling black bear, or at least he was until he ran into Williams, known locally as Big Ed. Ted belongs to David McKigney and is a part of a promotion for a group of touring wrestlers. McKigney challenges men to step in the ring with the huge bear and offers $1,500 to the man who agrees to do it. Williams did just that last week, and McKigney promptly withdrew the offer. Williams retaliated by getting an attachment against the bear, and the animal was jailed by Lowndes County authorities. Judge Omer Franklin ordered the animal freed Monday, but Williams sought and received another attachment against him, and Ted is still behind bars. McKigney said Monday his bear is 20 pounds overweight and is suffering in the hot sun in the jail security yard. He said if the dispute is not resolved soon, it may infringe upon Ted's important hibernation time.
And McKigney's money. Because this is how he made his money.
And I was starting to smell an angle, but this Big Ed Williams character is getting known locally as Big Ed. He's getting a lot of mention. He sounds if it wasn't an angle, if they never had the match, then it sounds like he was just a local asshole that thought he could whip the fucking bear.
And they said, you can't work with the bear tonight. The bear's a little dangerous. Maybe the period, maybe something else. And he said, well, I'll sue. I want my $1,500 to fight the bear. They should have let the bear loose. They should have let the bear fight him.
Well, wait, there's a third part to this story.
From the next day, yeah.
On October 15th, Terrible Ted freed on bond, but faces bare facts of trial, Valdosta. Terrible Ted was freed from the Lowndes County Jail yesterday, but the happiest one around was the jailer. I'm glad to see him go, he sighed. Terrible Ted is a 680-pound wrestling bear. Ted, freed under $3,000 bond, was jailed last week through no fault of his own. His owner, David McKigney, had refused to allow Ted to wrestle a 350-pound construction worker named Big Ed Williams. He may have been trying to take care of the fucking bear, this big fat fuck. Williams had responded to advertisements offering $1,500 to anyone who'd step into the ring with Ted. McKigney told Williams that Ted had developed a bad disposition and might be dangerous. Williams charged in effect that McKigney was welching out on his advertisement and swore out a warrant of attachment. Ted was jailed as security. Ted and McKigney left for Florida later yesterday, but must return in December for trial. I'm sure that fucking happened. A Canadian wrestler and a Canadian bear are going to be back in Valdosta, Georgia real soon, Judge.
Well, the promoter was from Jacksonville, and this is in Valdosta, Georgia. Would this have been an outlaw show in Georgia?
Well, yes, because and once again, Barry Rose or somebody in Florida can help me out, but there used to believe used to be a regular outlaw promotion in some part of the 70s around the Jacksonville area.
Well,
so, but who knows?
Well, we'll see what we can find out about that.
Valdosta is also not 30 miles across the Florida state line, and Jacksonville's up on top, so it's very close.
Well, Jim, for our next story, let's go to San Jose, California, Thursday, November 13th, 1958.
Fans chase bad guy, one stabbed. San Jose, California. When Fritz von Gehring plays a bad guy, he plays a bad guy. Fritz is a wrestler, the kind they love to boo, but last night the fans in San Jose Civic Auditorium did more than that. They chased the villain right into the street. The bad guy had one friend, fellow grunt and groaner Clyde Steves, who was slashed in the arm while protecting his buddy from an irate knife-wielding fan. The troubles of Fritz and Clyde began when Von Gehring and his good guy opponent, Nature Boy Buddy Rogers, started chasing the referee down an aisle. Up strode an unidentified fan, a sneer on his face and a knife in his hand. Steves, sitting in the audience, jumped up to block the knife thrust. He got it in the arm. Then about 200 of the 2,000 or so spectators took out after Von Gehring. Nature Boy, taking no chances, decided to sprint too. Steves trotted to a hospital. Unable to catch the villain or even the hero, fans started bashing each other in a wild melee in the parking lot. Police broke it up before any damage was done. They're still looking for a man with a knife and two wrestlers, a good guy and a bad guy.
What an amazing, there's no riot that's better than a wrestling riot. Because it's just chaos. I mean, they're going after him, they're beating up, they're chasing the good guy, the bad guy, then they start beating each other up.
You used to see it was emotions. They would get worked up over this shit. I saw the nephew of a woman that had been to the matches in Louisville every week for 10 years at that point, and he'd come with her many times, get so mad at Jimmy Hart one night that he's the one that rolled in the ring and started wailing on Jimmy and got booted in the face and thrown out and arrested, etc. The cops would be on one side, throwing people off the apron of the ring while somebody's trying to take a knife away from somebody else. And it was fun. Not when you were the heel, but at least they never chased me out of the building. They've chased me away from some buildings, but never out of one.
That's the one thing I've never seen in my time as a fan, but I've heard stories, Wild Bill Curry, it happened to in Montreal, of fans chasing wrestlers out of the building. Just imagine driving by and you see a wrestler in his trunks running out the front door, followed by the referee, followed by 200 angry fans who then start beating the shit out of each other. Well, Jim, let's stay on the topic of wrestling riots because they're great. And this next article is from Beckley, West Virginia, your old stomping grounds.
Oh, good Lord. Yeah.
November 3rd, 1960.
Black Napoleon slugs fan. Wrestling show ends in brawl. Man hurt. A free-for-all broke up a WOAY TV studio wrestling show Saturday night, which ended with an 85-year-old Eccles man in the Beckley Memorial Hospital. William Thompson, 86, was reported in satisfactory condition today after being tossed around by the Black Napoleon, one of the wrestlers. Thompson's injuries came about when the Black Napoleon came into the audience to get into a free-for-all in which the audience and his opponent, Billy Fox, were embroiled. Thompson, who was sitting in the second row, was trying to get out of the way of the wrestlers, but when he got up, Black Napoleon hit him in the neck with his fist and picked him up, throwing him through the air, according to his wife's account. Boy, those wives really back you up when you get in a brawl with a wrestler in Beckley. Shirley Love, MC of the weekly events, said, "I don't really know what happened. All I know is that the fans were real excited and chairs were sailing through the air. I was on the opposite side of the ring and was covering the match in the ring at the time when things started happening." Mrs. Thompson has stated that she's going to press charges against the wrestler as she already has talked to Paul Forney, her counselor. Hospital officials were reluctant to disclose information about Thompson, but his wife reported that the doctor said Saturday night that he was in, quote, bad shape. She said, Sunday, he couldn't swallow, and his neck was swollen from his chin all the way plumb to his collarbone. His back also was injured as he was landed when he was thrown all the way plumb through the air, unquote. Thompson is a retired coal miner from the Island Creek Coal Company. He and his wife attend the Saturday night events whenever they can. 27 years later, the same thing happens. A retired coal miner with a wife that will back him up. Hell, he's in bad shape. I don't know how he's going to make it. Why, he can't see out of his eye. I'm telling you, they get rowdy up there in Beckley, up there in the hills.
That's the story, and we'll be talking about that on a future Super Podcast. Years later, of course, you would have your run-ins in Beckley, although no one accused, in your case, the Black Napoleon of picking up an 85-year-old man and throwing him through the air. There's no chance.
But, you know, and WOAY TV, let me just put this in perspective. When I was shooting Smoky Mountain Wrestling from 1992 through 1995, WOAY TV 4, along with another station in Bluefield, West Virginia, 50, 60 miles down the road, were the only two television stations in between Charleston, Huntington, West Virginia, and down in fucking Bristol, Tennessee, and over in Roanoke, practically. So this was 32 years before that. They had a studio wrestling show on Saturday night on this TV station in the middle of the goddamn mountains, and everybody watched that show. Shirley Love, the host, it was a guy, by the way, not indicative of that name, ended up being elected to state politics for years. Went to the state capitol as an elected politician of some sort because of his fame in the backwoods and hollers up in those mountains from hosting the Saturday night wrestling show. And Black Napoleon was probably one of the main event guys. They had their local set of stars there that most people, even in the wrestling business outside of West Virginia at some point, had never heard of. But there's also Gene and Jan Madrid. Gypsy Joe was Gene Madrid, and Jan Madrid was his alleged brother. And they were two back when Gypsy Joe was a handsome guy with his hair slicked back. And but it was a small money, small time territory. But when you got a TV show or two up in those hills, you know, like I said, it was one of the only two stations for a fucking 150 or 200 mile stretch each way.
Well, Jim, I always get a kick out of stories where the fans get involved and there's unintended consequences. And that kind of goes into our next story from the Los Angeles Times, Thursday, November 6, 1952.
Pop bottle tosser given $300 fine. Brady Wilson, 50-year-old house painter who threw a pop bottle at a wrestler last June 4th at the Olympic Auditorium, was fined $300 yesterday by Superior Judge Thomas L. Ambrose. Brady pleaded guilty to simple assault as a result of injuring Lester Sample, 15... the father of Junior Samples. Lester Sample, 5714 Cecilia Avenue, Bell Gardens. We got his address down there in case anybody wants to harass him. When the missile he hurled at wrestler Danny McShane missed the ladder, skipped across the canvas of the squared circle, and struck Sample.
You're sitting there, you're enjoying a wrestling show.
You get hit in the face with a fucking bottle.
Meanwhile, Danny McShane, he's fine.
Well, that's good to know, yes. Well, he had enough scars on his head, I'm sure. But that's the kind of heat that a guy like Danny McShane could get.
Jim, we have a couple more stories this week, and it wouldn't be an episode of In the News without a story about Eddie Graham misbehaving in public. I think we've had one almost every single time we've done this, so today should be no different.
With the date on this, Tampa Bay Times, December 28, 1959. Police charge Tampa wrestler. Tampa wrestler Eddie Graham, 29, last night was charged with disorderly conduct after police said he jumped on the stage and knocked down entertainer Charles Farrell at the Colonial Inn, St. Petersburg Beach. Graham posted a $50 bond and was released. Police quoted Graham as saying he was offended by a remark Farrell made on the stage. The wrestler knocked Farrell to the stage floor before being restrained by friends, police said. I know exactly what happened here.
What happened?
Well, look at this. This is December 1959. Eddie Graham is one of the top heel tag team champions in New York with the Grahams, with Dr. Jerry Graham. He's been main eventing Madison Square Garden. He's now in Florida being featured as a main event guy. He's not out of his 20s yet, but it's a place that he's going to make his pretty much his home, and ended up buying the business, et cetera, et cetera. And he goes to a show at this Colonial Inn. And whoever this Charles Farrell was, the lounge singer, whoever the fuck, probably said something about wrestling and probably got his fucking ass handed to him. Because I mean, that's happened before. Remember I told you a story about when Bill Dundee one time almost got in a fight with Jerry Lee Lewis and his fucking bodyguards in Hernando, Mississippi, for making something about those phony wrestlers. And Terry Funk just finished telling me a story in when he was a kid. Him and Dory, like 7, 8 years old, whatever they were, at a restaurant in Amarillo with his dad and some of the wrestlers and their families when somebody said something about wrestling. He said, I just watched my father just beat the shit out of that guy. And I don't think that guy thought that wrestling was a bunch of shit. That's what they did because shit like this got in the fucking paper and people said, well, we're not going to fucking talk bad about those fucking wrestlers or they will beat the fuck out of us. And it helped for quite a while. It was Haku when he bit the nose off the guy's face in Baltimore because the guy led with, hey, you phony wrestlers, or fucking John Stossel and David Schultz, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, Jim, before we get to our final story here, I do want to make mention that these stories come from the research of Scott Teal, and you can access this research, these clips, and so much more by visiting the Crowbar Press Archives on Facebook, and you can purchase many of Scott's amazing books by going to crowbarpress.com, the finest in wrestling history in book form. So check that out, and we thank Scott for all the hard work he does researching these articles. And Jim, the final story this week is from the Minneapolis Star, Tuesday, November 19th, 1949. An interesting little article here.
It's from a larger sports column in the sports section, but Matt Referee Explains. Wrestling breaks into the column as Wally Carbo Referee Explains. It seems like everybody in town has been asking what happened in the Lou Thesz Sandor Szabo wrestling match last Tuesday. Here's the way it looked to me as the referee. Szabo slammed Thesz with a backdrop, and I could see the boards jump about 6 inches into the air. What I couldn't see was that when they came down again, there was about a 6-inch separation between two boards with nothing but canvas in between. Szabo apparently stepped into the hole and, according to his story, called for time. Then Thesz drop-kicked him and pinned him. Some ringsiders confirmed Szabo's story that he called for time, but the timekeeper didn't hear him, and neither did I. As long as no official called time, there was nothing to do but let the result stand with Thesz the winner. It's easy to agree now that Szabo got a bad break, and I think this is the first time in the 5,000 wrestling bouts I've refereed that the ring itself has decided the winner. Comment from the editor, how often does a sports official admit his error?
Well, this is pretty good. This is a pretty interesting little article here. Wally Carbo, of course, would later be the promoter in Minneapolis.
And think about this. While I worked with Wally Carbo when he was coming out with Tor Berg and the crew from Minneapolis for the LPWA tapings in 1991. This was 1949, and he had already refereed 5,000 wrestling matches. And would go on to actually be legitimately not only promoter Wally Carbo, but he was pretty much Vern's money partner for Vern to be able to fully buy what eventually became the AWA. He had been around the business that long. It was just amazing the shit he had seen.
I have a feeling he refereed 5,000 wrestling matches just like Ric Flair slept with 10,000 women.
Well, no, I mean, well, let's see. If he was the only referee on a card with 5 matches, he did that 25 a week, 100 a month, 1,200.
Well, how many cards had 5 matches in 1949?
Well, but okay, then 3. Because I mean, even in the Midwest, sometimes they had the big 5-match cards. But nevertheless, you could do 5. You could referee 5,000 matches in 7, 8, 10 years, whatever the fuck. But in 1949, it's just amazing.
Just amazing. And with that, another edition of In the News is in the books. Jim, any final words from your news desk?
In the news? Oh, boy, baby.
In the mood or in the news?
In the mood, in the news, whatever. I don't fucking know.
There's the closing bell.
No, this is the closing bell.
Okay, well, that sure was. We just had a classy segment talking wrestling history. And this is how it has ended.
Oh, yeah, we wouldn't want to fucking trash up the fucking segment about the goddamn arrested wrestling bear.
We are back with another of our popular In the News segments. And, of course, that means I am joined by the Ari Melber of the 605 Superpodcast, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Why do I have to be Ari Melber? Why can't I be like Keith Olbermann? Because I love Keith. I love me some Keith Olbermann. Or why couldn't I be the most trusted man in America, Walter Cronkite?
Because we did those on earlier editions. I always try to hit you with a different name.
Well, still, I like all those people. Ari Melber's okay.
The Ernie Anastas.
I want to be Nicole. Nicole Wallace is the hottest news chick on the air, by the way. Is that a sexist term, news chick?
Well, let me say this as an aside. It's so funny you say that because she was co-hosting Morning Joe today, and I thought in 1 year's time of her hosting her show, I think she's the very best political show host on TV by far. She's amazing.
Oh yeah, she's so much sharper than the other tools in the drawer there that it's not even funny. She blows everybody away. I'm telling you.
Well, before we
very smart. I love a smart, powerful news chick.
Well, there we go. Maybe we'll see about for a future edition. We can get one here. You could have a little co-anchor, and we could see what happens there. We'll get HR in the room as well when we do that. But listen, let's move on right now to what we usually do on In the News is we look at classic wrestling stories from newspaper articles. Today's newspaper articles came from both the Crowbar Press Archives group on Facebook, which is put together by Scott Teal. This is from his research, and also from Tom Burke, wrestling historian, and his Facebook page. And some of these stories are from his scrapbook. So we have a nice mix of wrestling historians supplying some stories here today, Jim. And for our first one, we're going to go to Auckland, New Zealand, Saturday, December 5th, 1970.
Associated Press. Ref loses 2 bouts with Dr. Death. A wrestling referee met death in 2 forms during a bout here on Friday. Referee Lewis Wells, 64, collapsed and died as he remonstrated with, that's the Australian way to say it, or the New Zealand way to say it, masked heavyweight wrestler Dr. Death. Billed as the most hated and feared man in wrestling, Dr. Death threw New Zealand champion Big John Da Silva out of the ring in the 6th round. Wells disqualified Dr. Death for leaving the ring, and while chastising him, collapsed and died.
Okay, you're the promoter. You have a guy working for you named Dr. Death. There is a death that happens associated with his involvement. Do you jump on it or do you avoid it?
What date was this? When was this? What year was this?
1970.
Well, you could get away with mocking death back then. I'd go with it. Dr. Death has killed my referee. It'd have been better if he was my top babyface, but no, I'm sure that referee Lewis Wells was a beloved figure around the promotion there at that time. Being a 64-year-old man, I'm sure everybody was broke up about it. I hope they left it alone.
I do have to wonder what would happen when the police showed up to investigate this death of this referee and they're interviewing the fans. What exactly happened? The referee was chasing Dr. Death and he dropped dead. Put that in your report. But let's now move forward, Jim, and let's go to Great Falls, Montana, October 29th, 1952.
Wrestling problems discussed. Byline Butte. Wrestling promoters conferred here Tuesday with the Montana State Athletic Commission to iron out difficulties which have arisen in professional wrestling throughout the state. Commission Chairman Ted Hodges of Great Falls concluded the meeting by emphasizing no individual promoter or matchmaker will be privileged to operate at the exclusion of another. The commission cannot and will not consider parceling out territories within the state to promoters. It is solely concerned with maintaining responsible promotion, Hodges said, adding the commission further is entrusted to avail the best wrestling talent which promotional competition can offer. Proposed amendments to the existing statutes of the commission constitution will be patterned after other states' wrestling statutes. Bylaws of 3 states were submitted to the chairman by Peter Malloy, Helena attorney. In attendance were Commissioner James Archer, Glasgow, Secretary J.A. Al Livingston of Butte, Hodges and Malloy, Maurice LaChapelle of Great Falls, Stu Hart of Edmonton, and H.R. Eckmeyer of Great Falls.
It's an interesting little story there about the government, the athletic commission saying we don't want anything to do with being the official person to lay out the territory boundaries of the state.
Well, and since this was 1952, it was before a lot of real territories as we came to know them in the modern era existed. But Stu was already promoting in Edmonton and Calgary, and Montana was, as we've heard from all the old Stampede regulars, was a stop across the border when it was easier to go and run things across the border in those days, because Montana was closer to the Calgary booking office than anything in the United States. But in those days, the state athletic commissions still governed wrestling similarly to the way that they would govern boxing. And sometimes the commissioners were smart and sometimes they weren't. And I mean, that continued until the 70s and early 80s, where sometimes the commissioner wasn't even smart to the business because it was a political appointment. The most interesting thing to me is that Stu is somehow, well, it says in attendance where, okay, so he was in attendance as the wrestling promoter, and I don't recognize Maurice LaChapelle. I recognize, which I think was somebody that may have worked with Stu and promoted in Montana. Maybe the other guys, Eckmeyer and et cetera, were opposition promoters, and they were having a meeting between all of them. But we know who won.
Have you seen athletic commissions work on behalf of a promoter to keep another promoter from running a show?
Oh God, yeah. In some cases, and especially down south, yeah, I remember Ric Flair cussing the Virginia athletic commissioner inspector out in Richmond one night because he wasn't keeping the WWF. This was in 1986. He wasn't keeping the WWF out of town or out of the state. And Flair was hot. He was like, you fucking take our money for our licenses and all these bullshit physicals and everything, but you won't keep them from coming in and running on top of us, which in a lot of cases athletic commissions would do because they worked with the same promoters for 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years or more. A lot of those commissioners, they were in it because they loved boxing or wrestling. Remember Frank Talent of the Pennsylvania Athletic Commission? He died not long ago, but he had to be part of the commission for 30 or 40 years.
Yeah.
And they wanted to be around the boys, and they recognized that it was more difficult, and they didn't keep the WWF out in '86 out of Virginia from competing with Crockett. But when you had outlaw promotions and the Jack Pfeffer type of Hobo Brazil and Bruno San Martino and, rip-offs on the card or bad outlaw promotions that are leaving bills or disgruntled fans or unpaid arenas or whatever, a lot of times the commissions would help by just wink, wink, nod, nod, making it harder to get a license or harder to operate and come in because they wanted the established promotions to flourish because that's where they were making so much money. If the gate was, or if the tax on the gate that the commission got was 5%, then think about when some of these promoters had $1 million towns. How much are they getting off just that one city? From in Louisville, if the gate was, which the gate was for years, 5% in the days when Jerry Jarrett was running here. If Louisville was doing, even at when they were $3, $4, and $5 tickets, $15,000 a week, $20,000 a week, 52 times a year, what the fuck? How much is so do the math. What's 5% of $20,000? Let's just keep it to even numbers. 5% of $20,000 is $1,000. They're getting $50,000 a year off the city of Louisville as long as nobody came in and fucked up Jerry Jarrett's business.
Well, there you go. That answers that question.
So,
But sometimes other people come in and fuck up your business. And with that said, let's go to this next story from Knoxville, Tennessee, your old stomping grounds, October 18th, 1979.
Wrestler sues rivals, restraining order issued. A temporary restraining order has been issued against All-Star Championship Wrestling Incorporated and 4 individuals after a rival wrestling promoter filed suit claiming the defendants are attempting to run him out of business. Ron Welch, who wrestles under the name Ron Fuller, and NWA Southeastern Wrestling Incorporated filed the suit in Chancery Court here, claiming rivals to his company had behaved in a disorderly and obnoxious manner at NWA Southeastern matches in an attempt to force away customers. Individuals named in the suit were Ronnie Garvin, Bob Orton Jr., Bob Roop, and Ron Wright. Welch said the defendants also had made defamatory statements about him in Southeastern Wrestling and had improperly used the trade name Southeastern in their wrestling activities. He asked damages not to exceed $2.5 million. Chancellor Lynn Broughton set a hearing on the restraining order for October 18th.
Not the first time, and not the last time outlaws in Knoxville would behave in a disorderly and obnoxious manner. I would think that's safe to say, but
yeah.
This was the most destructive promotional war of all time. It killed Knoxville as a town, as we know. There's a lot of interesting little things in here. I never realized Southeastern's official corporate name was NWA Southeastern Wrestling Incorporated. They actually had NWA in the name of the legal company.
Well, it's the Knoxville paper. So,
That's true.
it may have been habit. Oh, that's that NWA Southeastern program. I mean, I don't know, but let's not take it as. But Southeastern Wrestling Incorporated was obviously the name of the thing, and it could have been NWA Southeastern. I don't know that it made any difference, but the point is that was when everything blew up that summer. Garvin, Orton, Roop, and Malenko were upset because they felt like the Fullers and Bob Armstrong were getting all the main events and all the top pay, and they were getting shorted. And Ron Wright, who had made the deal to bring the Tri-Cities, Kingsport, Johnson City, Bristol into the territory back in 74 when Ron opened it, didn't feel like he was being paid as a partner. And then Garvin kept the boat that he won in the tournament, and they had to go to court and try to get the boat back. And then this began the tactics that they would all do. And it wasn't, they didn't invent this. This has been done in promotional wars and by the outlaw side for, since there's been promotional wars. But they would come to the matches when they did the same thing in Rupp Arena in Lexington to the guys in Louisville, or to the guys that were coming in from Jarrett's territory to work the shows in Lexington, because that was since Garvin and those guys were living in Knoxville, they just did it. But then by the time they were doing it in Lexington, they were living in Lexington, but they'd come to the back of the arena and they'd hoot and holler at the guys, and they'd try to challenge them to fights, or they'd buy tickets and sit in the crowd, try to challenge them or just get some attention. And it basically what it did, you're right, is it was the most destructive promotional war, because the guys in Atlanta during the war didn't resort to that. The guys when Sheik and Bruiser were fighting in Detroit and Indianapolis, they didn't do that. They did everything they could on their TV, and they brought all the names in, but they didn't go to the newspapers, expose the business, go to each other's shows, cause chaos, which made the papers and caused all that stuff. And still, after those wars, business went down because the territories were no longer being hot-shotted. But in this case, it killed the whole town. Ron said, fuck it, and got out of there. Sold Southeastern to it was Barnett first one who just made it part of the Atlanta territory, but he couldn't get anybody to come to the matches, even though Atlanta was doing good business in those days because there'd been so much bad publicity. So then he pawned it off on Crockett, who sold it to Flair and Blackjack, and gave them like Knoxville and the Tri-Cities and Roanoke, Virginia, to give them a little territory, and they lost their ass. Flair joked with me. He said, I ought to be sending him 10% of Knoxville from Smoky Mountain because he still owned the town. And really, even when Continental Wrestling finally came back in the mid-'80s, and Ron, ran it again when he had more success down in Alabama and expanded back, wrestling was never as big in Knoxville at that period of time as it was the original Southeastern run. And obviously Smoky Mountain wasn't. So all that tomfoolery and hoo-ha exposed the business in town, exposed that Ron Fuller, the top star wrestler for so long, had owned the company, that people weren't getting the boats and cars they were supposed to be winning in tournaments, real names, it's kind of a work, bad publicity. That's, they didn't come back.
Do you know who tipped off Ron Fuller as to what was happening?
Oh gosh, I remember the story, and because Mac McMurray had told me something about it, and I can't remember. But it was Slater. It was Slater. That's right. No, it was Slater.
Yeah, because
he was living with, at the time, not living with as in a couple, but he was roommates with Root. Yeah.
I think Buddy Landell actually may have been hanging around at that point. Right?
I'm sure he was. Yeah, he was, because he actually got into business right about the same time, and he worked for the Outlaw Group first
as Buddy Roop.
That's right.
Interesting little stuff there, but very destructive promotional war to say the least. But Jim, for this next story, let's go to New York. On September 28th, 1965, the day after a Madison Square Garden show.
Thief Flips Bruno by Al Buck. It shouldn't have happened to an honest wrestler, especially the champion Bruno Sammartino, but it did. Somebody stole his $10,000 diamond-studded championship belt early today, a disturbed Bruno told police. He reported the loss to the West 47th Street station, claiming that the belt, along with a top coat and mat gear, had been taken from his car parked in front of the Biltmore Theater west of 8th Avenue. A few hours earlier, Sammartino had retained the title and the belt in Madison Square Garden by defeating a new pretender, Tarzan Tyler, in 27 minutes 43 seconds. I've been robbed on bad decisions, lamented the champ, but this is the first time I've lost the belt this way. If it was a fan who took it, I wish he'd bring it back. It means more than money to me. Bruno had scored spectacularly over Tyler, using Antonina Rocca's famed backbreaker on the 270-pounder as $13,779, paying $44,425 roared their approval. In other featured events, Dr. Bill Miller and Johnny Valentine drew, while the 11 p.m. curfew cut short the Bobo Brazil Cowboy Bill Watts fracas.
Ooh, and imagine how much heat that fracas had.
I'm sure it did.
Yeah, heel Bill Watts against Bobo, that must have been incredible. But Bruno's title belt stolen from his car with his top hat, or whatever it said.
No, top coat. Top hat. His top coat.
His top coat and his wrestling gear. How often, if ever, did you run into stolen belts where guys would have the belts, be irresponsible, or just have bad luck and the belt is gone?
Well, stolen and guys being irresponsible are two different things. But this was a famous story because after the Garden, Bruno had gone with some friends to, I guess, one of his favorite Italian restaurant or whatever, and had left his bags and coat in the car. And when they came out, somebody had broken in and stolen it. And did they ever return it? Did they ever recover it? I don't think so.
I don't think so, but I will double back. I'll ask Tom Burke, actually. He may know.
Well, yeah, if anybody's got it, he had. No.
It's in his file cabinet.
But, I mean, and guys, I can't remember anybody losing a belt, but I sure can remember another number of guys taking off with the belt and the promoter losing the belt. But I'm trying to think of another big example and can't off the top of my head as far as who has spectacularly lost track of their belt. And Flair never checked the belt. I always, when we had belts, I always carried them on my bag. That was part of my thing. That's why one of my shoulders is lopsided from the other one. All those years of carrying belts and bags through the airport. But no, you'd never check those things, and you didn't, leave them laying around. And honestly, the other big belt theft that I can think of right off the top of my head is one that makes me cry. The old Southern Junior Heavyweight Championship belt that Lawler ended up keeping in 1977 when they got a new one. It had been in use since 1952, since the very first tournament, and it had all the early champions engraved on the side plates, and it was just unique. It was just such a cool-looking old belt. And Lawler had it like 10, 12 years ago, whenever was it, an autograph thing out at a fair in Memphis, and had it with him because everybody loved that belt back then in those days. And he had it in his tent, and when he came back in the tent, looked at his bag, it was gone. It's never been seen again. So that's, but that it had been retired 30 years previously, but still.
Well, for our next story, Jim, let's move on to Dayton, Ohio, Friday, April 10th, 1953.
TV announcer's fan enriches him. Dayton, Ohio. UP. A television wrestling show announcer was $12,000 richer yesterday because of a 68-year-old woman Matt fan he never met, naming him beneficiary of her double indemnity insurance policy. Mrs. Susie Robison was killed in an auto truck accident near Fountain, Ohio last Friday. Wednesday, an attorney notified Neil Van Ellis of television station WLWD here that he would benefit from the insurance policy for $6,000, which pays double in case of accidental death. At first, the handsome young announcer, WLWD program director, thought someone was trying to pull a gag on me, explaining that we get kidded a lot in this business.
Well, fans love their wrestling, and I got to ask you, A, do you know about other instances where this happened? And B, the famous Shawn Michaels story, to the best of your knowledge, is it true or not, where a fan died and left him a few $1 million?
I had heard the Shawn Michaels thing. I don't know how much it was, and I'm trying to think when was that supposed to be?
That would have been maybe 93 or 94, I think.
That was before I was there in the office. I don't know whether I ever thought to ask anybody that would know, hey, is that true? So I can't comment one way or the other, but I've heard it a lot. In this case, and by the way, television wrestling show announcer, that was 1953. in Dayton, Ohio, station WLW, and it's a /D, because WLW is a Cincinnati TV station and a radio station, and has been for years and years. And I think WLW/D was maybe a Dayton retransmission of the Cincinnati station.
Oh, interesting.
Because in those days, I think there was still only 2 TV stations in Louisville at that period of time. I'm sure there were. So in that case, I don't know, whether there was any in Dayton yet or not, because they had, I think, 3 in Cincinnati at that time. But I think maybe it was our Ohio fans need to weigh in on this. Was that a retransmission of the Cincinnati station? But that proves that they were broadcasting local wrestling at that period of time in Cincinnati and Dayton, which is kind of cool. And I've never heard of this guy, Neil Van Els. So he had to be just a local station announcer, sort of like Lance Russell started at about the same period of time. And he was from Dayton, Lance was, but moved to Memphis around a little bit earlier than this, and was doing the wrestling program at the little station in Jackson. So even though the network TV shows from Chicago and Los Angeles and Hollywood Legion Stadium and everything at that time were on most of the stations, a lot of the stations I'm finding, especially in the Midwest, were already broadcasting some kind of local wrestling. And in Memphis, before Memphis got permanent TV in 1957, WMC, imagine that, had flirted with showing, like, not necessarily the main event, but one of the main event feature matches on Monday nights live from the Ellis Auditorium. And I think 51, 52, it lasted a short period of time.
So 53 is the earliest you know of for TV in Dayton.
Well, we'd have to look it up. I mean, they obviously they had the network programs, but a local TV show it was still unusual for every market to have local wrestling on TV at that point. Every market did not do that. And I don't know, like I said, if there were any other TV stations on in Dayton at that point, or if this was a retransmission of the Cincinnati station, because there's only 50 miles apart. We ought to look that up. We ought to look and see when, because I think WLW has to be the oldest station in Cincinnati. And I would think WCPO Channel 9 might be next. But now I'm just revealing my knowledge of television stations across the country too fully here.
Well, let's move on from there, and let's go now to Tampa, Florida, Tuesday, April 15th, 1952.
Wrestler arrested on check charge. Johnny Valentine, Portland, Oregon heavyweight wrestler, was arrested by constables officers here today on a worthless check charge and released to the custody of Cowboy Luttrell, Tampa sports promoter, the sheriff's office reported. The West Coast wrestler, who won a feature bout at the Armory here last night from Jack O'Brien, is charged with passing a $25 bad check drawn on the First National Bank of Tampa last September 11th. Valentine's bond was originally set at $1,000, but he was later released by order of Peace Justice Hendry to the promoter's custody. A man identified as Dylan Edwards, 3152 South Dale Mabry Avenue, or South Dale Mabry Highway, and they're always a bad sort down there on South Dale Mabry Highway, by the way, signed the affidavit against the fighter as complainant. A young Johnny Valentine. He would have been in 1952, he would have been barely out of his early 20s, right?
Yeah, and his checks are bumping more than he ever did in the ring.
Well, but he was working for Cowboy Luttrell, so maybe there's a reason for that.
Did you ever have to deal with that as a promoter, deal with guys who may be writing bad checks, or beyond that, were there any wrestlers, not promoters, but were there any wrestlers that had reputations?
There's a few ex-Smoky Mountain wrestlers who say, no, we only had a problem with him writing the bad checks. No, they were always good after a day or two, but sometimes guys got there before the money did, but everything always worked out by the end of the week. Well, yes, I never had a problem dealing with it, but in the old days when guys would literally, go from territory to territory, and think about how hard it was back in those days. If you go to a territory and you stay there 3 months, if you've got a family, or even if you don't, you have to find a place to live, maybe get an apartment. Do you sign a lease, or do you not? Do you rent furniture? Do you not? You have to have a phone. So you used to have to get the phone hooked up in the wall. The people come out and, fucking do the whole 9 yards, right? So it was hard establishing yourself in a new place. And then if it didn't work out, you were leaving pretty quick. So guys would have multiple bank accounts or no bank account. Guys would write checks that may be good in one place, but by the time somebody got them, they'd be bad, or they'd just be bad to begin with. There was no ATM cards. There was a lot of shit going on back in those days. And that's why Watts, for one, always kept back. In other words, when you worked, let's say you got your check on Monday in Memphis, it would be for the previous Sunday. I'm trying to think the pay period. It'd be like from the previous Saturday through the previous Friday or whatever. In other words, the previous week, and you'd get a check on Monday in Memphis, or previous Sunday through Saturday or whatever it was. Watts would hold back a week, so you'd be getting paid like 2 weeks later, because if you left the territory, if you stuck the hotel the boys stayed at in any of the towns for a bill or anything like that, that would get taken out of your check before you got it mailed to you. So that was his reasoning behind that. And also, when you think about the size of some of those guys' checks and how many of the guys there were at one point, he was drawing a week's worth of interest back when that meant something on other people's money every week.
Good idea. Very, very good idea. But Jim, writing a bad check is one kind of trouble. Let's move on to another kind of trouble, one that's always popular with the listeners. Let's go to this story from Gates, New York, Friday, March 24th, 1989.
Wrestler arrested. Gates, New York. Fifiti Uliuli Tonga, known to professional wrestling fans as King Haku, has been charged with a misdemeanor for a fight in a bar that began when a woman refused his request to, quote, bow to the king, unquote, police said yesterday. Haku, 30, is scheduled to be arraigned on a charge of third-degree assault Wednesday in Gates Town Court. The charge stems from an early morning incident February 15th at the Runway Bar in the Rochester suburb of Gates, very near the airport, as you can imagine. Bow to the king, baby.
What trouble could happen at the Runway Bar?
Especially involving Fafita Uli Uli Tonga. And when I see Haku again, I will bow to him immediately.
All right, well, let's move on from there. This next story is from Monday, May 4th, 1959.
Bam! Justice George Tilzer of Supreme Court has denied wrestling promoter Vince McMahon's application for an injunction to restrain Ricky Starr from performing for a rival group, which includes Jack Pfeffer, the Glad Russian, that should have been the Mad Russian.
Well, it's Pfeffer.
And Pedro Martinez at the Sunnyside Arena or elsewhere in New York State.
The Glad Russian.
Oh, and obviously Ricky Starr was a big attraction in New York, and he must have been on the outs with Vince. And so Jack Pfeffer and Pedro Martinez at the other side of the state had come over. Pedro Martinez in his day spent a lot of money to buy get the garden book that Scott Teal just put out not long ago. It details that Martinez was dropping tens of thousands of dollars at a time to have pieces of these different Northeastern promotions in the 50s, when that would be hundreds of thousands of dollars today. And he couldn't crack. He had Buffalo, but he couldn't crack the other end of the state for long before Vince Sr. got back control.
I wish there was a good book about him with real research, because he's such a fascinating character, and none of his TV from the NWF survives. There's a lot of stuff we still don't know about, a lot of details we still don't know about. He eventually has the IWA, attempts to run national with Eddie Einhorn, going into New York, going into the Carolinas. He somehow, him and his son get all of these videos, all of these master films from all the different territories. It's a fascinating...
Well, and that really wasn't Pedro as much as Ron collected all that stuff or accumulated all that stuff. And I mean, they were early on seeing that to keep these tapes and films, they're gonna mean something.
Are there a lot of early cases like this that you know of a promoter attempting to get an injunction to restrain a wrestler from performing for someone else? I mean, in this era we think of before contracts, even though there were contracts.
Yeah, well, and see, that's the thing, is who knows what, because this just one little blurb, there's no details involved. I would like to have heard both the plaintiff and the defendant or whatever plead their case. We need to get Stephen P. New on this. But there may have been a contract with a guy like Ricky Starr or Rocca. I think, at one point the joke is that, people owned 150% of Antonino Rocca. So, who knows what kind of contracts were or what kind of agreement, a verbal agreement, just trying to keep in some way block the opposition from getting a hold of a guy that may draw some money for him.
Well, let's talk about promoters a little more with this next story from 1954. This is from St. Louis.
Muchnick sued for $379,200 by promoter. St. Louis wrestling promoter Sam Muchnick today said he had no comment on a $379,200 suit filed against him by Emmett Harry Wills of East St. Louis. Muchnick said, "I will have no comment until I have looked over the petition. I have not been served with anything yet." Wills, in business as Harry Wills, East St. Louis Sports Enterprises, filed suit in federal court at East St. Louis yesterday. Muchnick's alleged failure to provide Wills with first-rate headline wrestling talent damaged the plaintiff to the extent of $126,400 it is charged. It is alleged that Muchnick has a monopoly on wrestling exhibitions in the St. Louis and East St. Louis area in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act, and triple damages of $379,200 were asked. Will's petition stated that he and Muchnick entered into a 2-year contract on January 20th, 1953, whereby Muchnick was to supply talent for wrestling shows promoted by Wills in East St. Louis. Wills stated he made a net profit of $1,000 on a show January 24, 1953 that included Wild Bill Longson, and a net profit of $1,800 on a show February 12, 1953 that included Pat O'Connor. Wills's petition said it was reasonable to anticipate and expect the popularity of such exhibitions would increase, and an anticipated $2,500 figure was set forth. In 4 subsequent shows, only unknown or little-known wrestlers of inferior box office drawing power were provided, and Wills failed to make any profit and suffered losses on each of those 4 exhibitions, it was stated.
First of all, $379,200 in 1954 in 2018 dollars is $3,475,163.
Yeah.
So close to $3.5 million he's suing Sam Muchnick for.
Well, it sounds like to me that because East St. Louis is not that far from St. Louis, and as we know, the antitrust. And that's what we should have mentioned earlier in the segment when you talked about commissions having power to keep people out or whatever. It was Senator Kefauver from Tennessee that Nick Goulas was good friends with that helped the NWA out a great deal in the whole antitrust suit from the government in the late 50s. And Sam Muchnick was probably aware at that, even at this early date, that, this guy was probably, I'm just reading this, a local promoter that wanted to run spot shows in East St. Louis. And I guess Muchnick made a deal with him, okay, and a booking fee and blah, 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 or whatever. And either since Wills made a profit of $1,000 and $1,800 on the first couple of shows, it sounds to me like that they were doing fairly well for that time period for being spot shows instead of being the shits. So something happened in their arrangement. Did Pat O'Connor go back and say, hey, this fucking guy's, he's double dipping, or he's not, reporting the right amount at the gate, or there's something going on with the business deal that they've made, and he started starving him out with the underneath crew, or maybe it was just a shit town and none of the stars wanted to go to it, even if they did get a payoff. But something happened, and he started sending over shitty cards, and so this guy thinks, well, I'll just sue him for $3.whatever million in today's money.
It is kind of nuts when you see this article and right away they have the mention of the antitrust, statute that's on the books. It is in so many ways amazing the NWA survived the 50s.
Well, they were correct in staying under the radar and not attracting too much attention to them. That was always the thing. Wrestling was more popular with the fans that bought tickets and went to see it and watched it on TV when they got no mainstream publicity and were pretty much out of the regular media, and they flew under the radar, and it was better that way.
Well, let's go now a year before this. This next story is from Wednesday, April 29th, 1953. This is an interesting one, and the next one will be following up on this.
Wrestling promoters to meet at Atlanta. Cowboy Luttrell, Tampa wrestling promoter, was headed for Atlanta today, where wrestling promoters from 14 southern states will meet Saturday to form a Southern Wrestling Alliance. The Tampa promoter announced plans of the group call for tournaments to select heavyweight, junior heavyweight, and tag team champions. Matches will take place in Tampa when Luttrell starts his summer series on June 22nd.
And the follow-up here from Wednesday, May 9th, 1953.
Crockett heads Matt Promoters, Atlanta, May 9th. Jim Crockett, Charlotte, North Carolina, was elected president of the Southern Wrestling Alliance, which includes 15 states, at a meeting here this week. The wrestling promoters completed plans for 3 tournaments this summer. Champions will be crowned in heavyweight and junior heavyweight divisions, and also in tag team competition.
What do you know about this, the Southern Wrestling Alliance?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, so
I've never even heard of this before. They must have gotten an idea, and I would imagine that, well, who would have been involved at the time? Paul Jones in Atlanta,
Roy Welch.
Luttrell in Florida, Crockett in the Carolinas, Roy Welch in Tennessee. Maybe they were going to secede from the Union.
15 states.
Well, 15 states. Crockett had 3.
Right.
North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Tennessee and Alabama would, for Roy Welch at that period of time, would have made 5. Georgia, 6 from Paul Jones.
Florida, obviously.
7 for Luttrell. And then they probably juiced it up because there really ain't that many more southern states. And maybe they had, like, the guys from whoever was running, some member of the Welch family was running the Gulf Coast probably at that point. Mississippi, maybe the Culkins, Curtis family, even that far back. I don't know. They still might have stretched to get 15 states, and they probably ended up having some great plans and then figured out that none of them had decided how they were going to fuck the other one, and it didn't come about.
Well, I definitely have to look more into this, and if anyone knows anything about it, any historians out there, let us know. The Southern Wrestling Alliance. I don't know anything about this.
And wait, also the first article mentions 14 southern states. The second article mentions 15 southern states. Well, so they picked up a state.
It was a very successful convention.
Did Luttrell ever start his summer series on June 22nd, 1953? I wonder.
I believe we do have complete records from 1953 in Florida, or somewhat complete, so I think we can probably get an answer on a future episode. But, Jim, for our final story, let's fly all the way to Chicago on February 5th, 1963.
Flying wrestler grounded. It took Mrs. Eva Krause, 57, of Bensonville, 7 years, but yesterday she received $3,000 worth of agreement for her theory that flying wrestlers are dangerous, especially when they land on you. On November 18th, 1955, Mrs. Krause was in attendance at ringside when Mr. Vern Gagne and Mr. Hans Schmidt, wrestlers, were performing their feats of daring do in the International Amphitheater. During the course of the entertainment, Mr. Gagne elected to leave the ring and, without filing a flight plan, proceeded on a direct course to the chair where Mrs. Krause was ensconced, thereby causing her to suffer bodily injury. Yesterday, a jury in the Superior Court of Judge David A. Cannell awarded the $3,000 to Mrs. Krause in her suit against Mr. Gagne under the assumption that indoor flying is illegal under regulations of the Federal Aviation Administration. Mrs. Krause already had been compensated out of court by Fred Kohler, promoter of the extravaganza, when he was informed that Mr. Gagne wasn't even using landing lights.
Well, you think that copywriter was just having a good time that day in the fucking newsroom?
It must have been a slow day, and maybe he was about to leave on a jet plane for a vacation. But what were we just talking about on my program here the other day? One of my mini programs instead of one of your mini programs. When guys go out of the ring, it's as old as wrestling. When you fly out of the ring and fight in the crowd or land in the crowd or do whatever in the crowd, you can get sued, even an old pro like Vern Gagne. And Vern Gagne was the baby face. and this old woman should have loved him. But instead, she got $3,000, which in 1963 would be what, equal to about fucking 20-something a day, and who knows what Fred Kohler gave her. So, you know, that was a couple of brand new cars several brand new cars back then.
And she had to wait 8 years. She had to fight 8 years to get that money.
Yeah, I think she got something from Kohler probably that night. He was probably out there greasing the wheels. No, that was in 1955. He would have still been doing big business. That was before Jack Pfeffer killed Chicago.
Well, with that, we're going to kill this segment for this week, and I will now allow you
it's euthanasia.
the Keith Olbermann, the Walter Cronkite, the whatever of this program.
How about Edward R. Murrow? This is London.
I will let the Edward R. Murrow of this program sign off.
Thank you very much. And good night, and have a pleasant tomorrow.
It is now time for one of the most popular segments we do here on the 605 Super Podcast, In the News. And that, of course, means we have to welcome the host of In the News, the Keith Olbermann of the Super Podcast, Mr. Jim Cornette.
The most trusted man in America.
Who is the most trusted man in America?
Do we have one? Probably me. I'm the only one who tells the truth.
Well, we'll find out here if you're going to tell the truth. We're going to find out if these articles told the truth. Of course, what we're going to do is look over classic wrestling newspaper articles. Many of these articles are from the research of Scott Teal at the Crowbar Press Archive. Check out his work on Facebook and, of course, crowbarpress.com. Some of this is stuff I've also researched, but let's get right to it, Jim. This first article is from Dayton, Ohio, the Dayton Daily News, September 22nd, 1989.
The headline, Macho Booted, Red Stomped. Wrestler's appearance causes flap. Cincinnati. So at the end of this bizarre baseball season for the Cincinnati Reds, it is sunk to this, a controversy involving professional wrestling. How apropos. Broadcaster Marty Brenneman called a Thursday afternoon appearance in his booth by the World Wrestling Federation's Randy Macho Man Savage, quote, the most excitement we've had in this stadium in 2.5 months, unquote. Undoubtedly, he was correct. Majority owner Marge Schott, who ordered Savage body slammed out of the booth, disagreed with Brenneman. She shouldn't have. What her Cincinnati Reds are doing isn't close to the entertainment provided by the WWF. Savage, formerly a catcher in the Reds minor league system at Class A Tampa, was in Brenneman's booth during the third inning, resplendent. In purple and gold tights, Brenneman put him on the air, touching off repercussions from Schott. First, though, Savage stopped the show. The Reds saluted him from their dugout, and Eric Davis flexed his muscles. All 4 umpires gathered near the pitcher's mound to look into the booth. Fans turned and waved. Schott, though, sent a message through her nephew, Executive Vice President Steve Schott, who relayed the message through radio producer Doug Kidd. Schott says if you ever want to go on the air for the Reds again, get him, Savage, off the air, Kidd told Brenneman. An angry Brenneman cornered Steve Schott off the air and said, don't you ever try to intimidate me again, and if you have something to say to me, say it yourself. Davis, who hit a 3-run homer, is 33rd in the first inning as the Reds cut a 6-0 deficit to 6-5, was stunned at Schott's reaction. Macho Man is a celebrity. If a celebrity can't go in the booth, who can? If it had been somebody from Pet Control, Schott wouldn't have minded. They should have paid him to come to this game. She says she wants to entertain the fans, and then she deprives them of this? That's the most excitement we've given the fans in 2 months. Other than Savage's appearance, the most remarkable occurrence was that neither starting pitcher retired a batter.
Well, there you go. The Macho Man returning to his Cincinnati Reds stomping grounds. Well, that never was. He never got out of the minors, but causing a big stir there for the Cincinnati Reds and notorious owner Marge Schott. But it's a good example of, based on the quotes from Eric Davis and the reaction he got from the umpires and everyone else, just how big wrestlers were celebrities to other athletes and other people in the entertainment world.
Oh, well, and what year was that? Was that... I've just lost it.
It was 1989.
1989, and it was that period of time where Cincinnati was a hot wrestling town. It was 86 where the NWA show and WWF shows head up drew 17,000, 18,000 people in one night to live events across town. Cincinnati was doing well for both companies, so it was a market that was wrestling crazy, and apparently Schott was just crazy.
Oh, she was crazy. Did you hear about Marge Schott often?
I had a passing acquaintance with Marge. I think every once in a while she'd get in the news for fucking doing something stupid or saying something stupid, right? Or being racist. Was that one of them?
All of the above. That may be her right now. That may be one of her. She had a lot of controversies during her time, Jim. Racism, xenophobia. She had a dog that she used to let shit all over the field and thought was like blessing the players. She would make the players touch the dog's hair. Like there was all sorts
I
of
thought
stuff.
you were going to say she'd make the players touch the dog's shit.
Well, no, not that I'm aware of, but you never know. But lots and lots of racism and anti-Semitism and everything. I mean, it's almost so ridiculous it becomes funny. Plus, she's dead, so who cares? But, that's Marge Shop. But we're going to now talk about someone else who's a little wacky. The younger brother, or the older brother, well, we'll find out here in this article, the brother, apparently, of another famous wrestler.
Hogan isn't about to wrestle with his younger brother's fame. Brooksville, Florida. Randy Hogan was one of professional wrestling's punching bags. It wasn't so bad. It got him into the business, let him see the country, put him on national television more than a few times. It gave him 13 shots at various world championships. I was 0 for 13, Randy Hogan said, completely comfortable with that. He is 42 now and almost out of professional wrestling, but Hogan harbors no grief for a business that chose to make him a bit player while making his brother one of the most famous men in the world. You know the brother, Hulk Hogan. Everyone knows my brother, said Randy Hogan, who will wrestle on a 6-bout card tonight at 8 at the Hernando High Gymnasium. Everyone doesn't know me, but that's okay. That wasn't my role. I never thought I'd get as far as I did. Perspective is required. Professional wrestling took him in, gave him more than one man's share of fame. Not a megastar, Randy Hogan is a success, owner of Hogan's Seafood Distribution in Lakeland. But Hulk Hogan's brother? People don't understand. They assume Randy Hogan did what he did in wrestling by hanging onto the Hulkster's shoelaces, or worse. Hulk made it. What's your problem? Hulk was in the... Oh, my God. Hulk was in the right place at the right time, said Hogan, who attended Tampa's Robinson High. Wrestling needed a hero, and he was 6'7", 290 pounds, blonde hair, tan. He had it all. Randy is 3 years older with similar facial features and the same mustache, but genetics played a role in their destinies. Unlike his gargantuan brother, Randy Hogan is 6 foot 220. In America, heroes are not 6 foot 220. I wasn't going to be a big star, and I knew it, he said, and the more famous my brother got, the happier I was for him. Let the record show, Randy Hogan said he dipped his toes into professional wrestling 3 years before his brother. Does anyone know that? Does anyone care? They see the Hulkster on pay-per-view and see Randy selling fish in Lakeland. and they draw their own conclusions. In the mid-1970s, Randy was a drummer for the Holiday Inn House Band in Columbus, Georgia, hanging with the wrestlers who came to town every Wednesday. He began training at a Columbus gym and eventually wrestled on Ted Turner's Atlanta Superstation, which he said led to bouts around the country and 13 unsuccessful title matches. Randy Hogan was a good guy, but he had neither the size nor the look promoters sought. His brother did. Hulk was playing for a band in a Tampa bar in the late 1970s. How coincidental. When
they're both musicians.
When playing in the Holiday Inn bar, when Jack and Jerry Briscoe entered the joint, they spotted this blonde giant on the bass. In no time, Hulk Hogan was on television, movies, commercials. Meanwhile, Randy Hogan's run at full-time wrestling and his shoulder was snapped by Rick Steiner's belly-to-back suplex in Savannah, Georgia. He retired to Lakeland in 1989, bought and sold a few restaurants, and now owns a business and wrestles at fundraisers. He spent Thanksgiving raising spirits at a St. Petersburg hospital. I consider myself a very lucky man, he said. I have absolutely no bitterness or jealousy. I made a lot of friends and made some money, too. I have nothing to complain about. I believe he's registered that point. Maybe there is one thing. The Hogans never wrestled together. Randy was in the WCW, and Hulk was the star in the WWF when the organizations were competing for the country's attention. Sometimes Randy paid for being the Hulkster's brother when Midnight Express manager Jimmy Cornette would throw out a snide remark on national television, something like, I bet he wishes his brother were here to help him now. Hulk never helped. Maybe Randy never asked. Perhaps Hulk couldn't offer, what with the WCW-WWF feud. Or it could simply be the brothers are, as Randy said, not very close. Hulk Hogan declined an interview request for this. Well, there you go.
I like how he used you as evidence to show that it is his brother.
As evidence that we were perpetrating a rib on Hulk Hogan by having this fucking piss-looking job guy. Oh, my God. And, he was a nice guy. But I guess for people now who've never heard of this guy and who wondered why we're fucking snickered over Hulk's long-lost brother, he was Hulk Hogan's brother like I'm Hulk Hogan's mother. No, this was a guy who was about that age, who was just a job guy that came to Atlanta TV, one of the many, that would come to Atlanta TV, but he had shaved his hair and mustache, etc., in the Hogan gimmick, and he looked so pitiful looking that they used him as Randy Hogan to rib Hulk Hogan. And, and he did get on national TV, Randy Hogan did, but he didn't wrestle for the fucking 13 world titles. And my good Lord. But is the heat on the guy who's doing the deceiving, the deceptiveness? Or is it the heat on the Tampa Tribune is the newspaper that printed this. Tampa. Hulk Hogan fucking is from Tampa and has lived in Tampa pretty much his whole life, right? And the Tampa Tribune could not have Greg Doyle of their staff writers fact check this any better than that.
That is amazing. I should have said before, this article's from Tampa, April 30th, 1994. And that is ridiculous. Why wouldn't they check that? Recently we had an article on the Super Podcast about Pat Tanaka, where he was interviewed extensively about the millions of dollars he made in the wrestling business before the age of 20. And there are so many things in this article that could easily be researched, but they weren't. The question was, who's the heat on? Very similar to what you said. Is it on Tanaka for saying these outlandish things? Or is it on the reporter for just saying, okay, whatever he said, I'll run with?
And and it's and now once again, that was 24 years ago. It's more easily disprovable now, anything, because of Google and etc. Everybody knows Vince Russo didn't fucking do this and that and the other thing. He's full of shit because you can check it and there are contemporaneous reports. Back then it was a little tougher, but still something of that magnitude and megatude of Hulk Hogan in his hometown suddenly has a brother that nobody ever knew about. Anyway,
we're going to move on from lunatics to the story of something that's very popular whenever we talk about it here on the show. A fight, a riot, something that happens with a wrestler and fans. So let's now go to, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Jim, Pampa, Texas. Pampa, Texas, September 24th, 1957.
The hometown of Ron Bass, Pampa, Texas, the outlaw, Ron Bass. Wrestler is filed on for assault here. More action took place outside the ring than inside last night during the regular Monday night wrestling bouts at the Pampa Sportsman's Club. As a result, Art Nelson, Amarillo wrestler, was filed on in Justice of the Peace Court this morning for assault and battery on a 16-year-old Pampa youth and for disturbing the peace by, quote, rudely displaying a weapon, unquote. Gerald McCoy, 1225 South Sumner, charged that the wrestler had hit and kicked him and later displayed a gun after a dispute following the matches. According to officers, during the evening's matches, a fracas broke out between Nelson, another wrestler, and two midget wrestlers. Several youths, the officers said, came to the aid of the midgets. And in the ensuing brawl, Nelson allegedly hit and kicked McCoy. After the brawl had broken up, Nelson went to his car to leave, but McCoy's automobile was blocking his path. Well, wouldn't you know who won the pony? When the boy refused to move, Nelson allegedly displayed a gun. The charge was filed in Justice of the Peace J.W. Graham's court this morning, and a warrant was sworn for Nelson's arrest. Officers said McCoy didn't know what caliber the pistol was, but that, quote, it sure looked big, unquote.
How about that story? I don't know what was going on with the midgets and The big brawl and everything.
I guarantee you it was a mixed tag match with like a midget and a wrestler and a midget and another wrestler, and Art Nelson was a famous heel. And some way or another, the several Utes that came to the aid of the midgets, probably with this fucking teenager, whacked one of the midgets while he was down on the floor. Art Nelson comes out, and so does these other kids, and everybody gets in a big hayrube.
In terms of the gun, if you had to guess during this period of time, and we're talking 1957, Texas, what percentage of the wrestlers traveled with guns?
90? I mean, well, and of course now, a lot. I won't say it's that high because a lot of wrestlers traveled in other guys' cars. Like you know, one guy would haul 2 or 3 guys in his car. So maybe there was probably a gun in the car, especially if you were a heel.
And in this case, a big gun.
In this case, a big gun. Well, for a little 16-year-old.
Well, for this next one, we're going to return to something previously talked about a while back on Austin Idol Live. It was a story that I had never heard before. Most people I knew had never heard before. And Austin Idol talked about Billy Spears putting a hit out on him. And a lot of people said that couldn't have happened. I never heard about this. Well, let's go to this article, Jim, from Panama City, July 27th, 1979.
Wrestler charged in case. Billy Spears, a well-known professional wrestler, was arrested Thursday afternoon for allegedly hiring an undercover deputy sheriff to have a fellow wrestler maimed. Sheriff Tullis Easterling said Spears, whose real name is William Fletcher Spearman, 37, of 201 Pensacola Beach Road, Gulf Breeze, paid the deputy $150 in cash and told him that he and unnamed associates wanted wrestler Austin Idol beaten severely enough to be unable to work. Spears, Easterling said, agreed to pay the undercover deputy $200 more after the attack on Idol. According to the sheriff, Spears specifically mentioned breaking one of Idol's arms or legs and damaging his face. Both Spears and Idol were scheduled to wrestle in Panama City Thursday night, not necessarily against each other. Spears, who will appear in county court today, was being held at the county jail late Thursday and missed the match. Easterling said Spears is charged under a Florida law making it illegal for a person to solicit or conspire with someone to commit an offense. Spears is charged with conspiring to commit aggravated assault and could face up to 5 years in state prison. The wrestler was arrested at 6 p.m. in the Panama City Mall parking lot moments after allegedly giving the cash to the deputy.
Now, you had never heard about this before Austin Idol started talking about it a couple of years ago, right?
I had not. But what was the beef? They were both obvious Panama City, so that means they were wrestling in the Pensacola territory.
That's Ron Fuller.
Which was Ron Fuller's at the time before Continental. It was still Southeastern down there too, right?
Yeah.
So what was the beef?
No one knows for sure. It could have been jealousy.
Idol doesn't know.
Idol says he's not exactly sure why it happened.
I don't know if Austin Idol, darling, would be ambivalent in any way about why a man tried to pay another man to have him maimed, darling.
He did say, though, that when the police brought him down to tell him about what was going on, and he was with his wife driving to the show when they pulled him over and told him, and he went down there and they let him go in and see Billy Spears sitting behind bars. And he cut a promo on him I better never see you again or anything else. And but a lot of people doubted the story because no one had ever heard it before. And here's the article.
Well, there you have it. And now did I assume Billy Spears left the territory?
I assume. I now have to look in to see if he actually served any time.
We need to research this further because the mad magician, Billy Spears, I wonder if he could come up with a key to a set of handcuffs or a jail cell door as quickly as he could come up with a foreign object in his wrestling days.
37. He was only 37 in 79?
That probably would be around correct because I remember he was a name used in some of the southern territories from probably the late 60s, early 70s. Through the end of the 70s, and I don't remember him working too much in the 80s, to be honest.
Do you remember any other cases of locker room heat going too far and leaving the arena?
Well, there has been, and actually this was in the arena. It's in Gary Hart's book when fucking Missing Link sucker punched him and he sliced Link with his razor blade. Fargo and Mario Galento in Memphis, when Mario Galento did jump Jerry Jarrett on the live studio show, and then also had jumped in the ring with a straight razor on Lawler in Jonesboro. Fargo called him and threatened to kill him if he messed with his boy, Lawler, anymore. I think Sputnik and Jackie had a situation that made the papers where one was threatening to kill the other in the early to mid 60s in Memphis.
Yeah, what was that about? Actually, let me stop you right there, because I remember when Memphis Heat came out, that was one of the interesting things. I had never heard about them having issues. I mean, I didn't know too much about everything they had done at that point, but what was the Heat? Because even when they made Memphis Heat, those two guys are cutting promos on each other.
Yeah, there was heat, but they were in the newspapers because they had called and threatened to kill each other, and this was going to happen, and blah blah blah. And it could be just as simple as it was the two top guys over a 20-year period, and they didn't like each other because they were both the best. Who knows? Who knows?
Well, let's now go to your stomping grounds, Louisville, Kentucky, Thursday, September 22nd, 1927.
A little before my time, but fighter works too hard in off hours. Louisville, September 21st, Associated Press. Jack Reynolds, claimant of the World's Lightweight Wrestling Championship, was arrested today when he attempted to engage in an unadvertised bout with his wife on a downtown street. Police stopped the contest and arrested both participants on a charge of disorderly conduct. Reynolds made bond and started after his wife again, but was finally induced to return to his hotel.
First of all, that may not have been the best idea to right away do that, but do you know anything about Jack Reynolds?
Well, he was not a native Louisvillian, I don't believe. I believe that he was probably here for a wrestling event of some description.
And in 1927, who would have been promoting there?
That would have been pre Allen Athletic Club, as John Cosper has done that great research. The Allen Athletic Club under Haywood Allen was formed in 1933. I mean, from the 1890s, Louisville had wrestling of some description, and it was kind of hot in the Frank Gotch era, where you'd have more live wrestling and sometimes even names, and then it cooled off in the teens and then started back up again in the Strangler Lewis era, because as everybody knows that has read John's book, Bluegrass Brawlers, Strangler Lewis was given that name for the first time here in Louisville in 1916 or whatever, maybe 14. I can't remember. But there were wrestling events that would come and go, but there was nothing regular. There was not like until the 30s and the Allen Athletic Club, there wasn't regularly scheduled matches under one specific promoter, and guys wrestled on cards based on, sometimes when they were traveling cross country on trains, they would try to get themselves booked in stopovers and shit like that. And that's why there was really no rhyme or reason as to what wrestler would appear in what town back in those early days.
To this article, was there ever a wrestler that was around that everyone was uncomfortable? He would have his wife or his girlfriend with him and they would always fight?
There's been a few of those too. There was one of those, which I will leave everybody nameless, at one of the Ring of Honor tapings we did one time in Philly. But well, but then you had the guys that brought their wives into the business, like Dandy Jack Donovan had old Vern Bottoms as his second, and
yeah.
And a lot of the Indian wrestlers, their Princess Little Doves or whatever were actually their wife, or Gorgeous George's valet was. So, you know, things could get ugly on the road if there were not if the relationship was not rock solid and rooted in good, deep Christianity.
We obviously know why Vern Gagne decided to go with Vern instead of his given name, Laverne.
Laverne, yes,
Laverne Gagne. But was Vern Bottoms? Was Vern her name, or was it Laverne and she shortened it?
I don't know. Vern Bottoms was her name. That her professional name, at least. I never met the lady.
Well, we're going to now go to an article, Jim, from Columbus, Ohio, September 14th, 1959. This is another one of those things I knew nothing about, but I'm fascinated by.
Tough guy worked over by wrestler in special match. Columbus, UPI. Buddy Rogers, a nationally known wrestler, showed Buddy Austin who the real Buddy Rogers is in a wrestling match Saturday night. Austin had caused Rogers a considerable amount of bad publicity last week by telling police who arrested him in a bar that he was Buddy Rogers. Rogers was wrestling in Montreal, Canada at the time Austin was arrested. Upon his return to Columbus, he immediately canceled a match set for Saturday night and challenged Austin to a match. Rogers said before the match that he intended to even things when he got into the ring with Austin. He said he was a family man with a clean reputation, and he did not appreciate headlines around the country that he had been involved in a brawl. Rogers mauled Austin into submission in 1 minute and 3 seconds, with Austin never landing a punch. A fire department emergency vehicle hauled Austin to a hospital where a 2-inch cut over his eye was treated. Austin, who fights under the name of Buddy the Killer Austin, will appear in municipal court here Friday with his 2 companions on charges of assault and battery and malicious destruction of property. They were arrested last Wednesday night after a fracas in which they slugged a local newspaper photographer.
Boy, there's so much going on here. Do you know about any of this?
I've never heard this story, no.
What was the relationship between Buddy Austin and Buddy Rogers?
Well, obviously, besides the fact that I always thought that Buddy Austin may have been one of Buddy Rogers' guys.
That's what I thought, too. That's why I asked.
Well, here's what I can piece together. They're in Columbus, Ohio, which was not only Al Half's hometown, home base for all those years, the promoter, and he had a huge crew of guys that he booked to promoters all over the place in the Midwest. But also Buddy Rogers was his top guy, Al Half's top guy at one point and at numerous points, and lived in Columbus, Ohio sometimes because one of the deals was Columbus was centrally located to the Northeast, the Midwest, down south. You were within a day's drive of, like, in those days, 70% of the fucking nation's population, right? So it was a great place to have a booking office. And Rogers, if he, when he was exclusively working the Northeast for McMahon or whatever, he might live in Camden or in New Jersey where his hometown was, but a lot of times he lived in Ohio. And this was during a period of time, 2 years before he won the NWA title, he's in Columbus. And because it says when he returned to Columbus, upon his return to Columbus from Montreal. So I think what happens is Buddy Austin got in a fight in a bar and probably decided, oh, fuck, I'll tell him it's fucking Buddy Rogers because he was drunk and he was going to rib fucking Buddy or just whatever the fuck. Maybe it wasn't a rib. Maybe it was like, maybe I can get by with this. And Buddy Rogers, who was noted for not being a fucking badass tough guy, gets back to the territory where he lives and is probably the booker at that point, or certainly has power to book himself in anything he wants to do, and says, this has made the news. We got to change this fucking match. So the newspaper backed up that the match was changed and challenged Buddy Austin and then beat the piss out of him. And beat him in a minute because fuck you, motherfucker. You're out in a fucking bar getting arrested in a fight and using my name, so I'm going to fucking beat you in a minute to give you a receipt. That's what I read into that. And they've turned it into business.
And you said that Buddy wasn't known for being a tough guy. Of course, there are various stories from him having a confrontation with Big Bill Miller and Carl Gotch, him and Lou Thez.
In Ohio, near Columbus. I've been in that building where they slammed the door on his hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, and obviously, once again, whether Killer Buddy Austin was a tough guy or not, the booker and the boss of the territory just said, he's going to beat you in a minute, and you're going to get some fucking color. So he's going to beat you in a minute, and you're going to get some fucking color, and you're going to go to the hospital in an ambulance, and possibly wearing a pink fucking tutu, because he's really pissed.
That was one of Thez's big complaints, wasn't it? That unlike Gorgeous George, Buddy couldn't wrestle. Buddy was a great performer.
Yeah.
But it was one of the things that to Thez mattered, that Buddy couldn't actually go in there and hurt somebody.
Yes.
Unless, I guess a lot of people...
Unless he could hurt people when they weren't waiting for him to hurt them, right. But not in his shoot.
Right.
He could dump you over the top rope in an awkward way, but...
Well, there are lots of ways to hurt someone, including having tax problems. And let's go to this next article now, Jim. This one's from Nashville, Tennessee, although it's not in Nashville, Tennessee. Tuesday, October 4th, 1955.
One wonderful segue, by the way, into the tax story from 1955. Promoter denies tax evasions. Knoxville sports promoter George Costanza. God damn it.
George Costanza.
I started to say George Costanza. Knoxville promoter George Costanza pleaded not guilty to charges of failure to file an income tax return and failure to pay federal admission taxes in federal court here yesterday. Costanza, wrestling promoter in Knoxville for many years, is charged with failure to file a return for 1951 and also with 9 counts of failure to pay federal taxes on admission charges to wrestling shows from January through October 1952. Judge William Miller granted a continuation of the case until next term at the request of Kazana's attorney, Hobart Atkins of Knoxville. Miller also continued the income tax evasion case against Chandler Beard, former Dresden car dealer. His attorneys asked a 90-day continuance, but Judge Miller set December 13th as tentative date for the trial.
How common were tax problems amongst wrestlers and wrestling promoters?
Amongst wrestlers, epidemic. Amongst promoters, problems were not that widespread as I have come to find out or ever heard, because most of them knew how to avoid those problems. But, and this is George Kazana, who was John Kazana's I wish Golden Boy Joe Kazana was here with me now, but George was either John's older brother or potentially his father. But the Kazanas had promoted wrestling in Knoxville and parts of East Tennessee since the 40s at least. And that's when John Kazana, as we've talked about on our other programs, finally sold to Ron Fuller in 1974, sold Knoxville. They had been a little island unto themselves, the lowest budget, little show, but drew huge crowds in Knoxville and the little surrounding towns under Ron Wright and Whitey Caldwell and the Wright brothers in general and top guys like that. So, but this is 1955 and they're talking about 51 and 52. So they probably caught him. They just caught him.
If you were a wrestler who intended to pay your taxes and do everything on the up and up, how difficult was it? If you're working a territory where you're working, let's say Mid-South, you're in 5 different states? Is it difficult to do your taxes when you're working in so many different states?
Well, here's the thing. First of all, if you're a professional wrestler and you're doing your own taxes, you ain't working that much, especially back in the territory days. It wasn't hard for wrestlers or guys to keep up with their taxes if they made the effort to, which was get a CPA that understands the wrestling business, what you do, and how you make your money and how you're paid and etc., and keep all of your records. One of the reasons I have all those records is because that was for taxes as well. All of your road expenses, everything you spend, everything you make, and where you make it from. And at one point at the height of working for, and of course, some of the tax laws were different then, and don't ask me to quote them chapter and verse, because that's why rule number 1, always have a CPA. But I think I filed at one time income tax in 10 or 12 different states working for Crockett in 86, 87-ish.
Such a pain in the ass.
But it was a pain in the ass because it cost money, and a lot of the state taxes weren't a lot of money, except if the state that you lived in charged an income tax. But also, you had to keep good records, and you had to pay quarterly estimates based on what you thought your income would be. It wasn't hard to do it if you decided you were going to do it and you understood it. For the guys who didn't get it or just wouldn't do it, then it was the hardest thing in the world, and that's why. A lot of times in OVW, especially, I would tell guys and I would give them the number of the accounting firm that I was using, or I would remind them to, talk to somebody and explain to them, don't fucking owe the government or you owe them for the rest of your life. It's not hard to do. It's just hard to commit to do.
Well, with that, Jim, let's go to our final story. This is from Council Bluffs, Iowa, September 16th, 1946.
Wrestler tells of his wanderings. Take baby away from young parents. Dorsey Thomas. That's the subheadline, folks. Dorsey Thomas, 31, Cleveland, Oklahoma, was found wandering around Fort Crook Sunday night in wrestling trunks. He told military police he was attacked by an irate crowd Friday night at a Plattsmouth Carnival wrestling match and had been hiding out since that time. That would be 48 hours. Stating that local talent challengers get 15% of the receipts if they stay in the ring 5 minutes, Thomas said the crowd thought he was stopping a good show when he asked how much time during a challenge match when one of his men was wrestling. Thomas added that he could hear the mob beating the Missouri Valley bottomland during the night, and Saturday night said he swam the Platte River pursued by a group in a motorboat. Sheriff, just hell of a swimmer. Sheriff Joe Mrazek of Plattsmouth said the crowd was angered when Thomas hedged on paying a local boy for winning a challenge, but thought that the story of 2 days' pursuit was imagination. Thomas stayed overnight Sunday in the Omaha jail.
Well, what do you think? Is it imagination? Or did he have heat?
Well, that sounds like hey, you could get some heat in those at shows. I'm telling you, that was the deal. That's how working heel and promos and working the crowd and having business matches for betting and etc. started, was at the carnival athletic shows. And this guy apparently got he got heat when he didn't want to fucking pay the kid that beat him. That's when you'd have the biggest riot, when your fucking at-show champion would get his ass kicked and they wouldn't come up with the money. Or like when old William Harding had to protest to get his money when he got out of Bob Roop's sugar hold in Frankfurt, those many years ago. That's when you got the real fucking problem. But I'm not understanding the sub-headline. Wait a minute. It's Omaha Roundup. Wrestler tells of his wanderings. Take baby away from young parents. Perhaps the take baby away from young parents was in a second half of this particular article that we were not made privy to.
I assume.
Or maybe or maybe the dingo ate your baby while he was swimming through the fucking Missouri Valley bottomland and being pursued by a group in a motorboat. I don't fucking know. It was Omaha back in 1946.
This is 1946. I'm always surprised. I guess I always think of the at shows as ending much earlier than that, but they go on much further than I expected. When did they actually end? When were the last carnival shows?
Well, I mean, Frankie Kane in the early 50s was doing carnivals, right? And Sputnik Monroe. I would think it lasted through the 50s, and maybe even in some of these places, maybe in places like the Kansases and the Missouris and the Iowas maybe even later.
It is a part of wrestling history that I know a lot of people have done research on, and it's fascinating because, while all this is happening in the big arenas at the carnivals, they're still doing this stuff. And of course, when it goes wrong, they chase you out of the building. You're about to swim away from motorboats, whatever else. This one's really good. This is almost as good as them chasing Ron Wright and burning his plane and all that other stuff.
Yes, and also even almost better than the Sheik hiding under a bus to get away from Luthez.
What?
What? You've heard that story?
I have not.
No, it was. It basically, according from Lou's side, they were supposed to wrestle in Chicago one night at the amphitheater, and when Sheik was first getting over with his gimmick, and Thez basically claims he said to him, "Well, I'm going to brook none of your nonsense tonight. We're going to wrestle." And so he claims that the Sheik just went mad and in the match and just went out into the crowd and then ran all the way out into the street and hid under a bus from the crowd trying to find him. And the Sheik's side, from what I heard, was that he just wanted some publicity since Thez wouldn't do his fucking gimmick. But regardless, it made the paper and people talked about it for ages after that the fucking Sheik and Thez ended up out in the street and Sheik was hiding under a bus in like freezing cold winter weather in Chicago in tights.
There's a great story I read a long time ago, and who knows how much of it's true. I want to believe all of it's true. It was from Montreal, and the story was about the fans chasing Wild Bull Curry out of the arena down a residential street, and he dove through the front window of a house where the family was in there. They're like an elderly couple. They didn't know who he was. They see this half-naked man with the giant eyebrows in the face. They scream. He locks himself in the bathroom because he won't come out because he's afraid of what's going to happen with the mob. The cops come. They get rid of the crowd. They make him get in the police car. They drive him back to the arena to get his clothes and everything else. They pass the angry mob when they're going back to the arena who attack the police car, kick out all the windows, turn it over. Just the wildest story I ever heard, but it is Wild Bull Curry, and things like that actually do sometimes happen.
The one I always wanted to be true, and this was, once again, this was not only told in wrestling magazines, but this was actually in a newspaper article that I've seen, but as we've just proven on this segment, things can be in the newspaper. Yeah. But the story of how Bruiser once in Cincinnati threw a chair into the ring at his opponent and was arrested for it because there was a woman. It was a wheelchair and there was a woman in it at the time. And I just always wanted that to be true because that would be Dick the Bruiser in a nutshell.
Well, we can't top that. So with that, another episode of In the News, in the books. Jim, I will let you sign off.
Well, in that case, in the meantime and in between time, until then, good night and have a pleasant tomorrow. May all your news be good news and all those other, this is London and all those other sign-offs. Ladies and gentlemen, until then, next week I'm going to be on assignment. You know what that was? When Walter Cronkite, the last couple of years of his career, would say, and tomorrow night I'll be on assignment. His boat.
Yeah.
His boat was named Assignment. So next time you do this show, I'll be on assignment. Ladies and gentlemen, until then, bye-bye, everybody.
And we had actually just stopped tape, and Jim was about to tell me a story, and I didn't know it, and he couldn't believe I didn't know it, so he said, start the tape up. And
with Killer Buddy Austin and Buddy Rogers and the whole legal kerfluffle. I didn't know you didn't know this story, that a lot of people know that the reason why Brian Lee got the job as the fake Undertaker was because he and the Harris boys, who he's half-brothers with, Ron and Don Harris, and the Undertaker were all friends. And they all at one point lived in Nashville, and they had worked together and broke in together. And Brian was a good friend of Taker's. As a matter of fact, one time Undertaker came to Glasgow, Kentucky to a Smoky Mountain Wrestling show and sat in the locker room all night just because he was off from the WWF and just rode to a town with Brian Lee, right? So I had the biggest star in wrestling in my fucking locker room in Glasgow, and I couldn't tell anybody. But then Brian had, I guess, what we might generously term as some type of domestic dispute there in Nashville, while he was still looked like the Underfaker with the long hair and everything. He still had the look to him. And somehow he told the arresting officers that hauled him out of his home that he was indeed the Undertaker from the WWF, which led to the newspapers and the local radio stations and the TV stations announcing that the WWF's Undertaker had been arrested for some unsavory and unseemly fucking activity, which led to basically Undertaker and Brian Lee, at last I heard, I don't know, this has been 20 years ago, but they were not friends after that.
It's a hard one to recover from.
Those things get, but Nashville, look here, Nashville has been the scene of some classic wrestling arrests, and because now you had the Undertaker there.
Yeah.
You also had Randy Savage in the Waffle House, and you've heard about Roger Smith, right? Roger Mason, Roger Smith, Dirty Rhodes, one of the assassins.
How did he get arrested?
He got arrested. Well, he got arrested a couple of times. I think he was hauled in one time. He burned a cross on Nick Goulis's front lawn.
Great.
As a commentary, I believe it wasn't a racial thing because both of them were white, but it was a commentary somewhat on Nick's payoffs to him that he felt like a slave. Wow. But the good one was when, and I don't know anything about his domestic situation now. If they're still happily married, then bless them. And I've seen Roger over in West Virginia here recently, and he was a hell of a talent and a hell of a storyteller and a nice guy. But on this particular moment in the late 70s or some point, his domestic situation at his home turned into a hostage crisis involving the SWAT team and assurances amongst everybody that they weren't all going to be blown up with nuclear weapons before he was extracted from the home. And so it was with this kind of record that one day I am driving Roger Smith, who I'm managing as one of the assassins along with his partner, Donnie Bass. But Roger needed a ride from Nashville down to the spot show we were doing in West Tennessee, and I was driving him in my car, and I haven't been in the business but about a year or so, and I'm just so happy to be there. And, you know, I'm really, because the assassins, Roger and Donnie, had great matches every night, and I could learn shit on passing gimmicks and timing, and they would help me take bumps. They'd just kind of take you with them, and you wouldn't get hurt. But I'm driving Roger. I do know about some of his past background, and we're driving down this lonely Tennessee state highway about 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the way to the town. There's not a car in sight in any direction, 2-lane highway, farms and fields off to the side, just all alone. And I'm just driving, and he's just sitting there, and just out of nowhere, he says, you know, sometimes I feel like killing myself and taking all my friends with me. And I looked at him, I said, Roger, I don't know if it's the time to tell you this, but I never have thought too much of you. And he liked that. And sometimes when he drove by himself, sometimes he'd get to the town before bell time because he'd stop at truck stops and just play video games and do things and just kill time and just lose track of it. But he was a hell of a worker when he showed up.
Was Ronnie Gossett arrested in Nashville when he sold the territory?
That would have been where because Ronnie was from more toward Chattanooga, but they would have filed a complaint on him in Nashville. So he sold Nick Goulis's territory at the time when he didn't actually work for Nick or own any part of that territory, but he had convinced some woman who was in the market apparently for a wrestling territory that he could sell her Gulas Welch Wrestling Enterprises, and the only way that the actual office in Nashville found out about it was the woman called the office and commanded a meeting of all the office employees on Monday morning. And they said, well, who are you? And she said, I'm the new owner. And when they investigated further, I've always heard Ronnie did go to jail for a period of time, but he never gave the money back, $40,000.
I would have been interested to see what she would have done as a booker.
What, you know, and there is that, and there'd been precedent for it. Because Eddie Marlin, when Tupelo, Mississippi just fucking sucked, and it was just the asshole of the Tennessee territory, and nobody wanted to work there on Friday nights every week in that shitty building. And Eddie was going to close it up, and this rich woman that used to sit on the front row with her family and friends named Miriam Springfield said, oh, no, you can't do that. Well, Miriam, I just ain't making any. Well, how much do you want for it? I'll buy it. And Miriam Springfield became the promoter in Tupelo. She paid Eddie Marlin in the office some unheard of, unlisted, redacted amount of money. And in return, they booked a measly 8 or 10 man card of the Heat crew in there on Friday nights. And she had to pay them $50 a piece plus a booking fee to the office. And that's how that worked. But
how long did that last?
A couple of years. I left when I left the territory. It was still going on. So,
you know, Tim Tyler said something on the show I'd never heard before. You mentioned Randy Savage in the Waffle House. The other famous story was Randy Savage getting arrested for shoplifting meat at Kroger.
Yeah, I was here in Lexington.
Tim Tyler said that was done intentional, that Randy told him beforehand he was going to do that to get in the newspapers.
You know, and I believe that I have reported it as factual that they caught him with a fucking T-bone down his pants. But I can believe that it was something done for publicity at that point because they were the outlaw bad boys of, you know, wrestling at that time. He probably just did want to get in the paper. And it wasn't like it was going to help the image of Randy Savage as this psychopathic maniac. You know, it wasn't like he was doing a Ric Flair gimmick where he, you know, custom made from head to toe. But Ronnie Gossett, by the way, I will say he was a hell of a manager. It's my favorite line. Is that your face or did your ass open a branch office? He was just fucking hilarious. But every time I'd see him, I'd ask him, Ronnie, what have you got for me in a little cheap short trip territory? And I was kidding.
It is now time for one of our most popular segments here on the Super Podcast, In the News. And of course, that means we bring on our main broadcaster here at the 605 Super Podcast, the lead. What's the word I'm looking for? The
Anchorman.
The Anchorman of the Super Podcast. Now, simple word.
I love Lamp.
What?
I love Lamp.
Oh, you're actually doing Anchorman bits now.
Well, if I'm the Anchorman, try to work with you here.
The Anchorman, Mr. Jim Cornette.
I'm the John Cameron Swayze of In the News.
Very good. Well, we have a bunch of stories this week here for the anniversary show, so of course that means we have to have very special stories, and I think you're going to really like these, Jim. And our first story is from Bowling Green, Kentucky, August 1st, 1980.
Yamamoto, target of suit. Testimony began today in Warren Circuit Court in a civil trial involving allegations against professional wrestler Tojo Yamamoto. Robert Vaughn, 36, of Warren County, filed the suit against Yamamoto following a June 27, 1978 incident in which Vaughn claims he was struck by Yamamoto. Vaughn is seeking damages against Yamamoto and the Gulas Wrestling Enterprises Incorporated for pain and suffering in the amount of $30,000. Vaughn testified this morning that he was sitting among the crowd at Beach Bend Park observing a match between two other wrestlers when Yamamoto allegedly struck him on the head with a wooden shoe. In his opening statements to the six-man, six-woman jury, defense attorney David Broderick said Vaughn had agitated Yamamoto and had kicked Yamamoto, encouraging a fight. Broderick said Vaughn, not Yamamoto, was cited by police. Vaughn's attorney David McClellan said Vaughn had not been an involved spectator and was the victim of Yamamoto's violence.
My favorite kind of story, Jim. The innocent spectator minding their own business when the heel jumps out of the ring and attacks them.
Doing absolutely nothing, and suddenly Cornette dove out of the ring and began smashing him with a... Well, and I guarantee you, I know exactly what happened. The Vaughn's attorney said Vaughn had not been an involved spectator. Sounds like there was more than one. This guy was cited. Probably Tojo did something, had his shoe in his hand, because that's what Tojo's gimmick was his oriental wooden shoes. And when he was a heel, those wooden shoes came into play. He had his shoe in his hand. Here comes these guys. Vaughn throws a fucking kick at him, and Tojo beans him with the fucking shoe. Tojo, that's Danny Jack Donovan will tell you what Tojo could do with a wooden shoe.
Well, it wasn't just Tojo, but Tojo with some friends could do some damage with a wooden shoe.
The shoe was probably the turning point in that argument. But anyway, so that's exactly what happened. And Bowling Green at the Beach Bend roller skating park, which is where that Gulas ran, I believe, every Thursday night.
So he was running Kentucky well after Jerry Jarrett split off from him.
Well, see, here's the thing. Bowling Green is only 60 miles north up the road from Nashville. So that was run off the Nashville TV because Nashville's only 30 miles from the state line. So there were parts of Kentucky that Gulas was still running that got the Nashville TV. And then obviously Jared had Louisville and then Evansville, Indiana, and Lexington.
Jim, for our next story, we're going to go to Weekly World News from June 12th, 1990.
They can't keep their hands off him. Wrestler terrorized by millions of loved, crazed women. In the knockdown, drag-out world of pro wrestling, Sunny Beach fears no man, but between matches, the Golden Grappler hides away in hotel rooms like a terrified child trying to dodge the millions of women who stalk him day and night. Strapping Sunny has an amazing hypnotic power over women of all ages. One look and they fall at his feet or attack him like tiger cats trying to rip off his clothes. Women just can't keep their hands off of me, sighed the 260-pound former surfer boy. Believe me, this weird power I have over women is not a blessing. It's truly a curse. Case in point. After a match in New York City, 20 rabid gals bribed their way past a guard and cornered Sonny in a locker room, tearing at his clothes and forcing him to run for his life. Again, 2 weeks later, the weary warrior found 3 naked ladies waiting for him in his hotel shower. And on another occasion, a stunned Sonny had to forfeit a match when dozens of love-struck bellies? That's what it says.
It does say bellies.
It says bellies. Tugged at him so hard he couldn't fight his way into the ring. The blonde basher has to make hotel and plane reservations under phony names to escape the clutches of lustful lady admirers. Recently, one of the richest women in the country sought him out in her stretch limo and offered him millions of dollars to lay underneath a glass table. And no, to come live with her is what it says. Rich, poor, whatever, all women are attracted to me, says sensational Sonny. I may be God's gift to women, but I would appreciate it if they would not send me any more love letters in the mail. I just haven't got time to read them.
So I guess the question that I have is, who was it at Weekly World News that was a wrestling fan? Because clearly there was someone there.
But they wouldn't have been a wrestling fan. They would have been an indie wrestling fan because Sunny Beach, and there's a picture of him. And with these two rent-a-hoes that he's got standing next to him. One of them looks like she could have to run around in the shower to get wet. He worked independent wrestling shows in the mid-'80s up there in the New York area, and pretty much that's...
Do you remember his name in the WWF?
He didn't work in the WWF.
He was he was a job guy. I was about to say undercard and be nice. He was a job guy at some TV tapings, but they wouldn't call him Sunny Beach. They called him Sandy Beach.
Oh, for God's sake. I didn't even remember that. But nevertheless, I don't know. He may have had to pay somebody to write this article. I'm not sure.
You were in Weekly World News, weren't you?
Well, I used to do the Weekly World News Oh, but yes, I was.
You were in it, though. Yeah.
I was in it for something. What was I in it for?
I forget now. That's what I was hoping.
Well, now I've forgotten. No, now I've forgotten. And it was I have a copy of it around here somewhere.
It's not framed on the wall?
I don't have room.
Well, Weekly World News. And from there, Jim, let's get back to the real world. Los Angeles, October 19th, 1955.
Wrestling bouts fixed. 2 refs tell legislators by the United Press. Los Angeles, October 19th. A promoter accused of being the dictator of wrestling in Southern California testifies today before a state assembly subcommittee investigating the sport. Cal Eaton, Olympic Auditorium promoter, was identified by 2 witnesses as controlling wrestling in this area. 2 referees, Joe Woods and Al Billings, testified yesterday that the outcome of wrestling exhibitions are prearranged. Woods says he was instructed by Hollywood Legion Stadium promoter Hugh Nichols before 2 TV bouts on Monday night who was to win. The bouts were 10-minute beat-the-champ exhibitions, Woods said, and Nichols told him to make sure nobody was going to beat the champ and get $1,000. Committeeman Clark L. Bradley asked Woods if arranging winners before a match was common practice. As far as I know, answered Woods, it's the only practice. Woods said his testimony, quote, may end my refereeing career. Firm grasp of the obvious there. Subcommittee Chairman Frank G. Bunnell commended him for the testimony. Billings said, it's a known fact bouts are decided in advance. I used to work for Cal Eaton in his booking office, Billings said. I used to tell the referees who was to win. Billings said the performers do not rehearse bouts because most of them are good wrestlers and they don't need to. 3 other referees testified they knew nothing of prearranged matches. Bonelli said those found to have committed perjury before this committee will be dealt with by law at the conclusion of this hearing.
Well, you know, there have been a lot of famous cases of the business being exposed in the papers. Of course, Jack Pfeffer famously used it as a weapon wherever it is that he went. There have been cases where it destroyed business and cases where it really had no effect whatsoever. I'm going to guess this is the latter here, where this had no effect on wrestling in Southern California.
Well, you can also tell it looks like a small article. I don't see the context of where it was, but it was probably buried on page 22. And you've got a couple of disgruntled referees that can be painted as such by the promotion. Well, we fired them. Of course, they're trying to hurt our business while we're a straight organization. You know, so it wasn't Baron Michelle Leone coming out and fucking, saying, oh, my match with Thez that drew $100,000 was fake. It's obscure referees and a article buried in the process of the bigger deal was this was during probably the antitrust buildup, and the state assembly subcommittee investigating the sport was probably, and also the Beat the Champ exhibition. Make sure nobody was going to beat the champ and get $1,000. They were probably doing get $1,000 if you fucking last with our champion type of deals with fans, and that is somewhat of a swerve, as they used to say, to the public. So wrestling promoters never liked it when they were being investigated by any kind of legal body or official body, and these California assemblymen probably got a couple of these old referees to fucking roll over.
You brought up disgruntled referees. Who's the most disgruntled referee you've dealt with?
Good God, a disgruntled referee. I don't remember really a real prickish disgruntled referee. I'm sure there's been some.
Well, what's it like for you when you get a referee who's not one of the regulars? You know, if you're in the NWA in 1989, you have Nick Patrick, you have Tommy Young, you have Randy Anderson. But when you go to a small town and it's a referee who's not one of those guys, you ever have any occurrences where it's just nothing's working out and the guy's not cooperating at all?
Well, see, here was the problem. There was actually not Crockett's or TBS's fault. Crockett always had the same referees. TBS, we kept regular referees. Every once in a while, they might pick up a local referee to do the first couple matches, but generally I wasn't involved, or the Midnight Express wasn't involved in that. But when they first started going to New York State, they had to have, that was back, and I don't know whether it was the WWF just exerted enough pressure to fuck with those guys or whether that's the way that it always was, but New York State had to have referees that worked for the commission in New York refereeing the matches. So we were there one night in like Rochester, New York, the Midnight Express versus one of the teams we were, having a good program with. I can't remember whether it was the Rock and Roll or what match it was, but the point is, Tommy Young is sitting there at the timekeeper's table playing the music at the boombox, holding the microphone to it, the way we used to do the entrance music, and there's this referee in the ring that's fucking 75 years old. And I'm thinking he's going to have a stroke. He can't fucking get it. We can't do any of our normal spots that involve a referee. We don't want to touch him. We might kill him. He can't get up and down. And Tommy was sitting, and they had the commissioner sitting right there at the table also, whoever the commissioner was, right? And I leaned over. I got so fucking hot because the match was just, I said, it's great. I said, we got the best referee in the business fucking playing goddamn music off a boombox, and we got Methuselah in the ring fucking our matchup. Whose fault is this? As I was yelling across Tommy at the commissioner looking at him, because I didn't want to go back to New York fucking State anyway. Those first forays into Western New York were fucking miserable. The people didn't know who we were necessarily, although they would get with the show eventually. TV wasn't that strong, but the houses weren't that great. But with the commission referees and just the old-fashioned way of doing everything they had up there, it was brutal. Brutal.
Speaking of brutal, Jim, that's a nickname that a lot of wrestlers have had. Brutal Bob, for instance. There are a lot of different nicknames. You've given a few to people. You know, the Demon of the Deep, Leviathan. You've given out some great nicknames. And that's the topic of this next article from Dallas, Texas, November 16th, 1956.
Wrestlers billing brings suit from ringside seat. Dallas, November 16th, the Associated Press. Promoter Ed McLemore denied in court yesterday that he billed a wrestler as mean, villainous, hard-hearted, merciless, cruel, cheating, sneaky, unsportsmanlike, and cowardly. The suit against McLemore was not brought by the wrestler. It's J.W. Whitaker who is suing McLemore for $54,600 on the grounds that the billing McLemore used so enraged a spectator against the wrestler that when the wrestler went into the arena, the spectator threw a bottle. Whitaker claimed that his skull was fractured by the bottle. The wrestling match was held 4 years ago.
Now, this is a new twist on the wrestling fans suing the wrestler and the promoter.
Yes. And I mean, every wrestling promoter has been sued for every stupid fucking thing that anybody thinks they can make a dollar off of, right? But this kind of takes it to new grounds. When I got sued in Baton Rouge, the guy's explanation to the newspaper for why that he tried to attack me and was pummeled by police and others was because I had called the crowd sad on the microphone. Because when I would get in the ring, I'd take the microphone and said, "You got to be the saddest bunch of people I've ever seen in my life." So that was his excuse to leap from his seat, run, and attack me and suffer the consequences. But yeah, so McLemore billed this wrestler under this billing, which enraged a person in the crowd enough to throw a bottle who missed the wrestler and hit this guy on the head. And 4 years ago, he's had a fractured skull, so it took him a few minutes to come to his senses and realize that he should sue.
His lawyer was going to find someone to sue, by hook or by crook, with this case.
I wonder where Stephen P. Newsfather was if he was anywhere around Dallas on November 16, 1956.
I don't think he was there. Let's not incriminate him in this. But let's now move forward, Jim, to Santa Monica, California, November 12th, 1937. Another twist on a story we had earlier with Tojo going into the crowd and hitting a fan. Let's see what this one has.
Yes, gentle. Matt fan suffered broken neck when Zabo eased him out of hall. Santa Monica, California, November 11th, Associated Press. Wrestler Sandor Zabo, replying to spectator Dale J. Grief's $24,000 lawsuit, was quick to admit his annoyance when someone hissed, "You big bum, you're the type that beats up his wife." Zabo said he left the ring and tried, quote, as gently as possible, unquote, to remove Grief from the auditorium. In the process, spectator Grief said he suffered a broken neck, a dislocated shoulder bone, and displacement of several vertebrae.
Well, gently, he tried to remove him from the arena.
Well, and I think, he was accused of being a wife beater and a big bum. So I think it's only natural that he should break this man's neck, dislocate his shoulder bone, and displace several of his vertebrae. And once again, you never know in these deals. In 1937 or 2037, it's not going to be any different. Which of these injuries exists, which of them is as a result of the said incident, which ones have happened before, afterwards, exaggerated, etc. You never know.
Obviously, here in this case, allegedly this fan said something and Sandor Zabo got out of the ring and took care of it. Did you ever have guys you were around that, we assume that wrestlers are expected to hear all sorts of things from the crowd, especially the heels, and just live with it, just put up with it because that's their job. But do you know of any guys who just couldn't deal with it? If there was any heckling from the crowd, they would have to jump out of the ring and say something or go to the crowd?
No, well, once again, I know there's probably been a few of those in recent years, but at the time that I was at shows most every night of the week, you didn't want to go out in the crowd. You might go to the railing, but you didn't want to go out in the crowd. And really, no, I have, and other people have, reacted quite vehemently when somebody puts their hands on us, or, every once in a while the direct spit in the face or the fucking direct drink in the face or whatever. But I don't remember a lot of guys running out and trying to get involved in it. But at the same point, you never know what's going to happen. Dennis Condrey had a great story when he was teaming with Phil Higgerson someplace in the 70s. And there was this guy on the front row that was jumping up and down and was giving him all kinds of shit and yelling at him and cussing him out and everything. And a lot of times the heels would make use of that and get with the guy and start fucking with him because he was getting the other people going, right? But Dennis at one point, Phil's in the ring, Phil tags Dennis, right? Dennis gets in the ring and starts doing something, but here's a big pop from the crowd. And looks out, and there's Hickerson laying flat of his back on the fucking ground, and that guy's standing over him, pointing his finger in his face. He does, what the fuck? He jumps out on the apron, fucking I can't remember whether he jumped down or whether he kicked the guy, but he nails that fucking guy, and here comes the cops, and goddamn grab Dennis. What the fuck? Come to find out, when Phil got out on the apron, he went to jump down to fuck with the guy some more and get him going, and when he jumped down, he slipped in some Coke or whatever, some beer, it was spilled, and feet went up in the air, and he went right back flat of his back on the ground and knocked the breath out of him. So he's laying there, the guy never touched him. So Dennis comes out and nails the fucking guy thinking he'd assaulted Phil, and here came the cops. So you never know about these things.
You never know. Well, let's get one more lawsuit in here this week, Jim. Let's go to Muskogee, Oklahoma, November 15th, 1933.
Suit of wrestling referee is settled. Muskogee, Oklahoma, November 15th. The Associated Press used to love wrestling in those days. The suit of Frank Thompson, wrestling referee, against Sam Avey, Tulsa promoter, and Gene Ellis, Muskogee promoter, for $10,400 damages was dismissed Wednesday when attorneys announced a settlement. Thompson was tossed from a ring here last April by Paul Orth, Cincinnati bad boy. He suffered a fractured leg. The referee asserted all events on the wrestling program were planned in advance, including the throwing of various combatants from the ring and swatting of the referee. He alleged he was not notified, however, that he was to be tossed out of the ring and that he was unprepared for the jolt.
Well, this kind of goes back to an earlier discussion about referees that you're not used to, referees that you don't want to work with. Here's a referee that claims he didn't know he was going to be thrown out of the ring. He was, and he broke his leg. What happens in that situation when you're dealing with a referee and the only thing to do is to throw them out of the ring or get them out of the way, move them, and they're not prepared, they're not ready, they haven't been trained, whatever it may be?
Well, see, back in the 30s, who the fuck knows what was going on? This guy could have just been hot at the fucking referee and just decided to throw him out of the ring. It could have been a fucking spot that he was told about beforehand, but he fucked up and took the bump wrong and broke his leg, and Sam Avey wouldn't pay for it. So now, okay, motherfucker, well, I'll get you. Who knows what happened, but under normal circumstances, the way you are thrown out of the ring, if it's done the proper way, if you break your leg, it's your fault because you took the bump wrong. But if this guy just fucking launched him, and who knows, I don't know that throwing out of the ring was a heavily practiced and perfected spot back in the 30s. Who knows what would have happened. But, yeah, I can see this right now. He said, oh, my leg's broke. I can't go to work, Sam. Well, I ain't going to pay for it. Well, fuck you. I'll sue you.
Well, that may have happened. We'll have to see what we can find out. But, Jim, we're going to end in the news this week with an old Super Podcast classic, something I read on the air many, many moons ago here on the show. And now we're going to ask you to take a look at this. Let's go to Syracuse, the Post-Standard from 1996.
From Fiji with love comes Superfly. The voice is part whisper, part rasp, and all very friendly, kind of like a warm South Pacific breeze. And the words, oh, those. Ask Jimmy Snuka. Make that the Superfly, Jimmy Snuka, a question, and you pretty much receive a magnificent jumble of mystical yammering that might be considered serious baloney even in Fiji, this man's confessed place of birth. Appreciation and paying attention is the most valuable thing to get you there, brother. Jimmy responded to an inquiry about, well, I forget now. To get there is another thing coming upon that. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's my whole true feeling on that subject, brother. If you care, there's a spirit. And if there's a spirit, then you've got faith in something. Uh-huh. The discernible news is that the Superfly, in New Jersey at the time, rather than in a tide pool, did willingly come to the telephone the other night. Give him that. And with his pending descent upon Syracuse on his mind, he did share a bit of his philosophy. Brother, slow down, Jimmy said. You're way ahead of my brain. All I need to know is that when I get in there, I must be there and beware. Yeah, the Superfly is coming to town, and he's coming for two grand reasons. 1, he's planning to kick some sorry creep's sorry butt, and number 2, in the process, he's going to help raise money for Mercy Flight Central, Central New York's nonprofit 24-hour helicopter ambulance service.
Now, at this point, Jim, I'm going to jump in because you don't have to read the plug from 1996. So let's now go where we will continue the article at the word indeed at the end of paragraph 3.
Indeed! This will be professional wrestling the way it was meant to be. That is, full-grown men in tights and feathers throwing business associates off turnbuckles. And if it can raise a buck for a worthy cause, all's the better. Our profession is the greatest thing in the world, brother, Snuka said. Professional wrestling will always be. It will always, always be. While there may be some pencil neck geeks out there who would disagree with Jimmy's view, preferring, the theater or art or the symphony to the blue-collar ballet that can be found inside the celebrated squared circle, the fact of the matter is that the Superfly has provided his fans with some memories. This, even if he has chosen to be particular with his recollections. Question: what has been the highlight of your career, Superfly? My most memorable night, brother, was when I wrestled in Madison Square Garden and I dove off the peak of the world and was still flying. Question: when was that, Superfly? Brother, you'll have to find out for yourself. I'd rather not mention names. Question: but you came into the ring from an exceptional height? Superfly: that's the question I'm still trying to answer, brother. But it was lovely. The story is that Jimmy Snuka was born on one of Fiji's 800-plus islands and that he grew up to be a cliff diver of renown. While that job did yield the odd pearl, it did not consistently provide 3 squares a day, so Jimmy turned to professional wrestling, where he made his name coming in high and often. Boy, there's a line for you. And with his long black hair flying from the top rope. Hence the Superfly, who claims after all these years, and he was not about to admit exactly how many, to be the world's greatest wrestler. Question: so who's number 2? Superfly: brother, nobody is number 2. Question: if you are number 1, why didn't you ever wrestle for the belt? Superfly: in your heart and everybody else's, you know, and you want to know why, brother, because you know I love you, and all I needed was the spirit, brother. Question: huh? Superfly: brother, you better get on the phone and let the people around the world know that I'm talking to you. I didn't wrestle for the title, brother, because I never really needed it. The voice was part whisper, part rasp, and all very friendly. Jimmy Snuka, headed for Syracuse and a top rope at the fairgrounds, had offered his baloney thick as usual, and a conversation needed to end. It was time, after all, to concentrate on Friday's match. So many creeps' butts to kick, so little time.
So, Jim, if you were the promoter and you had to pick a wrestler not to speak to the press, who would you pick?
Superfly Jimmy Snuka, brother. And, I never, now that I think about it, I have spoken to Jimmy Snuka in the past, but I never had any type of conversation with him. Hello, Superfly. Hello, brother. That type of thing. But I don't know. I never knew him when he was in the business. We were never in the same place at the same time until the WWF, and it was the 90s. And so I never knew him when he was young, 70s, 80s. A huge fan of his work. But I don't know whether his brain was always fried or not.
Had you seen him when he was in Mid-Atlantic in the late 70s originally?
Oh, my God, yes. When Crockett started running Cincinnati, me and Weasel Dooley used to go up all the time. And when he was, because they had so many guys in the territory, you would only see the same guys every, one or out of every 2 or 3 shows. But when he was on the card, that was the highlight. I mean, my God, he was ripped. He looked incredible. The way he moved for a guy that size and that muscular, like a cat, and the dives. And when they would throw him out of the ring, talking about getting thrown out of the ring, I've never seen anybody do this like this. He would be thrown, and from halfway in the ring, he would just launch himself and turn and go backwards through the second and top rope. And on his way through the ropes, he would brush the ropes enough with his hands to be able to turn himself to where he could kind of land with his feet under him on the floor, but you couldn't tell how he was doing it unless you had a really good eye, which I did. And it was just the athleticism was amazing. And a guy that size and looked like that and believable, and the work and the body language. Holy shit.
But not the promos.
Not the promos.
Case in point, from Fiji with Love comes Superfly from the Syracuse newspaper right here. But Jim, with that, we have wrapped up another edition of In the News, this anniversary show edition of In the News. How would you like to sign off?
Happy anniversary.
It is now time for one of the most popular segments we do here on the 605 Super Podcast, In the News. And of course, that means I need to welcome the anchor of the In the News desk, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Thank you very much, Brian Last.
We have...
I was about to say in my newscaster voice, it will be my pleasure to bring you the news.
Well, we'll see about that because we have some very interesting news here this week. And this first story, Jim, is from the Star Tribune in Minneapolis, Minnesota, February 16th, 1965.
Assault charge filed in stabbing of wrestler race. John Morton was charged with aggravated assault Monday after allegedly stabbing professional wrestler Harley Race in the back during a fight in a Minneapolis restaurant Friday. Race told police that he was eating in the Chestnut Tree, 1370 Nicollet Avenue, when three men entered the restaurant. Police said that one of the men, Jack LaRue, 25, 591 Dayton Avenue, St. Paul, struck a woman in the face. Race, who was alone, interrupted and told LaRue to leave the woman, Peggy Hayden, 22, alone. The wrestler returned to his table, but a waitress informed him that one of the men had a knife, police said. Race walked over to the men, and when LaRue cursed him, the wrestler hit LaRue, knocking him unconscious, police said. Morton, 25, address unknown, then allegedly stabbed Race. The wrestler was taken to the hospital and released after being treated. Police arrested Morton as he and a companion, Kenneth Alexander, 26 of 3609 2nd Avenue South, were carrying LaRue from the restaurant.
Now, we always hear these stories, Jim, about the toughness of Harley Race. And here's an amazing example, because not only is he stabbed, but he's told there's a knife and he runs towards the knife.
Well, no, I can see this situation. He saw this guy smack this girl, and he went over and, hey, leave this woman alone, right? And blah, blah, blah. And there was some words, and he went and sat back down, and the waitress came over and said, hey, one of them's got a knife. Oh, they do? Well, I'll take that fucking knife. And he just happened to knock the other one out first that didn't have the knife. But I can believe he just calmly got up, went back over there because they were probably mouthing off, and here you go. Now, I had heard, I don't know that that's the only time that Harley Race got stabbed breaking up a beef in a restaurant. There may have been another one as well, but, he wasn't going to take any bullshit off any, and this was 1965. He was not quite 30 at that point, right? So he was even younger and tougher than
How many guys would do that, Jim? How many guys, from that era? Today is obviously a different world altogether, but in, let's say, the 80s even, how many guys, if they were in a restaurant by themselves and they saw a commotion like that, would actually get up and get involved?
Some of them. I mean, I can't just specifically call exact names, but, Buddy Rogers, didn't he make the papers a couple years before he died for taking some guy down in a diner or something and fucking him up that was trying to rob the place or bothering people?
He was 71 or so, I think, at the time.
Yeah. I mean, it obviously would depend on the venue and the numbers, but I wouldn't be surprised for a guy like Harley of 3-on-1, he would do the old deal where he wanted to wait until a few more of them showed up to make it even.
How much time did you ever get to spend around Harley? I know he was there briefly in 1990. I know he was there in 85, but that may have been before you got in there. Did you get to spend much time around Harley during your career?
Well, just every once in a while at most recently over the past 20 years or however many years at Fan Fests and et cetera. But I mean, he was in Greensboro one night as a special attraction while we were, had just got in for Crockett. And, I didn't sit down and take up all of his time, his important, bootlaces and cigarette smoking time to bend his ear like I would one of the boys that, wouldn't knock me out. But I remember, in that night in Greensboro, we were sitting near each other in the locker room, and he was talking about, I can't remember how it came up. He might have mentioned he had to have surgery on something, and he took my hand and put it on his kneecap. And that would sound, in anybody else but Harley, it would sound dirty, but he put it on his kneecap. It was like feeling a beanbag. His kneecap wasn't in
like a bone. It wasn't mushy. It was hard pebbles of shit. And his elbows were like pebbles of shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? Because he took all those bumps all those years. He took them exactly squarely and perfectly. But my God, he used to take that full flat back body slam on concrete. And, even as tough as he was, it fucked up a lot of shit in there. But I was amazed he could still walk. And he was out there wrestling in one of the main events.
I don't think I ever really truly appreciated Harley when I was younger until I saw the Mid-Atlantic tapes and I saw that match with him and Steamboat.
Yeah.
That really made me appreciate how, when he was just a little bit younger than when I first saw him, how he was able to move around.
Well, and see, I had first seen him right about the time of the Mid-Atlantic films that were shot in the late 70s. I saw him 77 was the first time I saw him live when he got the NWA title. And going back then, and it was a big deal. I remember, obviously, at the time, I saw him in Memphis, and he came to Louisville against Rocky Johnson, Memphis against Rocky Johnson. Then I finally got to see him in Atlanta against Tommy Rich, and et cetera, over the couple of year period right before he started slowing down in the 80s, right? But when I go back now and look at the notes that I made from those matches, it's always the same thing. Best match I've ever seen Rocky Johnson have. Best match I've ever seen. It was him, and I wasn't quite familiar enough with his work to know what to expect. But it was, and then his best stuff physically was in the late 60s, early 70s. That's why they considered him as the guy to go between Funk and Briscoe to begin with, because he was one of the best workers in the world.
George Shire recently was here on the show talking about just how good Harley Race and Larry Hennig were as a tag team. And unfortunately, there's very little, if any, footage of them together.
Yeah, I don't know if there might be some real flickery 8mm stuff out there, but I don't know if I've ever seen a videotape of Race and Hennig.
Real quick before we move to the next story, you bring up Rocky Johnson. Obviously from Memphis Heat and from what I've been able to gather throughout the years, I know that he was, for a while there, a pretty good-sized star, but unlike a lot of the guys, Austin Idol, Jimmy Valiant, whoever it may be, who were in and out of there a lot throughout the years, it didn't seem like he came back that often. Just how big was Rocky Johnson in the Memphis territory?
It's hard to explain in that he had great matches on top, he was pushed in main event position, and he drew, especially the first couple of times he was in. In 76, they actually did the boxer versus wrestler thing with him and Lawler to take off on, as Gomer would say, the Ali Inoki thing, and people bought that he was a boxer. And he came in, and they even had the match with and he wore boxers shorts and etc. And then suddenly he started wrestling, and people accepted that too. But he drew big houses, especially in Memphis. And it's no secret they loved in that era black baby faces. Zulu against the Stomper. Stomper was so hot and Zulu looked so good he sold out the Coliseum 3 weeks in a row. But Rocky, he was a great athlete and he could work and he could carry it. He wasn't the outlandish promo that Handsome Jimmy or Austin Idol or even like Lawler or, the other guys that got over to that level. And Dundee was the exception too, but he worked his ass off. But I think that Rocky Johnson in Memphis drew well based on his work while he was there, and drew big houses, especially in Memphis. I'm not going to say that he, fucking tore the house down in Louisville every time he was there, as far as the gate. But people don't remember the great angles that Rocky Johnson did because he never did those great promos. They remember whether on the heel side, they remember Austin Idol breaking the plaque over Lawler's head or LeDuc cutting his arm with the axe or the Tupelo concession stand brawl. They remember the Lawler Dundee, because Dundee got his head shaved. None of the great angles involved Rocky Johnson or the great promos. So they really didn't show highlights of him when he wasn't there so much. And also they showed more highlights of the heels on TV anyway, because they would come back and either team with or fight Lawler again eventually. But Rocky was a babyface. So I think when he came back, he had another run in 1980 that didn't do any business because nothing was doing any business because Lawler's leg was broken and he was gone. So that was kind of forgotten. And then they came back in the mid 80s after the Watts talent trade. I think that's when when the Rock City moved from Hawaii to Nashville, and it was like 6'4" and 15 years old in high school. And by then, business was dodgy. So it was really at first run in 76 and 77. He was a big star at a time and a main event guy at a time where business was doing pretty goddamn good anyway.
Jim, as we move on to our next story, I want to make...
Boy, that was a long goddamn answer to that, wasn't it?
It was a good answer, though.
Well, I had to work it out in my head as you asked me, because they didn't keep showing the tapes over and over. While he was in big drawing programs with Lawler and other guys, he wasn't in these memorable angles that were saved on tape for so many years. And I think he just was a guy that, didn't get replayed over and over.
Jim, as we move on with our next story, I want to make mention that these stories have been pulled from Scott Teal's Crowbar Press archives on Facebook. I encourage anyone who enjoys wrestling history to check out his page. Great, great stuff, the Crowbar Press archives. But this next story is from Upland, California, December 4th, 1941.
Belt put up as security. Upland, December 3rd, Bill Varga, 22, said to be the world's light heavyweight wrestling champion, and two companions were at liberty today under $10 bail each following their arrest on charges of discharging firearms in the Upland city limits last night when they were hunting rabbits with the aid of a flashlight at 13th Street and Benson Avenue. Varga, who gave his address as 5406 Lexington Avenue, Hollywood, had with him at time of his arrest his championship belt, which he said he won Monday night at Hollywood Legion Stadium. He left the belt as security while he and his companions, Earl Patrick Hallinan, 21, of 1111 and a half North Coronado Street, Los Angeles, and John Hallinan, 34, 2610 Scott Avenue, Los Angeles, drove to the metropolis to secure cash with which to post bail. The trio assertedly had bagged 3 rabbits when arrested.
This is a young Count Billy Varga, obviously celebrating his big championship win with this rabbit hunt at night. Jim, in general, and I know some places the wrestlers don't get to leave the arena with the belts, and in some places they do. What's the protocol in terms of what a wrestler is supposed to do with the belt, where they should bring it and where they shouldn't bring it?
Well, I don't know about these days, and it varies from company to company. But in the old days, if you won the belt, it was your responsibility. Put it in your bag and carry it around, and you better fucking have it when we need it, and you better give it back when it's time. And that's obviously every time in the old days in the territories when they had a change of championship belts, it was usually when the last guy got mad about money and took off with it. And I can't believe that didn't happen in that Southern Junior Heavyweight title belt that I love so much that Nick Gulas used from 1952 to 1976. And Lawler took it home with him when they got a new one and took it to an autograph session in Memphis years ago. And somebody made off with it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. But no, like I said, that's why sometimes belts would turn up missing, and why a lot of collectors are happy today, but it was your responsibility. You took it and you carried it every night. It was like you were the champion. And obviously in the territories, there wasn't a deposit like there was for the NWA belt. It was, depending on the era, and I think the person $10,000 or $20,000, or finally Flair had put up 25, I think, or Crockett put it up for him probably. But in the territories for the regional belts, there usually wasn't a bond or a deposit. It was your job if anything happened to it. And I would have to think that this Billy Varga would go on to be, 1941? In the late 40s and 50s, he'd be one of the names in local Los Angeles wrestling and be a big star and on the TV and everything. But he's a 22-year-old kid with 2 other jackoffs out hunting rabbits with a flashlight and fucking guns. While he's got the belt, he probably just won it and they went and got drunk. If the promoter, who was the promoter back then in L.A.?
41.
That would be interesting. I don't know that off the top of my head either,
Yeah.
but whoever it was would have not been happy and probably wasn't happy to see this in the newspaper. I'm wondering how quick Billy Varga lost that belt after this came out in the paper.
That's a good question. Something I need to look into here.
In the following week, Billy Varga loses championship.
In Smoky Mountain Wrestling, did you have any rules in terms of guys who left with the belt, what they could and couldn't do, and what would cause you to blow up if you heard about something with the belt?
Well, back in those days, the guys, as long as you brought it to the fucking show the next day, I mean, I have pictures myself of a variety of championship belts wrapped around a variety of female people that have been close to me over the years. I don't care what you did with it on your own. I don't think anybody was spunking on it like that one with Paige. But I didn't, as long as you brought it back and you had it there the next night and I didn't lose it forever, I don't know of anything that anybody else had done with it. They left it in their fucking bags.
Hey, what do you think about the idea that Kerry Von Erich carved his initials into the NWA belt?
Oh, he could have at least done it in a place where it wasn't on the main plate. It didn't show. He could have put like a monogram over on the end somewhere. But it meant a big deal to him, or it meant a great deal to him. That was, something his dad had always wanted. So I'm sure it meant a lot to him, but I don't think he needed to deface the plate over it.
I still haven't found an answer to who was it that carved the word stooge into the front of the old North American title in Mid-South Wrestling. I still need to find out what happened there. But, Jim, our next story, let's go across the pond to Blackpool, England, January 4th, 1960.
Burglar picks wrong home for break-in, Blackpool, England, UPI. John Rankin decided to break into the home of Dominic Pye, and that was his big mistake. Pye, who makes his living as a heavyweight wrestler, picked him up and put him to sleep. Pye said he used a three-quarter Nelson with a gentle press on one of the neck arteries. Rankin was convicted of burglary and ordered jailed for 5 years. Boy, they don't fuck around in Blackpool, England, do they?
I'll tell you, that gentle press on the neck arteries, that's a very popular move amongst wrestlers when they deal with a burglar, I would assume.
Well, and still, I'm still going back to this sentence. 5 years for breaking into a house, not stealing anything, and getting choked out with a fucking English cravat for your fucking trouble.
I bet he never stole again.
He probably didn't. And I have Pye is a well-known. Is this the Pye I'm thinking of that was a well-known English shooter, British shooter, or is this? I don't know either.
I don't know, but let's move on to our next story, Jim.
Yes, let's move on since we don't know.
Let's go to Baltimore, Maryland, December 1st, 1938.
Police unmask Golden Terror of Wrestling, Baltimore, December 1st, Associated Press. Unsympathetic police unmasked the Golden Terror of Wrestling shows as Robert Weatherly, Philadelphia, ringside weight with mask, 303 pounds. Weatherly was booked on an assault charge under his real name despite his protest that his mask and concealed identity were an important part of his box office appeal. The Golden Terror lost to Nick Campo Frida in a match here, and his defeat was greeted by a barrage of pop bottles and other missiles. He roared defiance, and a spectator, Max Jacobs, said he was kicked in the chin by the enraged Terror. Hearing was set for December 8th.
I personally feel really bad for the Golden Terror here in this situation, asking the police, please do not unmask me. This will kill my business, please.
And now, but now we know that what wasn't Clyde Steves a Golden Terror in the 40s, or was he the Golden Superman? No, that was Walter Podolak.
That's right.
So a lot of I'm just glad he wasn't unmasked in fucking Nashville. Nick Goulas would have fired him. They never unmasked Pat Malone, by God, when he was the Green Shadow.
He was never unmasked?
And not until he lost it in a match to Roy Welch. But the cops couldn't get his mask off, I bet. Pat was a salty old bastard.
Jim, our next story, let's get back to your old stomping grounds, Memphis, Tennessee, December 21st, 1943.
Memphis sports writer Fall Guy for Lady Wrestler. Memphis, December 20th, Associated Press. Henry Reynolds, commercial appeal sports writer, saw a blonde lady lugging a huge parcel into the post office. Chivalrously, he volunteered his services. The weighty package taxed all of his 150 pounds, but he finally made it after 3 stops for breath. Then the blonde turned to her perspiring benefactor and said sweetly, "Thanks, it was nice of you. Would you like to come out to the wrestling matches tonight? I'm Mae Young, the woman wrestler."
Well, that's an interesting way to sell some tickets.
I bet she said more like, "Thanks, fuckface. I could have got it myself, but I'd rather have you do it. You want to come to the matches tonight? I'm Mae Young."
She's lucky he didn't mug her.
Well,
The other way around, actually.
I'm thinking is she's lucky that she didn't accuse. He's lucky she didn't accuse him of trying something with her so she could mug him.
That's right.
And it would have been his package that got yanked around and carried in, stuck in a slot.
1943, women's wrestling in Memphis. Who was promoting and what was the scene in Memphis in 43?
You know what? I don't know that much. I know that Ed Wolf was the promoter in the late 40s, early 50s. Les Wolf. I said Ed Wolf. Les Wolf. And he's the one that sold in 57 to Roy Welch and the Goulas Welch office. I don't know if he was there as far as 1943, but interesting that Mae Young, because Meltzer says nobody can find listings for her wrestling before 1940, because everybody said, oh, she wrestled in 1939. Nobody, so she would have only been a pro for a couple of years at that point.
Wow, a rookie, a young Mae Young here.
But she still would have been wrestling at the Ellis Auditorium, and if Elvis was alive, actually he was alive, he would have probably been about fucking 6 years old or whatever at that point. He was probably sneaking in the Ellis Auditorium to watch Mae Young.
Jim, for our next story, let's head up to Toronto, Ontario, Canada, February 7th, 1933.
Toots Mondt cleared. Yay! Toronto, Ontario, February 7th. Joseph Toots Mondt, wrestler from Denver, Colorado, was acquitted here yesterday of responsibility in the death of Teresa Lucioni. Mondt's conviction for criminal negligence in connection with an automobile accident was quashed by the appellate court here.
I had never heard about this before. Did you know anything about this?
Well, actually, yes. It was, my God, I've read so much research stuff over the last couple of years, but either it was in the Fall Guys or it was in the New York, the Madison Square Garden book that Scott Teal did, or somewhere that he was in the, I think it was as far back as maybe the late 20s, but this may have drug on for a while, but had been in an accident and some woman got killed, and that derailed some of his wrestling for a while.
Obviously, Toots Mondt later on would become partners with Vince McMahon Sr. in Capital Wrestling, the Worldwide Wrestling Federation.
But more importantly, he was a member of the Goldust Trio with Strangler Lewis and Billy Sandow, and the man who invented the modern way of booking programs, finishes, angles, etc. And also, when I would write a column for the Raw magazine under an assumed name because I was a heel manager on camera, I would write under the pen name Joseph T. Mondt.
I didn't know you wrote for the Raw magazine.
I did when they wanted people who knew how to spell and fucking write proper articles. Yes, I did.
Well, obviously, beyond the Goldust Trio, as a wrestler, how big was Toots Mondt? How big of a draw was he? Was he a big star in the places he went?
Well, I mean, he was one of the guys, from what I've read, just from the books that I've read, and obviously there's no film or whatever the fuck, but he was a fairly big name when it was just barnstorming wrestlers. There was no structured offices. He was part of developing booking offices, but he was pretty well thought of as being a pretty fair wrestler, but he wasn't at the top level either in box office appeal or in actual, he wasn't the best guy. He was used as like a policeman in some cases, I think, in his early days before he got in, where he was a pretty fair fucking wrestler, but he wasn't a box office draw and he wasn't Strangler Lewis. So he found his niche in the behind the scenes.
To any of the listeners who are not really familiar with him, you said that he invented modern booking, etc. What do you mean?
It was his idea to come up with fluke and or disputed finishes that led to rematches. It was his idea that these wrestlers could take this match, especially in the days before communication and even before a lot of people had radio. For fuck's sake, they could take the match from town to town and nobody would be any the wiser if they did the same shit or just book the same matches. The idea of working programs with each other came from that. The idea of building up not only your champion, but also the top challengers with wins over different people and in an organized fashion so that they would meet in a big match. A lot of that came from Toots Mondt. Slam bang Western wrestling is what he called the style.
We'll talk a little bit more about Toots Mondt in a moment, but let's get to our next story, Jim. New York City, January 24th, 1958.
Mat ban for arena. New York, International News Service. The New York Athletic Commission Friday indefinitely banned all professional wrestling exhibitions at St. Nicholas Arena. The suspension stemmed from the commission's investigation into a riot during Wednesday's show in which 2 men were sent to the hospital. One fan was struck in the eye by part of a broken chair. 6 police cars and an ambulance were summoned when fistfights broke out in the crowd during a spirited tag match between Chris and John Tolos and Pat O'Connor and Chief Red Cloud. The commission said that after studying the report of the deputy commissioner in charge of the wrestling show and accounts in the press, we are satisfied that disorderly incidents occurred in violation of our rules covering such situations. Disorderly incidents occurred in violation of our rules covering such situations. That is a very ambiguous statement. Anyway, the show scheduled for Tuesday, January 28th was canceled and subsequent shows suspended at least until such time as we are completely convinced that those who promote wrestling there are able to do so in the interests of the public and within our rules, unquote.
Man, can you imagine how much heat there was in New York at this time? This is just a few months after the riot at Madison Square Garden, which led to children under the age of 14 being banned from Madison Square Garden until the 1970s. And here's a riot. A poor guy gets hit in the eye with a part of a broken chair.
6 police cars, an ambulance, and a partridge in a pear tree. And, well, Toots Mondt's slam bang Western style wrestling. New York had been dark. Remember, there was no wrestling in Madison Square Garden from 1939 until 1951. And even though they had kept up the small clubs, St. Nicholas Arena and Queens and Jamaica and all those little arenas that you see the ads for, they obviously weren't drawing any big money because they weren't in the big building. And those buildings, you know, they were clubs. If you worked the New York area in the 1940s, like Jim the Black Panther Mitchell, you would be in those little clubs and boroughs in those buildings that seated 500 or 1,000 or 1,500. It was like old boxing arenas. So there wasn't big money in wrestling in New York at that time because the 30s had been the exposés. Dan Parker and the Daily Mirror and the publishing of the Fall Guys, and it was all out in the New York papers. And I've just brought this up on Twitter just not long ago, that the old newspaper articles of the late 50s covering the Garden shows. The Garden is selling out. Rock and Perez are turning them away, 20,000 fucking people, but the papers are always still making the snide comments. You know, the hokum and the hilarity and, you know, casting the role of the victor and all that stuff. Because of 20 years earlier, everybody in New York still knew that wrestling was, well, the newspapers wouldn't let you forget that wrestling was bullshit, which is why I think, on reflection, not that I'm trying to get too deep here, when they revived wrestling in the Garden, they tried with Lou Thez and Gorgeous George off the TV and didn't fucking work, right?
Right. Vern
Drew
too.
4,000 people. Vern Gagne off Chicago TV didn't fucking work. Lou Thez. What worked? Rocca. Then what worked? Rocca and Perez. And Buddy Rogers. I mean, in any era, Buddy Rogers was huge. But then Bruno. Then Pedro. They set the tone. Rocca set the tone for the idea that New York always needed an ethnic hero on top. The ethnic hero, or the ethnic population, the Puerto Ricans, the Hispanics, the Italians, a lot of them weren't reading the newspapers. Do you think that and the Garden suddenly became, do you think that there was any other event held at Madison Square Garden that had such a percentage of Hispanics and Italians and immigrants in general? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Thez failed. Gorgeous George failed. Vern Gagne didn't get over in New York, but the ethnic stars did because it had been trashed in the papers, but the ethnic audiences weren't reading the English language papers. So then did that, even after that would have no longer been an issue, then the die was cast that New York would always have an ethnic star on top for the next 30 fucking years.
The tag team that started this riot, or at least caused the riot, Chris and John Tolos. You know, Bob Barnett grew up in New York, and he told me that when he saw them at that time, he loved them because they were like Neanderthals. And you see those pictures of them, and I understand
Yeah.
what he was saying. And I never got to see any young John Tolos, or at least a little bit. There's some footage out there, but he said that they were a dynamic tag team back then.
Well, you can tell from John Tolos's work that you can see on tape when he was 50 how he could go and that what kind of shape he was in. And and I've seen some old Tolos stuff from the 60s on some of these stray VHSs or whatever and they were just in good shape, perpetual motion, could go. And then Tolos had the big mouth, but he never got to be a star. And the Tolos brothers were a big team in the 50s when, there's no video available. He never got to be a star on his own until that run with Blassie in Los Angeles.
And by that point, Blassie's an old man, and Tolos is much older than, he was obviously when he was in his prime.
Yeah, but see, Tolos he could talk. They both could talk, and Tolos was still in a shape where he could carry that part of it. But yeah, the Tolos said they were big in the Carolinas as a team. They were big in the New York area there. And that's where I was going with that also is you talked about all the heat. Toots Mont's slam bang Western style wrestling, once he got in, they figured out the ethnic stars and the Gaga and the heat. That's how they got New York back and almost lost it, obviously, as you can see from there, because this is a time where they were selling the Garden out constantly every month, and St. Nicholas Arena and all those clubs. They were all fucking huge.
Well, they had to get the Garden back for a reason. And for that reason, let's go to our next story. New York, January 3rd, 1934.
Wrestlers, promoters called for quiz January 9th. New York, January 3rd. Toots Mont, Dick Schickat, Strangler Lewis, and Rudy Miller, wrestlers, and Jack Curley and Ed White, promoters, have been issued subpoenas to appear before the New York Boxing Commission here January 9th, following an attack on the mat game as it is conducted by Jack Pfeffer. Pfeffer appeared before the Boxing Commission yesterday and presented a statement attacking the sport and was put under oath, repeating his statement, which named the wrestlers and promoters.
Well, there it is. And, here on this episode of the Super Podcast, we're talking about the Knoxville 5 tape of guys threatening to expose the business. Here's Jack Pfeffer, who exposed the business and still lived in the business for another 30-something years. But this is a pretty major story here, right, Jim?
Well, this started the whole thing. And we just read in February 1933, Mont got cleared in the auto accident, but he's back January of 1934. He's already obviously heavily figured in with Lewis. And this was when they had already split up with Sandow, or on the outs with Sandow, and Jack Curley was involved as a promoter?
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah.
But and Dick Schickat, of course, was a former world champion. Rudy Miller was probably another guy like Toots Mont. That if Toots Mont would put Strangler Lewis over, Rudy Miller's the guy that put Schickat over, and then you would have your big Schickat Lewis match. But anyway, Rudy Miller would later on go to be the promoter in Pittsburgh. Jack Pfeffer couldn't get his way, so he exposed the business to the commission, who back then had no fucking idea what was going on with wrestling. Even the Boxing and Wrestling Commission didn't know, because this was one of the first legitimate and widespread exposés ever of exactly how things were done. And it came in New York. And then when Pfeffer, couldn't get his way, he was apparently the person that was suspected of being the source that was feeding information to the Dan Parker at the Daily Mirror and the newspapers and the sports pages to expose wrestling in New York. And that's where Pfeffer made his reputation for the next 30 years. He would go from territory to territory, book my girls or book my guys or book whoever I'm managing. And if you don't, I'll expose the business. And Jack Pfeffer managed Don and Jackie Fargo when they were the top team in New York in the late 50s. I don't know if he was allowed to go to the matches, but he got a cut. He would get them booked places. And whether it be Nashville or whether it got over so good, or whether it be New York, where they were great for Rock and Perez, or Ohio, because that way they could learn from Buddy Rogers. But Pfeffer would get a cut of their money, but he kept them booked everywhere.
I just talked to Ron Fuller actually about it, because his father, Buddy Fuller, was a world champion for Jack Pfeffer as, I think, was it Buddy Valentine? Was that it?
Because Johnny Valentine was big in Chicago, and they were running kind of outlaw fucking revamp of Chicago there in 62, 63?
Yeah.
When Fred Kohler was either he had lost all his pull and his money, or he was out entirely.
That was the end of Fred Kohler. Fred Kohler brought Jack Pfeffer in, and Jack Pfeffer destroyed it to the point where Vern and Bruiser and Snyder were able to go in there and buy everything.
That's right. And, but this was, 30 years before that. Jack Pfeffer was doing the same thing, but this led to the exposés, the newspaper coverage, and led to no wrestling on a major league basis in New York City for 12 years.
Well, for our final story, and I think you'll see where we're going with this, you and I on The Experience sometimes talk about money then versus money now. So for this story, and to find out a little bit about what was going on in that in-between period, let's go to Hollywood, California, December 15th, 1942.
Film and sport notables facing tax prosecution. Hollywood, December 15th. United Press. A score of screen and sports figures were named today in federal liens asking payment of allegedly delinquent income taxes. Blonde Madeline Carroll, however, sued the government for deductions. Her suit, the only one against the government among the tax disputes, said she was the sole support of 51 French war orphans who were quartered in her home outside Paris from 1936 to 1939. Prince David Midvani, last of the marrying Midvanis who was inducted into the Army last week, was asked to pay $1,488. William Cagney, producer and brother of James Cagney, assertedly was delinquent $8,023.58. Mr. and Mrs. Alan Mowbray were named for $22,27.15 apiece. Singer Jack Dawn and Mrs. Dawn were asked to pay, and all the little Dawns were asked to pay $2,404.72 each. Misha Auer, the Russian comedian, allegedly owed $11,500.22 from his 1941 income. John R. Osborne, prominent racetrack figure, was short $62,146.42 on 1939 taxes, according to the suit. Wrestler Toots Mondt, good God, he's everywhere, was asked for $18,000. Director Ray Carey, allegedly delinquent $1,213. Actress Phyllis Brooks, $3,751. Ruth Chatterton, $114. Makeup artist Perce Westmore, $3,015. Producer Harry Eddington, $6,857. And comedian Patsy Kelly, $4,374. I hate that Patsy couldn't handle her money. $18,000 in 1942.
$265,000 today.
Just that he was in delinquency on and taxes, and that is this just for 1941?
Well, it doesn't say.
Oh no,
that.
it doesn't say. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Osborne was short on, and this the racetrack fucking figure, prominent racetrack figure. I wonder what his real line of work was. $62,000 short on his 1939 taxes.
I got to get my inflation calculator back up here.
Well, just figure that's $1 million that he didn't pay. But Toots Mondt, okay, yeah, 18 grand worked out to what?
265,000.
This was 1942. We know he had been in L.A. 10 years previously. Even if that was for fucking a number of years. But a lot of, this apparently, they wouldn't let you get too far. I see everything from 1939, 1940, 41. And that's what he had to apparently tell them that he made.
No, but that's what he said. That's what he owed. That's not what he made.
No, I'm saying that's on what he had to tell them that he actually made. How much did he really make and not? Because fucking wrestling. How many incidents happened that he just got a suitcase of cash handed to him and said, "See you later," and never declared it to begin with? So he was making some fucking money. And I have no reason to dispute a lot of the advertising and publicity and et cetera back in those days of the 20s and 30s when they said what the world champion would ask for and get as a guarantee, because the whole thing was built around, it wasn't like a wrestling card. It was like, can we get Strangler Lewis to come to the town and defend his world title, and we're going to sell tickets to it and we're all going to get rich. And he'd get half the fucking gate or whatever. So, I mean, those guys were fucking, it was a license to print money.
I didn't realize just how much money someone like Toots Mondt at that point in 42 would have been making. It's really extraordinary.
Well, and think about when the story. So the story goes that to get Lewis to agree to drop the belt, the origination of all the double crosses that led to the original Montreal double cross. Didn't Paul Bowser put up $70,000 to get the world champion on world title on Ed Don George?
That's approximately what, $1 million today, a little over.
That's about $1 million. I'll give you this $1 million to let my guy win the belt from you so that I can make money with it, and then when I give it back to you, what the fuck? That was a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
Our wrestling money did not evolve with the times like other sports did.
Certainly not, but either did this show. So as we begin to wrap things up, Jim, any final words to the listeners of the Super Podcast?
Yes, don't trust Jack Pfeffer. Thank you. Fuck you and bye.